Data cultivation. I test longevity in the Temple of the Five Elements. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 426, The Last Afterglow, Tragic. For example, several old sects such as the Taking Holy sect, the Soul Refining sect, and the Five Elements Temple are not native forces in the Kangwu realm. These large sects all have their own family heritage in the True Spirit realm. It is no exaggeration to say that they are of the same clan and origin. You and I know very well what the core origin of a small world means. This has nothing to do with personal interests. It is one of the necessary conditions for the upper sect to pay attention to us. Although it is naked and cruel, this is the fact. You should also understand what we want most. Some fragments of the law are precious, but they are not enough for us to unite and attack you. Now, you either choose to make a vow to the Heavenly Dao and become a part of us, or leave the Kangwu realm. An old ancestor of the Five Elements Temple said. At this point, it was like forcibly tearing off a fig leaf. The real motivation for the four forces to unite together was because of the many powerful people in the Taking Holy sect. This is definitely a big enemy. If we don't act quickly, sooner or later, they will use the name of this branch of Tai sect to enter the south region. This will definitely happen. Because the branches of the upper world, such as Wuxing Temple and Lianhun sect, all have their own missions. It's just that this kind of secret is rarely known by outsiders. In the Kangwu realm, the reason why there are so many inheritances from the upper world is not just to pass on the law and teach the Tao. The core origin of a small world can be used to comprehend the great way of heaven and earth and help cultivators practice. It can also be used to cultivate future generations of disciples, which is a small level. When multiple worlds merge together, a more powerful plane will be born. This is the important reason why the sects in the upper world leave their inheritance in this Hengsha world. The more pieces are dropped, the more fruits will naturally be produced. The original dragon realm, the demon realm, the Kangchi realm, the earth immortal realm, the outer heaven demon realm, etc., all came from this. First control the Hengsha world, then the higher level medium-sized plane, until the final transformation. How many forces are unwilling to turn such an important world core into the back garden of their own sect? Even if one cannot enjoy it alone, the pie is so big that many people will end up sharing it. If you want to get more, it is naturally the best way to kick out the hidden pawns of other sects. Therefore, the formation of this situation today is by no means accidental. The more time passes, the more wars will break out between sects. Even after the boundary wall of the two worlds begins to merge, this situation will not change much. Looking at it from a smaller perspective, the fight between the monks can grab more resources and benefits. This is closely related to one's own path and cannot be compromised. Looking at it from a higher level, it is a game between large forces one after another. The final winner will have the opportunity to eat up the entire world after the fusion. Become the ruler of a small world. With such a temptation, how many sects can resist and not make a layout? By then, this realm may become the private reserve of a certain sect. However, the Hengsha world like Kangwu realm is still too close to the True Spirit realm, and there are too many true sects in the upper realm who have noticed this place. Facing so many competitors, it is difficult for any sect to eat alone. So there was the Five Elements view, and the tacit cooperation with the Soul Refining sect. Therefore, the outbreak of the sect war is actually far from as simple as it seems on the surface. At this time, the ancestor of the Soul Refining sect also sneered. The blood sea filth in the void crack spread out a small piece of the sky, covering the bright sun, making the sky bloody. He said, in the past 1,000 years, haven't you Taking sect often set up traps to destroy the inheritance of other sects and want to dominate alone? How could you not guess our true intentions? It's nothing more than not expecting us to come so soon. The old Taoist priests of Taking sect were silent for a while, and then let out a long sigh. They wanted to show weakness first, and then find an opportunity to settle accounts. But the person on the other side was also a 1,000-year-old fox, who guessed their true thoughts. As a result, the delay plan failed. For now, no matter how good the plan is, it is useless. Then let's fight. The old Taoist priests of Taking sect were ready for battle, their faces solemn, and their Taoist bodies began to glow. In the void, invisible ripples spread, as if the world was created, and the blazing rays of light surged out. Kill! Outside the Kangwu boundary wall, the former head of Tai sect took the lead and shouted, and the black and white Dao painted the entire starry sky. He immediately attacked the old monsters of Taking Holy sect. With a hum, the top masters of Yuchen Palace also took action. Several huge toads crouched in the cracks, and the narrow eyes on their backs opened. Countless order chain runes, with a clattering sound, locked forward. I want to restrain the people of Taking sect first, and then suppress them with brute force. The war between the cultivators of the God transformation stage finally broke out at this moment. Fortunately, it was in the void without a gap, outside the boundary wall of Kangwu realm, otherwise the mountains, rivers and land would be destroyed in an instant. It was as heavy as a meteorite landing. This mountain range would collapse inch by inch and turn into dust. Despite this, the rhythm revealed in the sky was particularly terrifying. Countless laws of heaven and earth began to manifest, and the pressure was so overwhelming that everyone below became terrified and stared at the sky quietly. The supreme elders, like innate gods, broke out in a world-destroying war. The sound of clang clang was endless, the divine light filled the sky, and the laws and rhythms of the law danced. Several ancestors of the five elements temple sacrificed the purest five elements of heaven and earth, like the air of chaos, with a momentum of invulnerability, and continued to invade the front. Facing so many powerful enemies, many great men of Taking sect were not at ease, because their opponents had more people than them. Many times, when fighting with others, another attack suddenly comes. Once the mind is slightly distracted, it will be injured. In this case, as long as you get injured, it is equivalent to announcing your death. Even so, the Taking Holy sect's incarnation cultivators never retreated a single step. Because this is a battle of moves, a battle of ways, a competition between sects, and a battle of life and death. If they retreat and escape, there will be no place for them in this world. They will definitely be hunted down to death by these four united sects. Want to run? At least in the Kangwu realm, it is absolutely impossible. The boundless rhythm of the law is clattering, as fierce as a thunderstorm, blocking all kinds of laws of heaven and earth, rune offensives. The surrounding void is filled with bursts of muffled explosions. The situation is stalemate. Wow! More than a dozen great cultivators of the Taking Holy sect were forcibly separated by the four ancestors, and then fought one-on-one. There were small meteorites with a diameter of several miles, which were spinning at high speed around the Kangwu realm, but were hit by the aftermath of their battle, and then rippled in the void and turned into powder on the spot. Even though the shocking fluctuations broke out outside the boundary wall, they still reached the Taking Palace on the ground. Everyone was shocked and stared at the sky without blinking, not wanting to miss such an amazing scene. Even though the people on the ground could not see the battle scenes of the ancestors clearly due to the limitations of their own cultivation realm, they could only observe groups of blazing rays of light colliding constantly. Just like the sun and the bright moon, shining on the world, the power of the law overflowed. But facing such a shocking scene, no one did not feel their hearts and minds tremble. One by one, the cultivators in the God transformation stage escaped into nothingness, leaped into the sky, and flew into the vast starry sky. The laws of heaven and earth, the rune divine light swept up like a vast ocean, and the scene of the explosion was even more dazzling than the shining stars at night. Obviously, the melee outside the boundary wall has reached an extremely fierce level at this moment, which is horrifying. If you are not careful, there will be a top cultivator who will fall, which is simply unimaginable. One by one, the great cultivators of the divine transformation continued to use their magical powers and laws to bombard each other. This wave was vast and gorgeous, as if they wanted to destroy the world. For a moment, the outer space, the void and the land of extinction were rioting, meteorites were broken, runes were intertwined, and the laws were shining, as bright as a meteor passing by, and it looked extremely dazzling. Unfortunately, the number of strong people in Taking sect was still a little less than that of the four sects. The difference in the number of several great cultivators immediately made some of them dangerous. After all, the top strong people who can cultivate to their realm, whether it is the soul, the body, or the power of the law, are all at the top level. Polished to a rounded state, there is no dead corner or weakness. Therefore, even if the cultivators with extraordinary talents cultivate to their realm, it is almost impossible to suppress several cultivators of the same realm at the same time by one's own strength. Because everyone's cultivation talent is not weak, and the power of heaven and earth that can be mobilized is not much different. In this way, It is very difficult to win the battle by relying on personal strength. All disciples, listen to my order, follow me to kill into taking palace. In front of the mountain gate, the joint cultivators of the four sects, as if they had received a certain signal, all retracted their sights and began to rush up the mountain. Taking Mountain was full of densely packed disciples of the four sects, surrounding this huge palace. If there were no ancient restrictions inside Taking Palace, there would have been daring people who would have rushed in regardless of the consequences. Why is it like this now? They can only advance slowly, and then take out one by one the high-level ban-breaking talismans given in advance by the elders of the sect, and slowly break through layer by layer. This was a tragic, bloody battle, very fierce and bloody. In the midst of the fierce magic and the Dharma, countless broken arms and limbs flew up. The originally vibrant life, at this moment, seemed extremely fragile. Peak Master. A Yuanying stage master fell, and a large-scale light rain fell from the sky, as blazing as the sun, causing many disciples of the Taking Holy Sect to cry out in grief. This was the heaven and earth crying, wanting to make a conclusion for this killing. Outside the domain was the battlefield of the ancestors of each sect, and above the sky within the boundary wall, the Yuanying stage and the Golden Core stage elders were fighting. In the distance, the Peak Master of the Taking Sect wanted to break the stalemate and forcibly stop the three powerful enemies with his own strength. Then his body was submerged in the spiritual light, and the power of the domain was annihilated. In the end, he was still defeated, a little too reluctant, and fell. After all, these four sects have a deep foundation, and the strong people in the sect are naturally incomparable to ordinary people. If you want to fight three alone, you must be a genius among geniuses. Unfortunately, the Peak Master of the Taking Holy Sect was not revenge for the Peak Master. All disciples, follow me and kill all these outsiders. A disciple of the Taking Holy Sect shouted angrily, with blood and tears on his face, burning his life essence madly, and casting runes in patches, trying to forcibly defeat the invading enemy. Buzz, a blazing five-color rune light jumped out from the crowd, stretching out this powerful rune to prevent the surrounding fellow disciples from being hurt. This kind of attack has almost exceeded the limit that a foundation-building cultivator can bear. Therefore, Luo Yan, who has always been at the forefront, immediately noticed the power of this supreme magical power. He stepped forward and blocked the attack. Otherwise, those fellow disciples behind him would definitely be killed and injured in this attack. The five-color magical power that was originally invulnerable to all methods, at this moment, although it was in a stalemate with the opponent's blood-burning secret method, Luo Yan was not surprised. Because the Taking Saint sect disciple on the opposite side burned his own life as the price, and then burst out with a peak attack. Such a strong offensive, as long as it can hold on for this period of time, the opponent will naturally collapse on its own. The fact is just as Luo Yan guessed. After only more than 10 breaths, the core disciple of the Taking Saint sect on the opposite side spit out a mouthful of black blood. The blood in his body dried up, his face was dry, his spirit was weak, and he was only skin and bones. Burning too much life essence, he suffered an unprecedented heavy blow and was close to running out of energy. Luo Yan, wearing a crane face mask, walked slowly, looking at the shaky and skinny figure in front of him. A hint of complexity flashed in his eyes. The fellow disciples who were in a melee around them also subconsciously stayed away from their battlefield. Sorry. Each of us is in our own camp. We are helpless. Rest in peace. Luo Yan put his palms together, pressed down lightly, and with a rumble, the silver thunder suddenly exploded, with unparalleled divine power, giving the opponent a final blow. This majestic momentum, like a tidal wave, caused a brief vacuum period in the area in front of him. You all deserve to die. The Tai sect in the east, the Yuchen Palace in the west, and the Lianhan sect in the north all burst into shocking divine light, fighting fiercely with the monks of the Taking Holy Sect. The blood that flowed down dyed every inch of the Taking Mountain red, and the bloody smell filled the sky, like a bloody dry land. Chapter 427, The Passing of the Elders, the Withering of Flowers, the Exhaustion of Oil, the Extinguishing of Lights. In the sky, there was a gurgling sound of toads, and the five elements rushed to the sky, which was extremely terrifying. The talisman light, the magical secrets, and the law of the domain swept the world, tearing the clouds apart and shaking the world. Whether it was outside the sky or in the Kangwu world, the war broke out in every direction, which was extremely miserable. In addition, there was a group of evil wolves staring at this battlefield, with murderous light in their eyes. They have been gathering their strength for a long time, just waiting for the taking holy sect to take its last breath, and then they will go out in full force to plunder resources. Is God going to destroy my holy sect? A disciple of the taking sect roared before he died, and the blood and tears in the corners of his eyes were about to dry up. Looking around, corpses piled up like mountains, piled up all over the mountains and plains. Many young disciples of the taking holy sect, even if their strength has not reached the level of the foundation building period, are still not afraid of life and death. In order to protect the sect, they began to use the blood explosion technique, trying to drag the four sects to death together. Bang! 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 A series of explosions of flesh and blood sounded like strange notes jumping, and the sea of blood was endless. Instantly, there was silence all around. The shouts and screams inside and outside the taking palace shook the sky, and those who were watching from the outside finally made up their minds. They decided to charge forward at this moment, wanting to seize this great opportunity in advance. Otherwise, once the disciples of the taking holy sect were wiped out, it would not be so easy for them to fish in troubled waters. At that time, it is very likely to become a melee with these four sects. This is unacceptable to them. So, more strong men joined in. The first to be robbed was the spiritual medicine garden exposed on the periphery. Although it was protected by a strong forbidden magic array, it could not stop the overwhelming and greedy speculators. Soon, all the precious medicines in the spiritual medicine garden were snatched away by this group of people. Even the land where precious medicines were planted became extremely fertile because of the long-term planting of spiritual medicines. Many people would rather plunder than let go, like spiritual locusts passing through, grabbing a thick layer of soil. The taking palace is in front of us. There are ancient scriptures and magical secrets in it. If you grab one, it will be enough for the family to pass on for 1,000 years. A strong man who changed his own aura and wore a special mask on his face shouted. As soon as these words came out, many people like him, holding ill intentions, cast their eyes on the huge palace. They passed many monks from the four sects and rushed in, all wanting to snatch various treasures at the first time. This group of people has a high level of cultivation, almost all of them are above the giant in realm. Despite this, they will not attack the monks of the four sects. Because the high-level cultivators of the four sects will focus on the disciples of the taking holy sect, as long as these scabies don't do too much, the high-level cultivators of the four sects will naturally not take them seriously. Moreover, it's nothing more than some scriptures and treasures, which the cultivators of the four sects don't lack. Therefore, the disciples of the taking holy sect are under greater pressure. Many forces are mixed together and all head towards the taking palace. Since they have already taken action, even if they hide their breath, it is equivalent to tearing their faces and they are enemies. For the hostiles, the only way to ensure safety is to destroy them completely. This is the hidden danger of the taking holy sect's power in Hongzhou for thousands of years. Under the light, there are always countless darknesses. When the taking holy sect was at its peak, all the forces in this area obeyed it. But now that there are cultivators from the outside world leading the fight to such an extent, the local forces, will naturally want to get a share of the pie. When the wall falls, everyone pushes it, and they step on the falling objects. Many small and medium-sized forces, all the elders of the sect came. It is no exaggeration to say that they went out in full force. Some guys even blatantly mixed into the team of the Five Elements Temple, not to rob treasures, but to constantly suppress and kill the disciples of the taking holy sect. It seems that there is some deep hatred between them. Of course, more powerful people are holding the intention to divide up the treasures of the taking holy sect and want to rob this place clean. There are also forces on good terms with the taking holy sect in the outside world, ready to rush to this direction to help. But when they appeared in this area and reached the edge, they were intercepted. There are more than 10 great masters of the god of transformation hiding in the void. Wherever they look, the void stagnates, and those who want to rush to help are shocked. This is a warning. There are so many great masters guarding the periphery alone, and they have not participated in the siege. It is conceivable how fierce the war inside will be. You must know that more than 10 old monsters in the god of transformation are by no means a small number. This is equivalent to the total number of the supreme elders of a holy sect. Being blocked by so many top powers, even the forces that are on good terms with the taking holy sect began to think whether this battle of assistance is worth it. Unless they want to get themselves involved and start another war. Otherwise, it is almost impossible to get through the defenses of so many old monsters and help the people of the taking holy sect. If the strength of both sides is evenly matched, they can still sell a favor and make a move to rescue. This way, it will be good for you, me, and everyone. But these 4 sects are really too cruel. Almost all of them came out in full force. The great monks in the god transformation stage are like they don't need money. There are 20 to 30 of them at a time. With so many top masters here, no sect dares to say that they are not afraid. If you want to get rid of the siege of the taking holy sect from so many old monsters, I am afraid that all the masters of your own sect will not be enough. In addition, no one will ignore the interests of their own sect just to help others. Therefore, the forces outside who were ready to rush to help were stopped. At the same time, a great divine thought exploded in the hearts of Luo Yan and others. Hurry up, there are powerful enemies rushing to help. Although it was just a reminder, the monks of the 4 sects knew that they didn't have much time left. Once the super forces in other places reacted, this war of extermination might increase the variables. Afterwards, the monks of the 4 sects finally started the final outbreak, ruthlessly attacking, with brilliant magical skills, rushing forward, and making a move that would draw blood. Damn it, you all deserve to die. In the sky, the old hall master of the taking holy sect had red eyes. Just now, he was holding on to the huge pressure of being besieged, and took a break, not hesitating to exchange injuries for injuries, bleeding, and solved an elder of the 4 sects. But the scene in the taking palace still made him feel distressed. He wanted to jump down to help, but was stopped. He failed to escape from the battle. Brothers, we can't drag it on any longer. It's time to deal with this old guy, said a strong man from the 5 Elements Temple. Previously, they surrounded him but didn't kill him because they didn't want to be attacked by him before he died, which would hurt them. After all, who wouldn't have 2 tricks up their sleeves at their level? Once used, it would surely cause the sky to collapse and the mountains to split, with unimaginable power. But the current situation doesn't allow them to continue to drag it out. If they continue to surround him but don't hunt him, it may really increase the variables. Because taking sect is a holy sect after all, there are many sects that are hostile to them, but there are also many forces that are friendly with them. Maybe they are rushing here. The longer the time, the higher the possibility of variables. If this battle fails and the people of taking holy sect hold on, it will be a lot of fun. The strong men of the 4 sects all understand the principle of letting the tiger go back to the mountain. If they fail to wipe out the sect this time, they will be liquidated in the future. The 5 Elements Temple and the Soul Refining Sect have a solid foundation and are not afraid of ordinary challenges, but the people of the Jade Toad Palace and the Tai Sect are not. As long as the Taking Holy Sect recovers, it is estimated that the first to be found and then the accounts will be settled will be these 2 families. Therefore, the cultivators attacked more heavily. Kill. Next to them, the blood souls of the Soul Refining Sect turned into ghosts, with great momentum, cutting a gray-white hole and tearing the clouds. Silently attacking the back of the old Taoist of the Taking Sect. Bang! The old hall master turned around and hit him with a magical power. The rays of light intertwined, and the attack of the Soul Refining Sect strongman was blocked in the first time. But the resentful spirits scattered around still made the old Taoist lose his mind for a moment. The 4 strong men next to them were also peak masters of their respective sects. Although they rarely appeared in the world on weekdays, they were extraordinary and had rich experience in fighting. In the absence of the Supreme Elder, they are the strongest, which is understandable and there is no objection. With such a good opportunity in front of them, they will naturally not miss it and rush forward together. You damn invaders, all of you, go to hell. The old hall master of Taking Sect was furious and started a blood sacrifice, with unparalleled power. When he was young, he was a true pride of heaven. Along the way, he defeated all living beings and had few rivals. And growing up in this Shenzong, he experienced countless ups and downs along the way. All of them came over. If only 1 or 2 large forces were targeting today, their Shenzong would never fall to such a passive point. But now it seems that this is a typical means of exterminating the family. The old hall master did not hesitate to burn his own spirit and spirit, and he also had to make a strong move. He wanted to keep these guys completely, so as to reduce some pressure on fellow monks in other battles. A ball of white energy appeared, like a bright moon in the dark night, hanging in the sky, shining so brightly that people could not open their eyes. Seeing this, the faces of the 4 sect masters changed drastically. They even burned their blood and retreated. Buzz! The white sphere quickly reached the critical point and then began to explode. It was a kind of extremely strong lock power, not a pure magical power. Nothing was not destroyed, which was extraordinary. Therefore, this kind of attack smashed the 4 sect masters into pieces, and the Tai sect's peak master was directly penetrated. His soul was withered. In the distance, the 3 peak masters who escaped also suffered a huge impact. They all groaned, and their bodies were fixed, and there was a sense of death. They avoided this attack with difficulty. The strong man of Yuchan Palace was furious. He was the master of a peak and had great strength. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to sit in the position of power. But what he didn't expect was that an old guy actually made him suffer a big loss here. He transformed himself into Toad, igniting a red-gray afterglow, which was extremely bright, like an ancient beast descending. The talisman light turned into Tidal Sea, and he wanted to do his best to suppress the opponent. But in the end, he still hesitated. Because the old Taoist priest of the Taking Holy sect was about to run out of energy and turn into ashes, there was no need to go forward and fight him to the death. If he was careless and was caught by the opponent and couldn't get away, then he would really be dead or disabled. You are lucky, you old immortal. The peak master of the Yuchan Palace turned back into human form and cursed. He also learned from the other 2 guys and retreated far away, waiting for the opponent to run out of energy and then he would decline. You actually want to destroy the foundation of my holy sect. How can I let you do it? All of you die. The old Taoist priest of the Taking Holy sect shouted loudly, hoarse, and all the energy in his body turned into a blazing white ball of light. In an instant, more than 10 white balls flew and formed a line, as if 10 suns were crossing the sky, and then they exploded instantly, exploding beside the remaining 3 peak masters. Boom! There was a light explosion in the sky, the energy sound was deafening, and a halo of light was blazing, covering the sky, and nothing could be seen. This was the last blow of the old hall master of the Taking Holy sect, and the power that exploded was enough to destroy the world. Under one blow, the strong man of the Yuchan Palace died on the spot. The peak master of the 5 elements peak and the big devil of the soul refining sect were also severely injured, and the fire of their souls was drifting, as if they would be extinguished at any time. This battle shocked everyone, and many figures who took advantage of the fire felt terrified. If they met such an opponent, they would probably be pierced at the first sight. It was simply terrifying. Although the Taking sect was besieged, it was a holy sect after all, and there was no shortage of masters inside. Such an amazing result made the people around feel creepy and terrified, fearing that they would also encounter such a crazy opponent. On the other side, seeing the tragic death of their own peak master, the Taoists of Taking Holy sect were all furious and crazy. Groups of black and white Daoki floated, and the radiant light split the sky and the earth, with a buzzing sound of wind and thunder. Be careful. The 4 sects were all shocked, and felt very uneasy about those white Dao rules who sacrificed their lives. They were also constantly improving their offensive methods to block this attack. Countless strong men shouted, and the sky suddenly fell into a vast ocean of light, drowning everything, a red glow, and the vision was frozen. Puff! Under this boundless light of Dao, the 4 sects who participated in the siege coughed up blood and trembled, obviously suffering heavy injuries. Although this way of sacrificing one's life in exchange for the strongest attack is very powerful. But the number of cultivators from the 4 sects was really too many, like a swarm of carp crossing the river, dazzling. The self-destruction of the strong man from the Taking Holy sect was nothing more than a delay, just a moment's time. Chapter 428, The Reign of Falling Spiritual Light. The withering disciples of Taking sect in the spirit transformation stage were attacked and killed in large numbers, and fell inside the mountain gate covered in blood. Suddenly, outside the sky, a rain of spiritual light fell from the 9 heavens, waving and scattering, extremely gorgeous. It was like a ray of rosy clouds falling into the mortal world, rippling a beautiful world. This is. Someone stretched out his hand and held a handful of light rain. His eyes were shocked and focused. The light rain turned into a blazing essence and spread in his hands. Its purity was enough to match the spiritual energy contained in the spirit stone. A top great man has fallen, and the heaven and earth have felt it, so the spiritual light rain fell. These raindrops, like flowing light, look like raindrops, but they are actually made of the purest spiritual energy. They can be absorbed by cultivators, but they are more likely to dissipate between heaven and earth. This also means that a great cultivator in the transformation stage has fallen, and his essence has dissipated, and then fed back to heaven and earth. At the same time as this spiritual light rain fell, there was also a special rhyme that appeared between heaven and earth. It was like the gentle chanting of a god, a low recitation. Whether it was the combined monks of the 4 sects or the disciples of the Taking Holy sect, they all had an illusion of sympathy between heaven and man, and a dark heart. It was as if the heaven and earth were crying, wailing for this great monk. This was a sad song of soul, and also a grand funeral. I heard that where a great monk fell, the spiritual energy in this area will become extremely blazing. Many plants and trees will be born with spirituality, and the possibility of becoming spirits will be greatly increased. Even a wasteland will become a treasure land with blazing spiritual energy after being baptized by these spiritual light rains. A cultivator in the God transformation stage practiced for 1 or 2,000 years, and the spiritual light that was gathered has now returned to the world again. Drawing from the world, falling in this world, and being fed back to Taking Mountain, it can be called a great fortune for all the creatures in this area. In the sky, a strong man murmured to himself, with a complicated look and 1,000 thoughts. This is the top combat power of the Kangwu realm. How can it not make people feel palpitations if it is gone just like that? Such a powerful person was blown up. It is conceivable how cruel the battle outside the boundary wall is. You know, whether it is the demon clan, the sea clan or the human race, it is very difficult for any creature to practice to the top of a realm. Even if the innate talent is extraordinary, the acquired practice also requires hard work and practice. It takes hundreds of years, or even more than 1,000 years, to have a chance to break through to the God transformation stage. The difficulty here is far beyond the imagination of the world. A holy sect has a territory of more than 1 million miles and more than hundreds of thousands of disciples. After years and thousands of years of practice, the total number of cultivators who can break through to the God transformation stage is definitely no more than 2 fingers. This difficulty is comparable to the difficulty of ascending to the sky. And now, such a high-ranking figure has fallen just like this. Silently, it makes people panic. There are natural law phenomena overflowing in the sky, mysterious and mysterious, spring flowers and autumn fruits, summer and winter rotation, and then disappear. With such an obvious Deo-rhyme phenomenon, even if one does not know his specific identity, one can guess that this ancestor is very likely from the Taking sect. This supreme being was severely injured outside the boundary wall, and his body was directly shattered by the power of the law. He was the first great cultivator of the transformation stage to fall. Ancestor. In the Taking Palace, countless disciples cried. How could one not feel grief when one of the top masters of the sect fell like this? It is conceivable how fierce this battle outside the sky was. Even their own ancestors of the transformation stage had died in the battle. The panic began to spread and sprout in the hearts of some of the disciples who were quick-witted. The bodies of the cultivators in front of the mountain gate had already filled up the ravines and filled up the valleys. The blood and energy rushed to the sky, which made people's scalps numb. My disciples of the holy sect, listen to my order, use all means to leave, and wait for the moment of a comeback. A deep shout was heard outside the boundary wall of the Kangwu realm, and a huge black and white shadow appeared. He was besieged by 2 powerful enemies and was too busy to split his attention. But he still issued a warning, wanting to bring a little hope of survival to his descendants. This battle has reached this point, and they can no longer hold on. They must find a way to leave this place as soon as possible, otherwise there is a real possibility of extinction of the inheritance. The 4 allied monks on the opposite side are really too terrifying. The 2 layers of layout inside and outside are intertwined with each other, forming a situation of trapped dragons and locked lives, which can be called a sure kill. Even if the strong men of the Taking Holy sect are arrogant and self-satisfied, they have no confidence at all that they can avoid the alliance dilemma formed by more than 30 top powers. It is really too difficult to break through these 2 lines of defense and leave this area. Want to leave? How could we let you go after paying such a price? Stay here. After this battle, there will be no Taking sect anymore. A powerful person said coldly in the void. The reason why such a top-notch power was dispatched was to destroy the sect. Now, the original goal has not been truly achieved, so naturally we can't give up halfway. All the cultivators of our 4 sects should seize the opportunity to pursue and destroy the foundation of Taking sect. For cultivators who dare to resist, no matter how high or low their cultivation is, no one will be left alive. Such cruel words made the disciples of Taking Holy sect all tremble with fear. A sense of sadness and despair surged from the bottom of their hearts. It is not terrible to sacrifice one's life for the cause, but it is terrible to have no specific goal. If we continue to persist like this, there will be no meaning except to sacrifice a group of short-lived ghosts. No, ancestor, we will fight to the death. Tonight, I was born as a member of the Holy Sect, so I should fight for the Holy Sect. A disciple of the Taking Holy Sect, sensing the panic spreading around him, shouted loudly. He was not very old, and his face was very young, definitely no more than 30 years old, and his cheeks were mixed with blood and tears. The whole person seemed to be crazy, with a strong aura all over his body, and he refused to take a step back. This is the home they have lived in for dozens or hundreds of years. Even if they leave, where can they go? They are used to practicing in the Holy Sect's treasure land. Although they know that the world outside is more vast, they can't find a place where they can settle down. Because their practice method has long been finalized, they are born with the characteristics of the natural way of the Taking sect. It is a unique practice and is incompatible with other practices. In addition, larger sects generally do not recruit unfamiliar foreign cultivators. How can a small sect catch the eyes of them, who were originally disciples of the Holy Sect? Wow! But at this moment, a shower of spiritual light fell from the sky again. The mottled light spots were scattered, extremely holy, crystal clear, like falling meteors, and stained with an indescribable Taoist rhyme. This time, the vision of the natural way was clearer and more real, as if it really existed. It was hard to tell the truth from the false. The plants and trees between heaven and earth ushered in another great fortune. Another old Taoist priest of the Taking Holy Sect fell. Ancestor. The disciples of the Taking Holy Sect were all screaming in grief, and many people couldn't help crying. Is this the curtain call? Is the Holy Sect, which was originally high and mighty, finally coming to an end at this moment? This made many young disciples start to worry, and the idea of resistance was paused. It is hard to imagine what kind of darkness they will face in the future. Without the blessing of the sect, even if they can escape, they may not live as happily as a dog that has lost its home. But if they don't escape, the consequences will probably be even more pessimistic. Whether to live or die, you have to look at other people's eyes, which is more uncomfortable than living a life worse than death. Outside the boundary wall of Kangwu realm, the figures of those strongest people entangled with each other became more fierce. More than a dozen light balls kept colliding, there were bursts of blazing light, and there were also intersections of Dao, and endless energy fluctuations spread far and wide. A strong man from the Taking Holy Sect couldn't stand this endless invasion and shouted, "Do you really have to kill them all? Ha, why did the Taking Sect fall? You know it yourself. Since you have participated in this world battle, you must have the understanding of death and disappearance of the Tao. If it were you, I'm afraid you would follow the same path as us." An old demon from the soul-refining sect had disheveled hair and looked like a dead tree, with only a skin left, stained with blood. One of the two strongest people who died just now was killed by him. Although there were other strong men to help, he was able to kill a cultivator in the spiritualization stage. It must be said that his true strength was enough to look down on the entire Kangwu realm. Weeds must be completely rooted, otherwise they will grow again in the spring breeze, so as to avoid major troubles in the future. Since we are enemies, we should not leave any troubles. A certain supreme elder in the Five Elements Temple also responded with indifference in his eyes. It seemed that no matter how many disciples died, it would not shake his state of mind. He seemed ruthless and indifferent, but in fact he had no personal feelings. They were all peak cultivators in the same realm. If it was not necessary, they did not want to push their opponents too hard. You have to know that for people of their cultivation, it is absolutely very simple to pull someone down with them before they die. The two powerful men of the Taking sect were just a little unfortunate and were besieged by several top masters at the same time. They were caught off guard and finally annihilated. Leave Kangwu realm, or cut off your own laws, and swear to join us by the heavenly Dao. Not in the future, there is no possibility of returning to the cultivation path. This is your last chance. The former headmaster of Tai sect spoke, his tone rippling in the void, creating layers of ripples, and the dark laws were as bright as light. It seemed that he was hinting at something obscurely, but it was impeccable. They and Taking Holy Sect were originally of the same origin. Although they had different ideas, they had never thought of killing them all. After all, with the strength of Taking Holy Sect, if they really wanted to destroy his Tai sect, they could have done it hundreds of years ago. How could they let them grow wantonly in the southern region? The subsequent series of suppression actions were nothing more than forcing them to turn back. This was a tacit understanding between the two sides. But at this time, there were 3 other sects in the alliance. Especially the Five Elements Temple and the Soul Refining sect. The strong men of these 2 sects were not easy to deal with. Under the guise of helping his Tai sect, they were actually trying to achieve their own goals. Even the old headmaster of Tai sect wanted to spare the lives of the strong men of Taking sect and did not want to commit such a murder, but he was powerless. Because the final decision was not on the hands of Tai sect. In an instant, the old headmaster of Tai sect was full of thoughts, wondering whether this alliance initiated by them was right or wrong. Although he had thought about cleaning up Taking sect, he would never kill all the Taking sect disciples like he did now. But now, it was too late to say anything. We can still discuss cutting off our own laws, but it is impossible to make a vow to the heavenly Dao. Once we make a vow, we will become dogs at your feet, and you will let us go and bite whoever you want. We are all old, and we don't have many years to live. We can't do the job of being dogs for others. Since you want to kill us all, let's do our best. The old headmaster of Taking Holy sect also responded at this time. How could he not know the current crisis? If he made the wrong choice, he would lose everything. The inheritance of Taking sect for nearly 10,000 years would be destroyed. But they could not accept this condition. Even if they accepted it, they could save their lives, but it would be in name only and meaningless. If they did not have specific coordinates, they would have entered the wormhole space without authorization to find the way to the true spirit realm. There was a 99% chance that they would get lost. Most of them might really leave. But the wormhole space is really too dangerous. Not only will they lose their sense of direction, but they will also be easily attacked by void creatures outside the domain. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a life or death. Generally, the lower realm cultivators who want to ascend to the true spirit realm have to go through the void summoning once 100 years and step onto the cleaned wormhole space to reach the upper realm safely. Otherwise, without the guidance of the light of the upper realm, the wormhole space is a Jedi. If they follow the advice of these guys, cut off their own laws, and swear the oath of heaven, then they will no longer be free. They were already old, and before they died, someone was still bossing them around. Who could stand this situation? Of course, there might be such people among them, but living in disgrace was definitely not the style of the old head of the Taking sect. Fight. Although we may not be defeated, you will die too. The old head of the Taking sect said indifferently. His black and white eyes were full of murderous intent. Want to destroy them? You have to use your own lives in exchange. So, the melee above the 9 heavens broke out again. This time, no one held back, and the situation was fierce. Even if they were besieged by many people, the ancestors of the Taking sect did not care. They exchanged injuries one after another. Not long after, another powerful person fell. But the dying counterattack of the old ancestor of the Taking sect also took away a top powerhouse of the Yuchen Palace. The spiritual light rain in the sky was even brighter than the stars for a while. The light spots were so densely packed that they were brighter than gold and dyed the entire sky. Chapter 429, Die Without Regrets, Final Blow, Escape. The old Taoist priests of the Taking Holy sect are dying out. Everyone, follow me and kill them. The sad mood lasted only for a short while, and then some monks woke up from the shock. They were basically monks who wanted to fish in troubled waters. The selfish desires in the hearts of this group of people were extremely strong. Although they felt the mood of the common sorrow of heaven and earth, the greed in their minds was more prominent. They were originally a group of opportunistic robbers. Although they were in harmony with heaven and man, their minds were affected by the falling of the spiritual rain. But this effect was very short-lived. Such a great opportunity should not be missed, and we should seize the victory and pursue it. In this regard, this group of people was even more tyrannical than the monks of the 4 alliances. For the sake of resources and interests, they dared to wave their butcher knives at anyone who blocked their way. As a result, the disciples of the Taking Holy sect did not have time to feel sad for too long, and were dragged into the battle again. The conflict broke out suddenly, and the Taking Palace gradually became a place of chaos. At this time, although the Taking Holy sect was united, all the factions in the sect had unprecedented unity to jointly resist the foreign enemies. However, there were too many powerful enemies coming to invade. Moreover, almost all of them were very terrible opponents, which caused the disciples of the Taking Holy sect to suffer huge casualties. Even the ancestors of the transformation stage above the 9 heavens were attacked and killed by the strongest people of other sects in this decisive battle. The balance of this war gradually tilted towards the outside and was about to collapse. Disciples of the holy sect, listen to the order, try to find a way to escape first, and wait for a comeback in the future. Looking at the whistling sounds outside the palace, the ears of the disciples of the Taking Palace at this time came from the ears of a top figure, who deliberately warned. It seems that they, the Taking sect, can't survive this killing. The plan now is to find a way to evacuate first and preserve the fire of inheritance. In order to avoid being slaughtered, that would be the real demise. Ancestor. No. If you want to leave, go ahead. I will fight to the death. Kill all these invaders. The name of our holy sect cannot be tainted. A disciple yelled, his face was ferocious, his expression was distorted, and his momentum was rising. After hearing the message from their elders, some disciples suddenly had strange thoughts, their eyes kept surging, and they were obviously thinking about how to escape safely. And more disciples stared at the outside with fierce faces, their blood was surging, ready to fight to the death. The holy sect is their home for survival. Now that there are foreign thieves in their home, they naturally want to drive them out. Even if they have to sacrifice their lives for this, they will not hesitate. At this moment, they seem to have completely forgotten life and death. But the enemy outside is really too powerful, even though the total number of his holy sect disciples is much larger than that of the other side. But this time, the monks who came to attack the Taking Holy Sect are basically the elites of the Four Sects Alliance. And many monks are invincible geniuses like Luo Yan. Facing such an opponent, even if there were more ordinary disciples of the Taking Holy Sect, they could not stop them from moving forward. There was a big difference between the two sides in terms of the core elite disciples, and this was the truth of why the Taking sect could not defeat the other side. When the disaster is coming, you have time to quarrel here. What a bunch of trash. Disciples of the human law and earth lineage, listen to my order, follow me to kill. If you can break through successfully, you will have a chance to make a comeback. Just as the endless quarrels came from the Taking Palace, a cold snort suddenly exploded in everyone's ears. A red sun rose, shining brightly, making it difficult to open your eyes. This is a Taoist with a calm tone, even with a hint of vicissitudes, but a very young face. His whole body was glowing, wearing a colorful glazed black robe, shining all around, reflecting the bright Taking Palace, which looked particularly dazzling. He was a Taoist of the older generation, with unparalleled strength and a high level of cultivation. He was once the most brilliant hero. Although many years have passed, it seems that time has not left any traces on his face. He is still as young as he was. Next to the young Taoist, there are also two old Taoists from the Earth Law of Heaven and Heaven Law of Dao lineages. Behind the three of them, there are 4 or 5 Xianjiao level figures wearing colorful black robes. Behind them, there is the younger generation of Taoists headed by Qinhuizi. 3 generations have passed down their strength from the nascent soul stage, the golden core stage to the foundation establishment stage. Every Taoist wearing a colorful black robe, even if he does not have the title of Taoist, is a Xianjiao among Xianjiao. He is an invincible person among the outstanding people. At the end, there are many core disciples wearing colorful black robes. A rough calculation shows that there are nearly 100 people. This is the true foundation of Taking sect as a holy sect. After this separation, I don't know what the future holds. I hope you fellow disciples will take care of yourselves. If you can't defeat them, go find the people of Tai sect and surrender. I believe that they will not make things too difficult for you because they share the same roots as us. Finally, no matter who wins or loses, I hope everyone can survive. Only by staying alive can you have a chance to make a comeback. An old Taoist spoke up. He was a true old generation genius, with few rivals. He almost got a place to ascend. Unfortunately, he was besieged by many powerful enemies in the end, so that he missed a great opportunity. But it is undeniable that he is powerful. Fight, whether you go or stay, you have to fight first. Several old Taoists looked at each other, and then led the genius-level figures behind them, each choosing a direction and starting to walk out. Hundreds of geniuses quickly split into 4 groups, and then rushed out with murderous intent to kill. An old Taoist opened his mouth and spit out a stream of light. This was a magic sword, only the size of a palm, shining brightly, and turned into divine light to chop outside the palace. This sword looks small, but in fact it grows in the wind, shining all over, and is indestructible. With one sword, he cut those monks who rushed into the taking palace. The cultivators of the 4 allied sects within a few miles ahead all turned into blood rain and fell. Dang! Sensing that a powerful person had appeared in this direction, the 4 allied cultivators in the sky also flew down and took the initiative to meet him. Since ancient times, it has always been kings against kings, generals against generals, and Yuanying stage cultivators fighting against strong people of the same realm. This is not because they don't understand the way of conspiracy and calculation, but both sides are consciously training the younger generation of disciples in this way. Otherwise, in a battle like today, there wouldn't be so many low and middle-level cultivators. If only one extra supreme elder took action, the foundation of the entire taking holy sect would be completely destroyed. But in this way, it would be against a bottom line recognized by the cultivation world. Let alone whether the killing would have a great impact on the subsequent cultivation of this great cultivator. Just because there is no bottom line, the family and sect to which this great cultivator belongs will not last long. Because other forces and sects will also carry out inhumane mass extermination of your sect. Of course, the magic cultivators are an exception. The reason why the magic cultivators are magic is that they do not care about the means and consequences in order to achieve their goals. Such behavior is obviously inappropriate for a famous sects such as the 5 Elements Temple and the Taiyi sect. If they are not forced to do so, they still need to abide by certain unspoken rules. Although the soul refining sect also belongs to the magic path, there are 3 other sects participating in the siege of the taking holy sect. Therefore, means that do not care about all consequences will not be openly allowed to be used. This is a necessary condition. Kill them. The old generation of the taking sect Taoist, entangled by the top masters of the 4 sects, was still fearless in the sky. He opened his mouth again and spurted out a piece of essence, which sank into the magic sword full of brilliance. For a moment, the light on the magic sword became brighter, like a gorgeous galaxy hanging upside down. The colorful black-robed Taoist of the Mesozoic era once again led the team to rush out. This time, the elders of the 4 sects in the Jinden period came forward to intercept them. The boundaries were orderly and the levels were clear. Kill! Inside and outside the taking palace, shouts and killing shook the sky. There were figures fighting in all directions, and everyone was fighting. The taking mountain, which was originally green and lush with spiritual energy, was now full of enemy traces, and there were countless corpses. The blood dyed every inch of the mountain and forest red. Whether it was the allied monks of the 4 sects or the people of the taking sect, all of them were bloodshot. This holy land in the past was really a battle in all directions, and shouts of killing were everywhere. It can be called a purgatory on earth, and it is not an exaggeration. Brother Deo, I didn't expect that we would meet again so soon. It's just that the occasion of this meeting seems a bit noisy. Luo Yan, wearing a crane-faced mask, stood in front, and standing opposite him was a young man wearing a colorful black robe. At this time, the face of this young man with a faint smile was mixed with a little complexity. As early as in the yin-yang secret realm, King Wheezy guessed that this crane-faced Taoist could never be a member of Taiyi sect. Because a shallow pond of water cannot raise the descendants of a dragon, this is common sense. Meeting again today has confirmed his guess. If it is from the 5 Elements Temple, a super sect that has been passed down for thousands of years, then it makes sense. Only such a sect can give birth to such a powerful disciple. Yes, things in the world are impermanent. If it weren't for the sect, we might be able to become like-minded friends. The word Brother Deo made both of them sigh. Luo Yan stared, and finally there was a trace of emotion in his indifferent eyes. Seriously speaking, he had no feelings about this war to destroy the sect. But as a member of the law enforcement hall, facing the orders of the top leaders, he couldn't openly disobey and keep himself out of it. Otherwise, he would be suppressed. That would be bad for Luo Yan's future practice. As for this war, it doesn't matter whether it is the top leaders of the 5 Elements Temple for their own selfish desires or the future strategy of the sect. Because in this kind of thing, there is no right or wrong, no justice or evil. The same is true for the people of the taking holy sect. There is no right or wrong on both sides, it's just that they stand at different angles and take different opposition measures. Therefore, although Luo Yan didn't feel anything in his heart about this tragic attack, he didn't have too much reluctance. After all, it was a melee among several sects, and many people would die, which is also normal. Luo Yan knew very well what position he should be in at this time. Sympathize emotionally, but be indifferent rationally. I am not talented, but I was confident that I could break out of the encirclement. But I never thought that I would meet you here. A bitter look appeared on King Wheezy's face, and some suffocation was condensing. If the person blocking the road was another genius of the same generation, he believed that even if he was defeated, as long as he paid a certain price, he would still have a great chance of breaking out of the encirclement. But the person blocking the road was this mysterious guy who had dealt with him several times. He was dressed in green and wore a crane mask, as if nothing existed. It was because of several contacts that King Wheezy knew more about this guy, who was stronger than his peers. To be honest, the crane-faced Taoist opposite him had a huge gap in strength with the geniuses of the same generation. King Wheezy had a deep understanding of this in the yin-yang secret realm yesterday. But as a disciple of the holy sect, I have never thought of giving up. If I can die in the hands of Brother Dao, I will have no regrets. Soon, King Wheezy's face changed to a relaxed and indifferent look. He once again turned into that calm and slightly arrogant young man. Brother Dao, be careful. King Wheezy stretched out one hand with a smile on his lips, full of the noble air of a disciple of a large sect. Boom! Luo Yan lowered his eyes and said no more. He directly summoned a thundercloud with lightning roaring inside, which was extremely dazzling. Thick lightning bolts kept striking towards the opposite direction. At this time, King Wheezy also looked forward with a solemn face. His palms gradually drew two patterns, one black and one white, like the Tai Chi yin and yang diagram intertwined. Strands of talisman light were blazing, and the infinite rays of light imprinted on the sky. The black and white air cut through the void, and collided with a thundercloud. Chi-la, after the two powerful Dao lights were deadlocked for a moment, the boundless lightning finally prevailed. Z. The falling lightning fell like a mountain, and hot like raindrops, splitting King Wheezy away, and his clean and tidy colorful black robe was split black. Facing the strength of the crane-faced Taoist, King Wheezy still couldn't defeat him. This time, the two of them directly collided one-on-one, and it didn't take too long to decide the winner. This is very telling. The difference in strength between them is like a chasm. Ahem. Being defeated by Brother Dao and dying in your hands does not bury my identity as a Taoist. King Wheezy coughed out a large mouthful of blood. His body was shaky, but he stood up with all his strength. King Wheezy looked at the corpses lying all around him, and the sect halls affected by the magical powers, and a trace of bitterness flashed in his eyes. Is our great Zhongzhou Saint sect gone just like that? Chapter 430, The Last Ancestor, The Ultimate Sublimation. As a holy sect, taking sect has a mighty influence over millions of miles of territory in Zhongzhou. Wherever it passes, its orders are obeyed. This is the peak and the most prosperous thing. But now it has been besieged by multiple sects and has fallen into the tragedy of extinction. King Wheezy's heart is full of mixed feelings and excitement. He has practiced in taking palace for nearly 40 years, from an ignorant child who is not familiar with the world to the current high and mighty Taoist of the holy sect. Even though he has extraordinary talent, he has suffered a lot along the way. There is a clear gap between ordinary disciples, outer disciples, inner disciples, core disciples, and even direct Taoist disciples. But King Wheezy became stronger through hard practice, and finally defeated all challengers and won the position of Taoist. He should have been high-spirited and overwhelmed the entire holy sect. But today, in a battle of the same level, King Wheezy was defeated, and the defeat was without suspense, and his heart was dead. He slowly closed his eyes with a little sadness and a little nostalgia for everything in the holy sect. At the last moment of his life, he was calm and composed, no longer struggling, and willingly went to die. To die at the hands of this Taoist brother, with whom he had once been an ally, was worthy of his status as a Taoist. With a boom, the thundercloud once again dropped a thick silver snake, which struck straight down, splitting the place where King Wheezy was standing into a deep pit. King Wheezy's figure also disappeared without a trace under this lightning, as if he was split into powder in an instant. Seeing this, the figures around were all shocked and moved away from the area. Luo Yan himself, after the thundercloud dissipated, slowly walked over. He paced lightly, passing on a ray of vitality, and then left the area. It's clear now. A low murmur floated with the wind and finally dispersed in the wind. I curse that you will also be held accountable in the future. A roar was heard from outside the boundary wall of Kangwu realm. It was hoarse and resounding through the sky, surrounded by the rhythm of Taoism, and the rosy clouds dyed half of the sky. Why do you have to struggle so fearlessly? We will send you on your way. There was a powerful person who was extremely indifferent, with a cold and murderous look in his eyes. Bang! Above the 9 heavens, a large number of light rains broke out, and another old Taoist priest of taking holy sect was blown up and appeared in the world. His body and soul were destroyed. The heaven and earth felt it, and sent down many natural phenomena, as if it was a kind of mercy. The boundless light rain fell, colorful. Instantly, the whole sky changed color. Junior brother Luo Yan. A roar resounded through the sky and the earth. Seeing this, the old head of taking holy sect went crazy. The boundless Luo Yan was turbulent, emitting chaotic sword rays of yin and yang colors. Countless meteorites were crushed into dust in an instant. Outside the boundary wall, a circle of invisible ripples spread rapidly. Bang! 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 A series of explosions rolled up waves, and the void was filled with invisible ripples, as if the entire outer world was shaking. The strongest man from the 4 allied factions was injured in this attack, bleeding from his mouth, and his body was almost cut off. This man was injured just by being affected by the yin and yang qi. But there were more strong men around, and a large area of Dao domain laws was shot out to resist this shocking divine power. If you don't bow to us, you will all die. Although the strongest man was severely injured, the light in his eyes became stronger and stronger, as if he didn't care about his own injuries at all. He opened his mouth and inhaled, and a blazing life essence entered his mouth. The horrifying wounds that were so deep that the bones could be seen were also restored to a certain extent and became less terrifying. Come and die. The old head of the taking holy sect turned a deaf ear to him, with disheveled hair. Although he was extremely angry, he was rational. He wanted to take advantage of the other party's serious injuries and then forcibly cut him off. But the 4 strong men gathered around him would not sit idly by. They all took action and hit the Dao Law in pieces. Although the old head's strength was amazing, everyone present was not a mediocre hand. So these chaotic yin and yang sword beams were still blocked. After all, those who can cultivate to their level were all the best among their peers when they were young. In addition, the once-a-century Dao contest has long wiped out those truly invincible heroes. Therefore, few cultivators who still stay in the Kangwu realm can fight across levels. To a certain extent, it is not surprising that there is a gap in the strength level. If there were no such heaven-defying monster talent, the gap between geniuses would not be so big that it could not be made up. Especially when it comes to the realm of the spiritualization stage, the gap between each great cultivator will be infinitely small. Because the creatures in the Kangwu realm have a limit to their highest cultivation limit, Dao rules and domains, etc. Therefore, the top monsters who can fight across levels, such talented disciples, will basically choose to leave this world as long as the time is right. The pond of the Kangwu realm is really too small, and it is difficult to raise the heir of the true dragon. The vast stage of the true spirit realm is where these top monsters shine. Otherwise, the Dao struggle once every 100 years would not seem so fierce. Some people would rather seal their own cultivation and fight for a chance to go to the upper realm after more than half of their lifespan has passed. It seems that only when you die, those behind you will give up resistance. The strongest of the 4 sects whispered. His tone was cold, his eyes were extremely cold, and his killing intent was like waves, clanging. Behind the old headmaster of the taking holy sect, there were 6 or 7 great ancestors with deep auras. However, their fighting spirit at this time was not as strong as that of the old headmaster. Although they were also resisting with all their strength, each move was no longer so sharp and seemed to have some flaws. Such an action naturally could not be hidden from the old foxes present. Everyone knew what this meant. It was just that because the old headmaster was still alive, these people still had concerns. If you want the old Taoist to die, at least several of you will have to come down and be buried with me. The old headmaster of the taking holy sect shouted lightly, with cold eyes, looking at the strongest man who had just killed his junior brother, as if looking at a dead person. Even if he was in a lot of trouble, he was still fearless. And he was thinking about how to kill that person and then avenge his junior brother. At this time, the old headmaster's expression gradually calmed down. He looked at the bottom of the taking palace, looking at the ancient palace wall destroyed in the war, and his mind was mixed. He has lived in this holy land for more than 2,000 years, and is familiar with every blade of grass, every mountain and every stone here. But now, he may have to spend the rest of his life here. As the old master of taking holy sect, he knows very well that almost all of his fellow disciples who have always wanted to fight are dead. The remaining few, although they seem to be still resisting, are just deliberately choosing to linger there because of his former master's status. Everything is performed for him. Once he dies, those people will accept such harsh conditions, because only in this way can they save their lives. The old master did not rebuke this result. He could not ask others to sacrifice their lives for the sect with him. But in his heart, there is a huge hatred that he wants to vent. For those younger generations, and for the holy sect. Seeing that so many fellow disciples have died, and the threatening eyes of the 4 allied strongmen around him, the old master's face is gloomy. According to the current situation, he is unlikely to escape. In this case, since you want to destroy my sect's heritage, I will satisfy your wishes. Use the yin and yang energies to refine my body. Use the way of extinction to transform the sword and integrate my mind. Slay the soul and slash the sun, and return all things to the ruins. The old master's spirit began to burn, and his aura began to rise rapidly. In just a short moment, he showed a power beyond this realm. His eyes were clear, his hair was disheveled, and he was as strong as a madman. His aura rushed to the sky, and the stars outside the domain were stirred, and then exploded continuously. With a clang sound of the sword, it was like the beginning of the world. The power of the yin and yang energies was unparalleled, and the sword light pierced through the void, and the world trembled. In this state, the old master of taking sect only used one sword to kill the strongest man who slaughtered his junior brother who was hiding behind the crowd. Suddenly, spiritual light reigned again between heaven and earth. No one expected that the old master of taking sect, who was also a great cultivator in the spiritualization stage, actually possessed such a terrifying strength. The gorgeous spiritual light raindrops, like the rays of light pouring down, intoxicated people. Don't entangle with him, avoid getting hurt. The old guy's current state can't last long, just stare at him. After the extreme glory, it will be his death. A powerful person frowned and dodged quickly. The murderous aura of the sword light was too heavy. If you resist it, you are likely to get hurt. Wow! The old master himself knew this best. He controlled the sword with his mind, his face gradually became ferocious, and he even let out a low roar. This way of burning his spirit and energy made him feel very painful, but the power in his body was also extremely strong. This is infinitely close to the perfection of this realm, touching the deeper ultimate mystery. Unfortunately, the price to get this kind of power is too high. So big that he needed to bet everything he had. Kill! The old headmaster of the taking holy sect shouted, with hatred in his heart, sadness in his hatred, and hurt in his sadness. Therefore, this sword also contained infinite murderous aura, making it impossible for people to face the front. With a sound of clang, the boundary barrier of the Kangwu realm was cut open. The old headmaster was like an ancient fierce god, constantly slashing at these 4 sect masters. There was a shocking sword energy bursting out from the sky, emitting endless energy light. Seeing that they could not avoid it, the cultivators formed groups of 2, and the power of the Daola domain intertwined, colliding with these sword lights in the most brutal manner. They wanted to offset the sword light of heaven and earth in this way. Instantly, it emitted a dazzling and immeasurable light. At this moment, it seemed that the entire Kangwu realm could feel this amazing fluctuation. Unfortunately, even with the combined power of the cultivators, they still could not stop the sword energy. Puff! Blood splattered, a terrifying murderous intent swept through, and a blood mist exploded under the starry sky. Not long after, the blood mist dissipated and turned into the purest essence of heaven and earth. Under the 9 heavens, spiritual light rain began to fall again. In a moment, another powerful person fell. Everyone was shocked. The old master of taking sect was really strong and fierce. Although he was besieged, after a fierce battle, he actually killed a great cultivator in the god transformation stage in full view of the public. The great ancestors of the 4 sects alliance did not have the means to fight against him. It's just that the price of burning the spirit is too high. This is the last resort of voluntary martyrdom. With the current situation on the field, the 4 sects alliance has almost won the victory. Therefore, they are unwilling to pay the price of this life-threatening blow. So, all the cultivators can only watch this old man, in the last moments of his life, continue to commit violence. The great elders of Tai sect and Yuchen Palace were very surprised and gradually retreated, wanting the great elders of the other 2 sects to take over. Because the strength of the old master of taking holy sect was beyond their expectations and too terrifying. Several of them joined forces, but still could not stop the sword light. It even killed another person. With your current state, you can only hold on for 15 breaths at most. Just keep bursting out. I want to see how many people you can kill. A certain ancestor of the five elements temple said. His eyes were the sun and the moon, his body was the stars, and he held a gray iron sword in his hand, which looked inconspicuous. But it was such a person who could face the terrifying sword light calmly. Even when facing the old master of taking holy sect who sacrificed his soul, he remained motionless without any fear. As a true practitioner of the sword, it was impossible for him to be killed by a mere sword light. On the other hand, there were several ancestors of the five elements temple who had already retreated to a very far distance. Although they were from the same sect and were top cultivators, there was a gap in their strength. Hey, at this time, the blood demon ancestor of the soul refining sect also laughed strangely, gathering boundless blood and energy, and never gave up. Although the power of this magical power was terrifying, it could not hurt him who had melted himself into the sea of blood. At most, it would evaporate some blood and energy, and he could replenish it at any time in the future. Therefore, the blood demon ancestor was naturally not afraid. Clang. The old head of the taking holy sect said nothing, and once again launched the forbidden sword technique. The void clanged and rang, and directly slashed at everyone behind. This attack was more fierce and domineering than the previous sword light. After the void was cut open, his sword intent was at its peak, and for a moment, it was completely unable to heal automatically. The sword energy as vast as the stars came, attracting the cultivators in the back to attack one after another. Each of them showed their sharp edges, and the shocking collision sound exploded again. The old headmaster hid in the sword light, looking for that faint inspiration, closing his eyes tightly, sensing carefully, and then suddenly opened them. With a puff, a great ancestor of Yuchan Palace screamed, and his body was cut in half. Someone asked if there can be more chapters during the Chinese New Year. Of course I can. I will see if I can write 6,000 words in the next chapter, or write 2 chapters. In addition, I would like to ask for some monthly tickets from fellow Taoists. Thank you. Chapter 431. The war is over, and there are gods hidden everywhere. What you see is Bao Guang Huishan. Although the body of the great monk has been destroyed, his soul has long been solidified. In a sense, this is his second life. So the great ancestor of Yuchan Palace abandoned his body, and his soul jumped out, trying to perform the art of moving through the void. Unfortunately, he was caught by the old head of the taking holy sect with the world as a cage, and then directly converted. The cultivators were shocked. In just 9 breaths, he killed another cultivator of the same realm. The real strength shown by the old head of the taking holy sect was really too terrifying. It was terrifying. However, this was the end. Because at this time, the old head of the taking holy sect had begun to tear his body apart, showing signs of martyrdom. There were only 6 breaths left. In 6 breaths, it was impossible to kill another great cultivator of the spiritualization stage. Thinking of this, the cultivators breathed a sigh of relief. Sure enough, no one who could become the head of a holy sect was mediocre. His real combat power was really too terrifying, and he could be said to be invincible in this small world. Although this was the state after using the forbidden technique. Since I am your former headmaster, I will naturally make the last effort for you. My taking sect inherited the true cultivation from the upper realm and has been glorious in the Kangwu world for nearly 10,000 years. Naturally, we cannot decline like this. The body of the old headmaster has gradually begun to wither. In a few moments, he will be martyred between heaven and earth. But at this time, his eyes are very clear. Suddenly he looks down at the taking palace below, where there are shouts and screams. The old headmaster condensed the sword with his ki, and then suddenly teleported to the bottom. The sword light burst and slashed into the void, directly slashing a huge space crack. It was like a vast abyss, with a dark mouth, as if it wanted to swallow the whole world. All my disciples of the holy sect, escape from here as soon as possible. I can only support you for 5 breaths. Although the old headmaster said so, the actual time he could support was far more than a few breaths. Because the few breaths they mention refer to the few breaths after the extreme glory. If the magnificent power in the body is not released, it can naturally last a little longer. However, this is the end. Because once the taboo technique is performed, it is difficult to stop. The old master will not have much time left before his final martyrdom. What? At this moment, all the taking sect disciples who heard this were shocked and trembled. Many disciples with low strength and no hope of breaking through were even ready to die in battle. But now there is a third possibility. How can they not be surprised? They reacted quickly, and one after another, like a stream of light, rushed into the space crack and disappeared. There were strong men from the 4 allied sects who wanted to rush out to stop them, but a ray of sword energy fell silently and shattered his magic weapon directly. If he took another step forward, he would be completely cut off. Such a terrifying sword light scared him so much that he retreated again and again, and his whole body was covered with cold sweat. So he could only watch the remaining taking sect disciples enter the crack of nothingness. No one dared to step forward to stop them. All the cultivators on Mount Taking were frightened by the sudden appearance of the old master, and they all felt a sense of fear in their hearts. What a terrifying person this person must be. Just standing there, without doing anything, the boundless sword energy filled the entire Taking Palace. It was clearly a battle between the younger generation, but suddenly a god-transforming ancestor rushed out. How could this not terrify everyone? They were afraid that if they were not careful, they would be killed by this god-transforming great cultivator. Ancestor. An elder of the Taking Holy Sect recognized the former old master, and his voice was trembling, and his eyes were full of surprise. Because it was the appearance of this old master that gave them hope of rebirth again, which was really shocking. Ancestor, kill them. The disciples of the 3 veins of my holy sect are almost all dead. A disciple of the Taking Holy Sect stood in front of the crack of nothingness, with tears on his face, shouting at the top of his lungs, and hatred surging. Those shouts, mixed with unspeakable grief, spread far away and could be felt. As soon as these words came out, the faces of all the cultivators outside changed. Some of the timid ones were so scared that they fled without looking back. They wanted to stay away from this place. Because if a being of this realm attacked them, I'm afraid that everyone within a radius of 20 miles would be killed. Don't let them escape, you must kill them. Master, uncle, and more than a dozen junior brothers and sisters are all dead. More Taking Sect disciples cried. Such desperate and sad words made the old headmaster of Taking Holy Sect feel heartbroken. These are all his younger disciples, but now they have fallen here. Unfortunately, the old headmaster didn't have much time left at this time. He didn't respond, and he didn't have time to say more. He just flicked his sleeves lightly. This group of Taking Sect disciples all sank into the space crack and disappeared. As a great cultivator of the spiritualization stage, the old headmaster certainly has the ability to slash an irresistible sword at the younger generations outside. But in this case, let's not talk about whether the group of powerful people in the sky will fly down to intercept them with all their strength. But one thing is certain, they will never be indifferent to him splitting the space channel like they are now. Once the old master takes the lead in breaking the rules, the remaining seedlings of Taking Sect will really be gone. The old master will not make this deal to exchange the lives of a group of meaningless young people from the 4 sects for the future inheritance of Taking Sect. Live well and don't think about revenge. The mission of the Holy Sect has ended in our generation. Where you live, the future Taking Sect will be reborn there. The name of the Holy Sect can be lost, but the inheritance of our sect will last forever. It's just that you and others in the future will no longer have old guys like us to protect you, so you must restrain your temperament. I hope you can all live well. The old master said. His voice was not loud, but it swept the sky. His tone contained many emotions, including loneliness, fatigue, desolation, sadness, and a glimmer of hope. These few short words contain too much. This is the last heartfelt words of an old master, which is very touching. The disciples of Taking Sect who had entered the space channel were all deeply touched, with tears in their eyes, as if they saw the hope for the future. They also guessed the ending of this great ancestor, and they all sobbed silently. Buzz! In an instant, this void channel healed. No one knew which domain it led to, and no one knew where the end was. It was just a stream of light, swinging in the void, and then suddenly exploded, and then disappeared. The old headmaster looked at the sky, and there were nearly 20 figures standing in the void, just watching quietly. Everyone was extremely strong, so strong that it was suffocating. This was a force so strong that people could not think of resisting. As expected of the leader of a sect, he is really magnanimous. When he was dying, he was still thinking about the younger generation in the sect. Such a love for his children is admirable. A powerful person laughed, but his eyes were extremely cold. It was just a group of juniors from the sect. If the other party wanted to escape, they would let them escape. This made no sense. Because if a force wants to develop, it is far from being able to do it with hundreds or thousands of people. In addition, This old guy has burned his own spirit, and his strength has soared significantly. This blood-burning secret technique, depending on the amount of flesh and soul sacrificed, can gain several times, or even more than 10 times the combat power. They also know this secret technique, but they rarely use it. Because the cost of using this kind of treasure technique is really too high. If it is just burning some blood, it will not hurt your own origin, and you can find a way to make up for it later. But once the soul is burned, although it can also gain a higher potential burst, the consequences are almost irreparable. For this little thing, it is not worth it to track the opponent's near-death attack. Because they also saw the outburst of this old master, regardless of it, there are really few people who can block the sword light of yin and yang. It is better to just watch. Anyway, the purpose of this trip has been achieved. At most, after this battle, send disciples from the sect to chase and kill. However, this is also because the old master did not attack the younger generation of his own sect. They are indifferent. Otherwise, even if the old guy sacrificed himself, they would immediately explode and destroy the entire space channel. Although the younger generation who came to participate in the battle are only a part of the sect's cultivators, not all of them. But the bottom line still needs to be observed. After all, the Kangwu realm is their foundation. If they take the lead in ignoring the unspoken rules, the outside world will also treat them like this. This is not good for future sect confrontations. Alice, the time of the old Taoist is up. This battle, I was careless in the holy sect. The old master sighed lightly. He looked at his physical body, which was disintegrating inch by inch, and his consciousness began to become dull. He knew that everything should end. To be honest, if it weren't for the comfort and tranquility of these years, the taking sect would have let down its guard. The cultivators of the 4 allied sects would never be able to break into his holy sect's territory so easily. If they could be more careful and have dealt with other holy sects in advance, then there would be more large forces coming to support this time. It is impossible to be resisted so easily. If in this short moment, many possibilities flashed through the mind of the old head of the taking holy sect. Despair, unwillingness, unbelievability. With a light sound, the figure of the old head completely dissipated between heaven and earth. It broke like a bubble, without raising a trace of dust, just shattered so lightly. This time, no strange phenomenon occurred, because the old head sacrificed everything he had. Therefore, the laws of the Great Way could not sense it, and it could not bring down the spiritual light rain that mourned the world. Everything was silent. Go to the Sutra Pavilion and grab the scripture inheritance. As the people of the taking holy sect evacuated, the former old head was martyred, and a cry of surprise rang out. One by one, the foreign figures like spiritual locusts rushed madly into the taking palace. The momentum was like a rainbow, and the speed was like light. On this trip, they would not hesitate to sacrifice their lives to help destroy the disciples of the taking holy sect. They paid such a high price just to get a rich reward at this moment. Naturally, they could not delay time. After all, this is the foundation of a holy sect. Just thinking about it makes people feel short of breath and trembling. Many monks from the 4 allied sects also reacted quickly and kept escaping inside. In this sect war, they also sacrificed their lives and used this as a bet to get the final result. So the things inside should have a share for them. At this moment, even if there are sect rules, it is not good to restrict them too much. Because the disciples of several other sects are all vying for it, they can't let them fall behind, right? However, the powerful high-level monks naturally stared at the relics of the taking holy sect and waved their hands to sweep away a piece of treasures with a glowing treasure. There are magic tools, elixirs, formation diagrams, spiritual medicines, scriptures and treasures, etc. It can be said to have everything. Even though the people of the taking holy sect took away the most core part, the remaining treasures were still huge. The weak foundation building cultivators could not compete with these senior cultivators, so they did not dare to step into the taking palace. After all, the people who went in at this time were basically elders from various sects, masters from outside, etc. These little cultivators did not have the courage to compete with these high-level cultivators for treasures. However, it was not the relics in the taking palace that were the most attractive. This taking mountain range was full of treasures. Because too many people died in this battle, whether it was the monks of the 4 sects, the outsiders who fished in troubled waters, or the disciples of the taking holy sect, etc. Although the corpses were everywhere, this also led to countless magic tools in this mountain range, and storage bags were everywhere. Picking up a few storage bags casually would make a fortune. Whether it was spiritual stones, magic tools, elixirs, etc., there was everything you could think of. Damn it, I saw it first. Someone saw a magical weapon with flowing light and was about to pick it up, but it was swept away by a rainbow light. The magical weapon disappeared in an instant, so he started to curse. After cursing for a few words, the man rushed towards another magical weapon that fell to the ground. Although they were fighting for it, there was no conflict. Because there were too many storage bags dropped in the mountains. It seemed that there was no way to pick up all the treasures. Naturally, there would be no fighting. After all, everyone had a share and could eat their fill. At this moment, it seemed that everyone present was caught in a morbid carnival. The rich bloody aura that permeated the surroundings not only did not dispel the purpose of making a fortune, but made them more and more excited. Because there were really too many corpses around, so many that they were too busy. Luo Yan, standing in the air, looked at the figures digging for corpses everywhere, which made him feel a strange sense of disobedience. It seemed that human nature should be like this. Whether it was the people of Taiyi sect, Yuchen Palace, Lianhan sect, or those outsiders, everyone was picking up the magic tools and storage bags that fell on the ground. Luo Yan even saw the figures of many supervisors, who no longer cared about the lofty reputation of geniuses, and were busy in the mountains and forests. With so many corpses, it is very likely that they can gather a few storage bags at random. After all, no one will have too many spiritual stones as the cultivation resources for the next realm. Luo Yan looked around and did not run to pick up the magic tools and storage bags on the corpses like this group of people. He walked to the place where he had fought with King Weezy before, then shot out a spiritual light, and used the evil sealing magic array to suppress a figure in the soil. Afterwards, Luo Yan left taking mountain and returned to the sect through the teleportation channel not far away. He was naturally not interested in the next finishing work. So there was no point in staying here any longer. This battle lasted for a whole day and finally came to an end. The destruction of the Taking Holy sect, with only a few remnants escaping, has greatly benefited the cultivators of the Four Sects Alliance. The sudden demise of the Yifen Holy sect has caused a great uproar in the outside world, and all 5 regions are shocked. This is a major event comparable to breaking the sky, and the entire Kangwu world is shocked by it. Many major forces have become alert and began to unite with the good sects. That was a dignified Yifen Holy sect, which has been passed down for nearly 10,000 years, but was destroyed overnight. How can this not shock people? Is the catastrophe coming again? An old man from a long-standing sect muttered to himself. It is said that a shocking war broke out in the Kangwu world 10,000 years ago. However, the top participants at that time were true cultivators who came down from the upper realm. Many people died in that battle, and many sects were also destroyed at that time. It is rumored that at that time, almost 30% of the cultivators in the entire Kangwu world died. As you can imagine, this is a terrifying number. Now that another saint sect has been destroyed, it inevitably reminds people of that long ago era. A saint sect was destroyed silently like this. Will this be a sign of chaos in the world? Perhaps, that day is not far away. Whether it is the sects in Hongzhou or the major sects in the outer domains, all the major forces with a long heritage feel uneasy. Because they know the horror of a saint sect the most, but even so, the Taking Saint sect was reduced to ruins in just one day. How can they not be afraid? If their own sect is also targeted in this way, how can they resist? You must know that the name of a saint sect is not so easy to obtain. At least the number of great monks in the sect who have reached the state of transformation must exceed a certain number, and there must be successors, and the inheritance will not be easily broken. Only then can it be qualified to be called a holy place. In the past 10,000 years, although many large forces have been wiped out and removed from the Kangwu world. But this is the first time that the Saint sect has been forcibly destroyed. After such news came out, the monsters in the depths of the wilderness, the sea dragons in the sea, and so on all felt anxious and violent. Everyone could guess that from now on, Kangwu realm would never be peaceful again. Perhaps the real chaotic world would begin from this. From this moment on, many large sects became more and more insecure. They began to regard the cultivators of the 4 allied sects as the biggest imaginary enemy, and then contacted the surrounding sects to achieve an offensive and defensive alliance. After all, it only took one day to destroy the Fangsheng sect. With a precedent in front, no one would not worry whether their sect would become the next one. It is hard to imagine that a top sect like taking Shangzhuang, which has the inheritance of the upper realm, would actually be destroyed. Sure enough, no matter how glorious and prosperous the sect is, it will eventually decline and reach the end of the day. An old monk from the foreign sect sighed. He could feel that there was a feeling of storm coming. The sky of Kangwu realm was about to be in chaos. Don't you see which forces are attacking this time? Wanzai sect 5 elements temple, Taiyi sect, Yuchen palace and other large forces are attacking together. It can be said that more than half of the human forces in the entire southern region have been dispatched. Add to that a blessing of the demon sect in the western region. Such a large force is integrated together to invade a sect. Who can resist it? Even the holy sect can't do it. There are also old monks who speak out with a hint of fear in their tone. Because it is hard for him to imagine that if these many major forces attack his own sect, the ending is frightening and numbing. The destruction of the taking holy sect has a great impact, and the inside story is worth everyone's reflection. Because someone had seen with their own eyes that the holy sect forces and large sects that were friendly with the taking sect came from thousands of miles away to support. There were more than a dozen top powers alone. Such a huge support force was still blocked. From this, we can see how powerful the forces that destroyed the taking sect were. They were able to deal with 2 holy sects at the same time, or even more major sects. This was a superstorm that swept across the country. When the elders of all the major sects talked about it, their faces were gloomy. After all, even the holy sect was destroyed. How could such a shocking wave not make people feel trembling? How should small and medium-sized forces like them survive in the future? This has to make people think deeply. How many people can escape from the taking holy sect when it encounters such a catastrophe? You should know that there was a great monk who used his magical powers to seal off the entire world in that area, and people from outside could not get in at all. According to rumors, the disciples of the taking holy sect did not seem to be completely killed. Some people sighed and were shocked by the killing, while others gloated because the disaster had nothing to do with them. The reactions of the creatures in the 5 domains were different. Perhaps the only ones who were relatively calm were the demons in the wilderness and the sea dragons in the sea. They were alien races, so naturally they were not very interested in the internal struggles of the human race. It seems that the former headmaster of the taking holy sect used a taboo technique and sacrificed himself. This broke the blockade of the void and cut out a space channel to protect a few disciples and younger generations. But not many people escaped, at most only a few hundred people. The holy sect was surrounded, and high-level monks and elders were all the focus of attention and encountered the most terrible siege. This group of people are targets to be eliminated, and very few will survive. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 432, The Arrangement of the Forces Under His Command, The Struggle for the Dao of Performance, and the Glory of Leon. After the news of the extermination of the taking holy sect spread, the outside world could not calm down for a long time. The shock caused by this catastrophe was so great that it soon spread to all parts of the 5 regions. It attracted countless large forces, all of which had the mentality of taking precautions before it happened. The morning sun was shining, and the sun was rising. The mist in the mountains and forests was lingering, and under the shining of the morning glow, it revealed colorful streams of light, emitting a faint hazy color. The morning dew fell on the branches and leaves, hanging down crystals, and the green breath was proud. A handsome young man in a colorful black robe lay flat on the ground in the forest and slowly opened his eyes from coma. There were still traces of burnt black on his body, which seemed to have just been struck by thunder, so the black robe outside looked a little shabby. There were scars all over his body. What am I? King Wheezy struggled to sit up, looked at his hands full of burnt black marks, and looked at the dense forest again. His expression was full of surprise. He didn't understand what happened to him. Shouldn't he be on Taking Mountain at this time? And he was hit by the thunder magic of the crane-faced Taoist priest, so he should be dead and his Taoism should be gone, right? But all this in front of him surprised Kinwheezy. Am I not dead? A soft murmur rose with the wind, with a lot of doubts. Of course I saved you. Suddenly, a response came from behind, which made Kinwheezy immediately alert. He turned his head subconsciously. But soon, Kinwheezy put away that cautious look. because he was very familiar with the figure in front of him. He was the executioner of his taking sect and a partner who had fought side by side with him. "Brother Dao, what are you doing?" Luo Yan walked out of the shadows and came to the front in 2 steps. His hands were glowing with green light, which was the essence of the surrounding plants. He hit all these life opportunities on Qingweizi. Qingweizi immediately felt a kind of tingling and majestic vitality running through his body, repairing the previous Taoism injuries. "As you can see, I naturally don't want you to die like this. It would be a pity for a child of destiny like you to die like this." Luo Yan stood in front of Qingweizi, watching him struggling to stand up, with a scrutiny in his eyes, as if he was looking at something. "Thank you for your kindness, brother. But after this battle, I have also thought it through. Disasters, life and death must be faced after all. The holy sect is gone, and I have become a dog without a home. Even if I continue to survive like this, what's the point?" Qingweizi coughed twice, his figure trembling, his face pale, and his eyes withered. The whole person was lifeless and looked very decadent. This time, it was not the destruction of his body and soul, but his mind. Affected by the great changes in the sect, a dead air began to spread. It seemed that there was no hope for life. This was a look of disheartened, aimless, and slightly confused. Hearing this response, Luo Yan's eyes stopped scrutinizing him, and he glanced at the other person nonchalantly. Perhaps it was because the demise of the sect was too much of a blow to him, and the high spirits in Qingweizi's eyes disappeared. Now, there was only confusion and a grey and deadly intention. The feeling of being in a daze was as if he had lost his 3 souls and 7 spirits. If he could not adjust in time, the dignified Taoist of the holy sect might sink from now on and never be able to turn over again. Because the reason why geniuses are geniuses is that they always have a belief in their hearts that is invincible among the world. This belief can make them move forward courageously, break through all kinds of obstacles, and then advance triumphantly. Unfortunately, at this moment, the light of belief that contained the meaning of invincibility was gone from Qingweizi's eyes. "You should have guessed the reason why I saved your life. I don't like to owe favors to others. Although, exchanging that lotus petal for your life is a worthless deal. But I still did it. So, I don't care what you want to do. But you have to remember that you still owe me at least half a life." Luo Yan didn't say anything to comfort you. Instead, he regarded the grace of sparing his life as a cold deal. His words were cold and his tone was ruthless. Although the taking sect was destroyed, some of its disciples escaped. They were sent away by the old ancestor of your sect, Huoshan, with his supreme magical powers. If you want to meet up with them, there should be a way to contact them. After these words came out, a strange look flashed across Qingweizi's slightly confused eyes. But soon he fell silent again. There was a little reflection in the confusion. "My request is very simple, that is, the grace of sparing my life needs to be repaid with your future. This is a small force I created myself, and it needs the protection of a strong man. I'll give them to you." Luo Yan threw a token about the loose cultivator alliance to Qingweizi, which was glowing with a little light and full of mysterious runes and array diagrams. The reason why he said this was because he was worried that he would win the quota for ascension and go to the upper realm 3 years later. By then, the original foundation would fall into the dilemma of no one to escort it. After all, it is a force of a decent scale. Without the protection of a great cultivator, how can it go far in the future? The Elixir Illusion over in Yong'an City and the future of the Loose Cultivator Alliance both need a top strong man to escort them. Now, as a former Taoist of the Taking Holy Sect, Qingweizi is just right. Don't look at him now, his cultivation is only perfect in the foundation building period. But as long as Qingweizi is given a certain amount of time, he can become a top strong man. It would be a pity if such a good thug is not used more. Even if Luo Yan did not get the quota for the ascension in the end, it would be great for his own forces to have one more future top powerhouse to help. Therefore, Luo Yan rescued Qingweizi by stealing the sky and replacing the day. This was considered to settle the cause and effect and control the future. After all, there are too many variables in the future. If you can make arrangements in advance, you can at least control your own freedom to a certain extent. I don't need you to work for me, just help me take care of that small force. Within your ability, if you encounter an external enemy coveting it, you go and kill him. Qingweizi spread out the token in his hand, and a trace of surprise flashed across his face. Previously, he mistakenly thought that this crane-faced Taoist wanted to find the remaining Taking Sect members through him, and then catch them all in one fell swoop. But soon, King Weezy's idea was overturned. Because he knew very well that with the identity of the guy opposite, there was no need to do such a thing. After listening to this story, he instantly understood why the other party spared his life. But, Brother Deo, my will has long gone with the destruction of the sect. Brother Deo's conditions are not what I want, so I may disappoint you. Luo Yan waved his hand and interrupted what King Weezy wanted to say. He took off the mask on his face, revealing a slightly immature face. This is an attitude of frankness, which is equivalent to recognizing King Weezy as a person. If you don't have the intention to practice, then don't practice for the time being, go out more. There is still a lot of time, and the Kangwoo world is so big, you can always find a reason to continue practicing. I don't believe that with your mind, you will be blinded by this little setback in front of you. As for my conditions, I won't force anything, it all depends on your heart. King Weezy looked at this face, which was even more mature than his own. An array of complexity flashed in his eyes. Judging from the leopard, such a spirit and face can already explain something. However, the other party's free and easy perspective still gave him a certain good impression. Because this is a kind of trust, but it appeared in a great enemy. Alice King Weezy didn't know what to say to the words of this Taoist brother from the Five Elements Temple. He couldn't say it again. It seems the Taoist brother, this is a great expectation for the quota of the upper world. King Weezy thought about it for a while and understood the reason why the other party arranged it this way. This is to have great confidence in his own strength and to win the quota to the upper world. Hearing this sigh with a hidden meaning, Luo Yan's expression remained indifferent. Those who can become the pride of heaven are almost conceited and confident. He is of course no exception. Luo Yan saw clearly that the other party would not agree directly, but he would not refuse openly. Because King Weezy owed him a life. This is a great cause and effect. Just like Luo Yan himself, although he only fought with the other party, he would still leave a portion of the soul medicine obtained by this for the other party. This is the original intention of this group of people, and also the heart of Tao. They don't want to owe anyone. King Weezy is the son of the Taking Holy sect. Although the sect is now in ruins, his arrogant heart will not change. This is also the main reason why Luo Yan chose him to act as the protector of the power in his hands. Although my strength is slightly better than that of the same age. But compared with those old generation geniuses, there is still a big gap. But nothing is absolute, and people are not final. Some things always need to be fought for by yourself. Temporary hardship is not terrible, what is terrible is that you will never recover from it. This is not difficult for you to understand. Luo Yan stared at King Weezy's eyes for a long time, and finally pointed at the command card with his finger. And this spiritual body turned into light rain and dissipated. He didn't stay here for too long, because he had said everything he needed to say. The purpose was achieved, so he left. Luo Yan's words when he left surprised King Weezy. He looked at the special token in his hand, and a bitter smile flashed across his face. That guy was sure, would he help? Another powerful evildoer who likes to manipulate people's hearts is simply terrifying. When Luo Yan returned to the Five Elements Temple, he found that the sect's mountain protection formation had been closed at some point. The Five Elements Peak, where the ancient trees and the sky were full of spiritual energy, was also very lively. The figures of the monks coming and going were in a hurry, as if something urgent had happened. Because the battle for the Tao has begun. It seems that when they went to Zhongzhou to participate in the destruction of the Taking Holy sect, the Five Domains Taoism battle opened a grand curtain. This battle for the Tao was not held in the real world, but in a remnant world of Zumi. That small world is not big, as if there is only a magnificent ancient city left in the whole world. This city is very special. The outer city wall is extremely tall, majestic and magnificent. A wall is like a mountain. It stands in the void in all directions. The ancient city wall is a huge circle, as if it is made of gilded metal, with a cold luster. It seemed like a product left over from the ancient times, magnificent and vast. It occupied the entire world. Luo Yan, who came to the performance field, looked up at the sky. The sky was clearly depicting the whole picture of the ancient world. Countless palaces and towers rose from the ground and stood around the city walls. Outside the palaces, there were cloud paths leading to the center. Only by stepping on the cloud path could you reach the other side. Outside the cloud path was a huge abyss that was bottomless. The entire sky picture was like 1,000 building arches, and the scene was very spectacular. In simple terms, the outer periphery of the ancient city was a circle with a fixed cloud platform in the center. This was the entire appearance of the entire ancient city. On the cloud platform in the center, countless figures stood, and these were the foundation building competitors like Luo Yan. In the palaces opposite the cloud platform, there were large sects with quotas for ascension. The challenger on the cloud platform needs to go to the other side through the cloud road and have a peak duel with the monks in the palace. The final winner will get a place to ascend. Luo Yan, who came to the Kiksha Dao Cheng, only looked for a short while and understood the rules of the Dao competition in this ancient world. The palaces that stand alone represent large sects. As long as the monks want to compete for the place to ascend, they will stand on the cloud platform in the center, then walk on the cloud road and fight with the monks of the sect represented by the palace. The challenge rules are very simple and clear at a glance. The ancient world was opened in the early morning yesterday, and soon after, it was closed again. That time happened to be the critical moment for Luo Yan and others to fight in the Taking Holy sect. The opening time of this broken ancient world is limited. Once it is closed, it is difficult to enter again. Therefore, many ordinary disciples were neither arranged to participate in the battle to destroy the Taking Holy sect, nor did they have the strength to participate in the battle of performing Dao. So they could only watch the details of the Dao dispute through the sky curtain on the Kiksha Dao Cheng. The Taking sect was destroyed, but the people inside were so powerful that no one dared to go up and fight. A disciple next to him sighed, with a strange smile on his face. Because the entire Taking sect was destroyed by the strong men in their sect, but the Taking sect disciples in that ancient world did not notice it at all. They were still fighting for the quota to go to the upper world. The arrogant and noble posture on their faces was simply laughable. Following their sight, Luo Yan found the palace where the Taking sect was located in the sky curtain. There were nearly 100 figures sitting cross-legged with very powerful auras. The young generation was in the front, and behind them were the Dao protectors with awe-inspiring momentum and fierce power. They were also the foundation of the Taking Holy sect, but because of the opening of the Dao contest, they had to come to participate in the war as Dao protectors. If there was no Dao contest, with the strength of this group of people, I am afraid that more high-level people in the Four Sects Alliance would die. It's a pity that even if the people of Taking Holy sect won the victory in the ancient world and kept the quota for ascension. But as long as they come out, they will inevitably be liquidated by the strong men of our sect. By then, it is estimated that none of these people will be able to escape. Someone sighed, as if he was regretting the end of Taking sect. There were 2 ancestors in the God transformation stage, more than 20 Yuanian great cultivators, and dozens of proud children. It is no exaggeration to say that they represent the prosperous present and brilliant future of Taking Holy sect. So many strong people are already comparable to a large and powerful sect. Even so, as long as the battle of the Dao ends, it will be the death of these people from Taking sect. Luo Yan's sight moved horizontally and soon found the temple where the 5 Elements temple was located. There, an amazing battle was erupting at this time. Boom! A cold young man in black clothes stood on the cloud road and made a strong move. With a humming sound, the cloud suddenly changed color and became a black opaque domain. A huge black tortoise phantom appeared and directly suppressed an old disciple of the 5 Elements temple, causing him to fall on the cloud road, his life or death unknown. The protector behind took the opportunity to sweep him away, saving the life of the fellow disciple. This black-clothed challenger was very powerful, and had defeated several disciples of the 5 Elements temple in succession. You know, the people from the big sects who dared to participate in this battle of performance are almost all the pride of the various forces. The same is true for the 5 Elements temple. Despite this, they were suppressed not long after the fight, and were thrown on the cloud road like a broken sack. The swiftness of their means and the power of their might were frightening. The strength and fierceness of the newcomer could be felt even through the layers of sky. The disciples of the 5 Elements temple in the palace continued to fight, trying to defeat the challenger. The disciple who came out to fight this time seemed to be a fellow disciple from Jinxing Peak. He was wearing a golden Taoist robe with a talisman glow on it. His eyes were sparkling and mixed with a kind of rough wildness. The 2 of them soon fought each other, and their bodies were emitting a blazing treasure light, causing the clouds on the cloud road to tremble and the void to ripple continuously. But unfortunately, after they fought for dozens of moves, this fellow disciple from Jinxing Peak was still defeated and was beaten unconscious. The young man in black moved forward a long distance on the cloud road again. At this time, the young man in black had a trace of disdain at the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were indifferent, and he continued to move forward. He was determined to win the ascension quota, and his momentum reached the extreme. Afterwards, another old disciple of the Five Elements Temple went to fight, but he was still defeated. The young man in black was not far away from the temple where the Five Elements Temple was located. Oh my God! Who is the Taoist in black? He can defeat nearly 10 geniuses of my Five Elements Temple. Someone in the Kiksha dojo saw this scene and couldn't help but let out a low cry of surprise. The black-clothed young man in the sky was still moving forward, with great power. Even from a long distance, one could feel his invincible belief. He was like a human overlord, with unparalleled momentum. But just when the black-clothed young man's power reached its peak, a light shot suddenly sounded. Flying swords were suspended in the air, with infinite brilliance and boundless power. The sword beams of these flying swords were attracted and instantly cut through the void, leaving a trail of afterimages, slashing towards the black-clothed young man. The black-clothed young man was not to be outdone, and used the ink-colored black tortoise phantom to meet the sword light in the sky. Boom! There was an astonishing explosion in the sky, and a series of sword lights like dragons passed through the black tortoise and dismembered it. The black-clothed young man opposite him, who had originally been indifferent, suddenly changed his expression and began to become solemn. Although it was only a short confrontation, the man holding two swords gave him a feeling that he was difficult to match. Despite this, the black-clothed young man still did not retreat. He once again gathered the talisman light in the sky and transformed it into a larger black turtle, trying to suppress it. He was so close to the ascension quota, he had to fight hard. Unfortunately, he was still defeated. In the end, the black-clothed young man was defeated by Leon's sword light. He himself was carried away by the protector who had been guarding him at the moment he fainted. Leon, who won the fight, seemed to realize that the time was almost up, so he walked out of the cloud path and came to the cloud platform in the center. He randomly chose a cloud path, and then began his own sword testing journey. Wow! The sword light that seemed to appear and disappear appeared faintly on the cloud path, blooming with the most extreme brilliance. With unmatched might and overwhelming power, he chopped down every obstacle with his sword. If it weren't for the cultivators who participated in the battle of performing the Dao, almost everyone had a protector behind them. I'm afraid those people would have died under Leon's sword light. Leon's invincible might naturally attracted the attention of the old strong men in the palace. The law of the domain appeared, stirring up light blue chains of order, and then wrapped around Leon. Chila, Leon turned the two swords in his hand, and countless sword ki appeared in the sky, with dazzling sword light, constantly slashing at the chains. The two sides fought a world-shaking battle, and the momentum shook the entire cloud road. Soon, Leon won again with his sharp swordsmanship. Such an amazing scene naturally caused the cultivators and Kiksha Dao Chang to exclaim. They all thought that with the strength Leon showed at this moment, maybe he could really win a place for ascension. Some disciples even thought directly of Leon's age, and their eyes were full of shock. Because compared with those old geniuses, Leon's actual age is really too young. After only practicing for less than 40 years, he has such a terrifying strength, which is beyond the imagination of normal people. But just as Leon was moving forward step by step, he ushered in a real enemy. This person's talent is terrifying, and he was the previous Taoist of the Eastern Domain Saint sect. His means of dealing with enemies are very superb, and he is ruthless and invincible. He has no rivals in the younger generation of the Eastern Domain. Decades ago, he had the feat of beheading the old generation of geniuses. Today's strength is even more terrifying and unimaginable. Chapter 433, Ancient Temple, Lotus. After reaching its utmost glory, defeat in the Dao contest, chain reaction. For many people, the Dao contest is their only two chances to change their own path and go to the upper realm. Once you miss it, you may never get out of the Kangwu realm again. After all, it is really difficult to cultivate to the stage of transformation of the spirit. There are cultivators with extraordinary qualifications, such as geniuses with single spiritual roots, geniuses with different spiritual roots, innate spiritual bodies, etc. As long as there are enough younger generations in the sect, basically a few of these disciples with extraordinary talents will be born every once in a while. This group of people represents a future that may be brilliant. But this is just the starting point, which is just an innate possibility. In fact, the number of cultivators who can cultivate to the stage of transformation of the spirit is really too small. Compared with many cultivators in the Kangwu realm, it is like a drop in the ocean, extremely rare. Therefore, This battle of performing the Tao is an extremely crucial battle for most geniuses. Luo Yan set foot here, wanting to fight for a supreme glory for his own path. His progress in the first half of the cloud path was very smooth. None of his peers were his opponents, and few old cultivators could fight with him for a long time. But this time, a very terrifying opponent appeared right in front of Luo Yan. The only holy sect in the East region, the Ancient Temple, and the visitor is the Taoist of the previous generation of the Ancient Temple. Outside the ruined ancient world, all the cultivators in the Kiksha Dao Chang noticed this scene, and all of them were concentrating to watch this fight between dragons and tigers. Because an old disciple told everyone how terrifying Luo Yan's opponent was. There are very few peerless geniuses in the 5 regions who can be famous and remembered in the outside world. But the Taoist of the previous generation of the Ancient Temple is definitely one of them. He is very powerful. He has traveled to the land of the South region and defeated all the 5 sects in the South region. He is so powerful that no one can compete with him. For this reason, the Taoist of the previous generation of the Ancient Temple also got a title, Taiyi. Taiyi has 2 meanings. One refers to Taiyi being invisible and the Great Way being boundless, which generally refers to the fact that all things in the world can be the way. The taboo name of Taiyi sect is actually taken from here. The second meaning refers to the immortal, which is also in human form, and is a terrifying existence beyond mortals. This is a rare title that can be recognized by the younger generation. They believed that Gu Taiyi was the descendant of an immortal god, and his strength was beyond the contemporary, terrifying to the point of boundlessness. Among contemporary cultivators, you are the strongest I have ever seen. On the cloud road in the ruined ancient world, Luo Yan's indifferent face finally changed a little. Sword cultivators are most sensitive to the changes in ki, and they can hardly hide who is an enemy and who is not worth mentioning. Because sword cultivators are originally honed in killing, and then break through the realm in killing, and comprehend the killing law. Over the years, the 6th sense of sword cultivators will become extremely sharp. Ordinary cultivators cannot fight without the 2 perception methods of spiritual consciousness invasion and Dharma exploration. But sword cultivators are different. Just relying on the perception of ki, even if they are blindfolded and do not explore their spiritual consciousness, they can capture the specific location of living beings. Knowing their approximate strength, they can face each other calmly. This is the horror of sword cultivators. Because of this, Luo Yan can clearly perceive the power of the figure opposite. Sword cultivator? You are really sharp-minded. Several decades ago, I traveled to various regions of the Kangwu realm, and I defeated many sword cultivators. They all have one thing in common, that is, as long as the difference in strength is not big, they would rather die than retreat, very stubborn. I have a little bit of good feelings for the practitioners of your system. So, you retreat, and change to another cloud path to fight, maybe there's still a chance. While I haven't made a move yet, go away, I won't kill you. Gu Taiyi's words were very arrogant, seemingly arrogant and superior, but in fact very plain. Because this is the tone of his normal speech. People who are not familiar with him will think he's arrogant, but people who know him well can feel the kindness in his words. When a sword cultivator encounters an enemy, there are only 2 words, life and death. When encountering a strong enemy, take the initiative to retreat. This word does not exist in my dictionary. Luo Yan slowly pulled out the 2 swords hanging on his waist, holding one in each hand, with a cold look in his eyes. He was ready for a fight to the death, because the opponent was likely to be the strongest opponent he had ever encountered in his decades of cultivation. Papa! A round of applause came, like a kind of praise and encouragement, with an attitude of seniors looking at juniors, looking down from a high position, with extraordinary demeanor. Gu Taiyi's long hair was flying, and the whole person was like a sacred statue. What I admire most about you sword cultivators is this. Even if you are defeated, you still dare to swing the sword. Come on, let me see your sword skills. Don't let me down too much. As the previous generation of the Taoist of the Ancient Temple, Gu Taiyi had actually obtained the internal ascension quota to the upper realm. He didn't have to participate in this battle of performing the Tao. But the senior officials of the Ancient Temple, considering the uncertainty of the battle of performing the Tao, still sent him out. As long as Gu Taiyi is there, it is almost impossible for outsiders to take away the quota of performing the Tao of the Ancient Temple. This is equivalent to a magic needle that suppresses all ghosts. In fact, many large sects basically send the strongest people of the contemporary era to guard this temple, to prevent the quota for the performance from being stolen by outsiders. because this would bring a huge joke to the outside world. A superpower, with so many disciples, couldn't even suppress a junior challenger. If that wasn't a joke, what would it be? The ancient Tai that Luo Yan met was the Dinghe Shensu of the ancient temple. Luo Yan stood in place, his eyes slightly focused, slowly raised the sword, crossed left and right, and slashed violently towards the front of the cloud road. Clang! Two thick sword beams rushed straight into the sky, dazzling, like one galaxy after another, slashing towards the land of Gixu. The sword energy stirred up by the sword river was like the sea, a piece of red light, with meteorites falling in the middle and clouds undulating. Such a grand scene is incredible. During the rippling of the sword energy, the clouds in the entire sky were cut off, making a sound of swords. Such a magnificent scene made countless people who saw it from the outside world tremble. Luo Yan was called Sword Madman by the younger generation of the Five Elements Temple and was revered as the top master of the contemporary era. There was a reason for this. The sword moves he made alone left most of the disciples in awe. As expected of a sword cultivator, this kind of powerful swordsmanship is enough to dominate the foundation building realm. But I'm afraid it's not enough to use it against me. Gu Tai was suspended above the clouds, with 9-colored spiritual light floating on his body. He spread his hands, and suddenly there was a rain of light flying, and pieces of mysterious runes gathered. It was the supreme magical treasure scripture, combined with high-level runes, and merged into runes of another level. It looked like a collection of runes and formation diagrams, and it was very mysterious. At this moment, this large piece of mysterious lines rolled forward. With a humming sound, the sky above the cloud road seemed to explode, and runes gushed out like a tidal sea, all flying towards Luo Yan. It was so vast and dense that it was beyond human power. Such a powerful force, even Luo Yan, who was watching the battle from the outside, couldn't help but be secretly surprised. Because those mysterious patterns are not only the deeper evolution of runes, but also the manifestation of the laws of heaven and earth. This has exceeded the limit of the foundation building realm and is almost impossible to resist. With his current strength, I am afraid that he can only use the 5-color divine light to compete with it. But this kind of great magical power is the unique skill of the Five Elements Temple. There are too many prerequisites and few people can learn it. Sure enough, Luo Yan in the broken ancient world also noticed this. So many Dao patterns gathered together, forming a stream of light, and concentrated on hitting. If he was really hit, he would probably be dying on the spot. Luo Yan no longer hesitated, the sword energy turned into silk, the sword light filled the sky, like a sudden rain, and he dodged it. Clouds and mists were overflowing, and the cloud road where he was standing just now was cracked, but it was quickly repaired automatically. It seemed that there was a special rule force in this ancient world. It could not be broken by external force. However, the clouds around him disappeared in an instant, and the scene was horrifying. Zizzy. Zizzy. Luo Yan's whole body glowed, and magic swords appeared one after another in the sky, as gorgeous as the sun and the moon, densely packed. These flying swords were pulled by him and kept rushing to the other end of the cloud road. Such an overwhelming scene was comparable to the simultaneous firing of thousands of swords, and the sound of clang-clang was endless. The flying swords in the void were densely interweaving the most dazzling and shocking divine light, and the sharp and domineering aura filled the world. My domain gate, his cage, suppress. Gu Tai on the opposite side pinched his fingers, and a large light curtain of light rose slowly, turning into a huge spherical light shield, blocking his side. It was as bright as starlight. The sword cultivator's specialty, the sword control technique, was perfectly blocked at this time. Those sword energies that could drive everything, despite the raging wind and rain, could not tear through this seemingly thin barrier. Clang. Another earth-shattering sword sound. Luo Yan once again stepped forward, the sword light gleaming, brilliant and dazzling. In the void appeared another huge red magic sword, as high as a mountain, with killing divine patterns all over the body, flashing with metallic cold light. Just like a real giant sword. Cut. Luo Yan shouted in a low voice, and the giant sword in the sky shone with a sea of precious light, dazzling and colorful, like a thunderstorm on a rainy night, a piece of red light, submerging the entire cloud road. Boom. A earth-shattering sound rang out, as if the entire ancient world was trembling, and all the spectators were nervous. They wanted to find out what the result would be. Compared with the contemporary strongest person of the Five Elements Temple and the former Taoist of the Eastern Domain Saint sect, who is better? This answer touched the hearts of countless people. Crack, a slight tearing sound was heard, and the pale golden light shield of Gu Tei broke. But he was still very scary, resisting Leon's supreme sword moves, but he was unscathed. Gu Tei also rushed forward to attack Leon. You know, sword cultivators are good at close-range attacks, and people in the magic cultivation system will basically avoid short-range entanglement with sword cultivators. Because the flesh of cultivators who practice the Taoism and magic power is very fragile. This is a big flaw. But Gu Tei is different. Not only is his Taoism powerful, his killing skills are also top-notch. His palms gathered infinite rays of light, and he fought hard with Leon. He didn't want to give in with his palms against the sword. He didn't lose the upper hand at all. The two kept fighting each other, and endless light burst out above the clouds, humming and clanging. Bang! Bang! The two fought for hundreds of moves, and finally they directly hit the real fire, making the entire cloud road become gray and hazy. This is not a previous cloud, but the mist formed by their fight, carrying the Tao of their respective origins, entangled with each other, and the light keeps flowing. Even if it turns into dust, it is still fighting. The piercing sound of Chi-Chi continued. Finally, it seemed that Gu Tei felt a little tired and stopped using the close-range attack. Because he didn't gain much advantage in the fight with the sword cultivator in front of him. No one could do anything to the other. So Gu Tei stopped holding back and showed his true strength. One after another, rays of light flew out, and visions of ancient sages appeared, as if they had come across time and space, occupying half of the sky. The statue closed its eyes, clouds were steaming, and all things in the world were everywhere. The moment the sage's phantom opened his eyes, everything he saw was instantly frozen. Leon, who was on the cloud road, was no exception. He had a mighty force that made him breathless. This phantom of the sage carried a very fierce breath of law, with slowness, stagnation, gravity, and so on. The entire cloud road was submerged. Kill! Leon shouted, swinging the two swords in his hands continuously, with sword lights flashing one after another, and endless divine light bursting out, trying to cut off the phantom. But the figure of the ancient sage gradually solidified, strolling in the galaxy, and every move contained great power, constantly suppressing it. It was like an ancient sage, walking from the long river of time, invulnerable to all laws, and undamaged by all laws. Clang! 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 The sword light roared, and the sword energy burst out of the whole sky. Leon didn't care, and at this moment he did his best, swinging the sword continuously, as if crazy. The vast sword energy was like the sea, trying to resist this supreme power. The two were in a stalemate, and there was a moment of peace. Snap! Snap! But at this moment, two breaking sounds suddenly sounded. The two flying swords in Leon's hands exploded inch by inch at this time, and collapsed all over the ground. He himself was also pressed by the figure of the sage in the void and could not move an inch. He couldn't even raise his head or straighten his back. Get out of my way! Leon shouted, his facial veins exposed, his golden robe burst, revealing his strong skin. He wanted to resist, but he refused to give in, and the stalemate lasted for a long time. He won the last dignity for himself. This is why I admire you sword cultivators the most. You would rather die than admit defeat. People in your system, as long as they can get the true meaning of swordsmanship, almost all have a proud character. But I also like to see the unruly people kneeling in front of me the most. I wonder if your sword heart can still bear it at that time. Gu Tei's tone was indifferent, as if he was asking and answering himself, and seemed to be curious. He was really too powerful. Even at this time, he was still not affected too much, walking leisurely above the clouds. To be honest, you are really strong. If you practice for a few more decades, it will not be as easy as it is now for me to defeat you. It's time and fate. Since we meet, I should teach you this time. You don't listen to good advice, you deserve this disaster. Gu Tei slowly walked towards the ancient sage, and then merged with him. His words were like the low hum of a god, echoing on the cloud road, stirring up invisible ripples. An ant trying to shake a tree, kneel down for me. The sage in the void glowed, bursting out endless divine light, rendering this broken ancient world extremely brilliant. The huge body of the sage covered the clouds and the sun, sacred and majestic, with countless layers of glory, covering everything. Like the rising sun, the light illuminated the entire world, nothing was unstained, nothing was uninvaded. Boom! The clouds shattered, the clouds exploded, and cracks appeared on the cloud road. The lotus in the middle of the cloud road was subjected to an extremely huge force, and his bones around him cracked and shattered. Although he was invincible, he was very famous among the cultivators of the same level. But Leon still lost. All the bones in his body were broken. Although he did not kneel directly. But the wind blowing from the clouds gently rolled Leon down. As fragile as a bubble. This arrogant and unmatched swordsman, who fought out of the front yard of the Five Elements Temple with Luo Yan, and shone in the ancient secret realm, defeating all his peers, the invisible sword really lost. Without any external factors, it is definitely the fairest duel. But he still lost. When the picture in the broken ancient world came out, the Five Elements cultivators in the outside world fell into dead silence. Because they had few impressions of the heroes of the older generation. But few people would be unfamiliar with this arrogant and unruly sword cultivator who won the first place in the inner sect competition last year. This is the strongest among all the inner sect disciples. Representing the highest level of the young generation of the Five Elements Temple, such a person also lost. How is it possible that even the sword madman was defeated? The young disciple said repeatedly with a face full of disbelief. In his eyes, Leon, who won the inner sect competition, is the best master of his own sect in this generation. A being with such great power would actually lose? If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, it would be unbelievable. Is this competition for the Tao so terrible? Even the contemporary chief of the Five Elements Temple couldn't go very far before he was defeated. It is conceivable how desperate the other young geniuses who participated in the competition for the Tao must be. This is simply not giving people a chance. Alice, this is the Tao competition. Even if your talent is excellent and you can suppress your contemporary peers, he has practiced for too short a time. The strength of those old generation geniuses has already stepped into the next stage. No matter how beautiful you are, you can't resist the suppression of the supreme power from a higher realm. The older cultivators were silent and saw the real reason why Yan was defeated. It's not that the sword of the sword madman is not sharp enough, nor is it that his will is not strong enough, but that he is still too young compared to those old generation heroes. Others' talents are rare in the world. Their cultivation time is more than twice his years of cultivation. In this way, even if Leon's talent is high, it is difficult to make up for the gap with those old generation geniuses in a short time. This has nothing to do with magical powers, Taoist methods, cultivation systems, sect background, etc. This is the inevitable outcome brought about by the difference in realm. Although there are those peerless monsters in the Kangwu realm who can defeat the strong with the weak and kill the enemy across realms. But such people have been difficult to meet for thousands of years. Because it is really too difficult to fight across realms. Most of the geniuses can kill a person who has stepped into the realm of Jinden with the cultivation of the foundation building period. But in fact, the casual cultivators who have not comprehended too much power of the law domain can already be called peerless heroes that are hard to meet in hundreds of years. Once the cultivators of the golden core realm comprehend the power of the law, it is almost impossible for cultivators of lower realms to defeat the strong with the weak. When cultivators of this realm fight against disciples of the foundation establishment realm, it is a dimensionality reduction attack. After all, that is the power of rules at another level. In most cases, it is unstoppable when they are not at the same level. The result of this battle surprised all the disciples of the Five Elements Temple who were watching the battle. But thinking about it carefully, it was actually expected. Don't look at the strength shown by Leon, which is enough to suppress the younger generation of disciples of the Five Elements Temple and can be called the strongest of this generation. But his opponent is not some random person, but the Taoist of the ancient temple. Moreover, he was a terrifying existence who had already given up his position as Daozi decades ago. If such a person had not been limited to the number of ascension places once a century, he would have probably broken through to a deeper level of the golden core realm. So, looking back now, it is reasonable that the strongest person of his generation lost to such a great man. However, such a battle situation also caused a lot of discussion in the Kiksha dojo outside, and almost all the disciples were boiling. Because the strongest person of this generation in their eyes lost. The myth of invincibility was naturally shattered. It is hard to imagine what kind of existence can fight against such a terrifying opponent. Humph, you deserve it. What's wrong with this sword madman? Didn't he get beaten to pulp when he met the old generation of Xianjiao? When most of the disciples were shocked and regretful about Leon's defeat, several innate spirits of the same family gathered together and made waves of ridicule. One person even laughed heartily, causing the cultivators next to him to frown. However, after realizing that it was this group of people, the faces of those ordinary Five Elements Temple disciples changed drastically again in an instant. Then they left the area. Because they couldn't afford to offend people from the same family. In the inner sect fight last year, these natural spirits were defeated by this sword madman one after another. If the elders of the family hadn't stepped in, I'm afraid that the ascension quota would have been further turbulent, leading to a bigger joke. Therefore, they naturally hated Leon, the culprit. It's just that guy has a top genius on duty in the law enforcement hall as a good friend. It's not easy for this group of people to take revenge in other ways. After all, the people of the law enforcement hall have always been aloof and united. It is obviously unwise to provoke the people of the law enforcement hall for such a personal matter. That's why they didn't touch the people around the sword madman, otherwise. Chapter 434, Broken Dao Heart, Game Beyond the Competition of Performing Dao. Earlier, during the inner sect competition, Leon's blatant provocation made the disciples of the family lineage lose all face. How domineering and powerful is it for one person to defeat a group of people? So much so that many younger disciples regard this sword madman as the first of the younger generation. Even the chief brothers on the Five Elements Peak cannot compare with him. Because the chief of the Five Elements Peak feels helpless in the face of this arrogant and cold swordsman. Can't be his enemy. So after the battle of the inner sect competition, Leon has become the first in the hearts of many disciples. Even some old people know that there are still many hidden geniuses in the sect. But facing this invincible swordsman, no one dares to say that they have the confidence to win. The innate spirit bodies, divine body seeds, etc. of the family lineage have almost fought with a sword madman. Whether it is a single duel or a siege, they can't beat him. So this seed of jealousy was planted. So the people of the family lineage don't have much good feelings for this guy who is devoted to sword cultivation and doesn't know how to show any mercy. Although they are from the same sect, they can't beat each other, but they just can't stand it. Seeing Leon being defeated by an outsider now, they immediately felt an indescribable joy. It was a great pleasure. The corners of the mouths of the innate spirits and the seeds of the divine bodies were almost cracked with laughter. Finally, they saw this sword madman being defeated and someone was taking care of him. Naturally, they should celebrate. This battle had a great impact. One was the first swordsman of the younger generation of the Five Elements Temple, and the other was the Daozi of the ancient temple of the Eastern Domain Saint sect. Both sides were super forces that had been passed down for tens of thousands of years, with deep and terrifying foundations. Therefore, the confrontation between these two people was no longer just a fight between two forces. It was a confrontation between the strongest of the new and old generations. However, it now seems that the Daozi of the previous generation is still stronger. Both sides have an invincible posture and believe that they are invincible in the world and no one can compete with them. However, the former Daozi of the ancient temple, Gu Taiyi, had a deeper change in strength because of his long period of practice, so he could suppress the younger generation of the Five Elements Temple. Although such a scene makes people feel very regretful, it is also normal. After all, the younger generation of the ancient temple had all lost to Leon before. This shows that the strength of this swordsman should not be underestimated. If Gu Taiyi had not suppressed Leon, then the ancient temple, the so-called overlord of the eastern region, would have been the biggest joke. It's a pity for this battle. If the sword madman had really won, he would have created a miracle. To defeat the strong with the weak, to defeat the cultivator who has comprehended the power of the lore with the strength of the foundation building stage, will surely spread across the 5 regions. An old man sighed, as if he was witnessing the birth of a legendary evildoer, but unfortunately he didn't get his wish in the end. Although the strength of this young swordsman was far beyond that of a normal foundation building cultivator, he still didn't break through to a higher level. This was also the inevitable reason for his defeat. Yes, although the young fellow of the sword cultivation lineage is quite powerful, he is still a step behind those ferocious monsters who can cross levels to kill enemies. Although he is gifted and his strength is considered strong among his peers, he is not beyond the scope of top geniuses after all. The grand event of the Dao contest only happens once every 100 years, so it will naturally attract many fellow disciples to watch the battle. So the battle stopped and the fight ended. Whether it was the disciples of the Kiksha Dao field or the elders of the Jinden realm in the sect, they were all discussing the battle. Everyone expressed their own opinions, thinking that although they lost a battle, they at least made a name for themselves. The young generation of the ancient temple is not the opponent of their own sword cultivators. Although the sword madman failed in the final challenge, his strength was still recognized by many elders of the sect. It is believed that in the future, he will definitely become the pillar of the Five Elements Temple. Alice on the cloud road of the ruined ancient world, Luo Yan's body was full of blood and scars, and looked very miserable. People also fell into coma. An old Taoist priest with a white beard, skinny skin, but bright eyes emerged from the void. He looked at the miserable appearance of his apprentice and sighed. He stretched out his hand and pulled Luo Yan into the void, and then disappeared. However, before he left, he took a deep look at Gutai of the ancient temple. In his turbid eyes, there was a sword light that was like splitting the sky and splitting the earth. Bold. You are not as skilled as others, but you still want to bully the weak. Are you bullying the ancient temple because there is no one there? Or do you want to start a sect war between you and me? A loud shout came from behind Yundao, and a huge spiritual pressure permeated the void. A sudden roar made the sword light in the old Taoist priest's eyes converge. The owner of the majestic voice snorted coldly and no longer appeared in the sky. This is the role of the protector. If you participate in this kind of competition, if you don't have a high level of guardian, even if you defeat the opponent, you will be suppressed by the guardian behind you. The so-called fairness does not absolutely exist in this broken ancient world. It all depends on the person. And the seemingly ordinary, mediocre old Taoist priest is Luo Yan's master Qing Yangzi. This old man stayed alone in the sword tomb for 800 years, and then in his first battle after he came out, he defeated more than a dozen Yuanying great monks on the Five Elements Peak. His strength is very terrifying. With such a person as a backer, Luo Yan has the confidence to dare to provoke the family lineage. Otherwise, if it were an ordinary master and apprentice, they would have been dealt with by the people of the family lineage. After the fight on this cloud road dissipated, the fights on other ancient roads continued. The Taoist son of the holy sect, the chief elder brother of a large force, the direct descendant of a hidden family, the direct descendant of a casual cultivator, the innate spirit body, and so on. Countless geniuses jumped onto the big stage of all walks of life, fighting on the cloud road, fighting against each other. It can really be said that after you finish singing, I will take the stage. The divine brilliance of the battle filled the entire sky, and the Taoism was unparalleled, which was shocking. This also opened the eyes of all the cultivators watching from the outside world. It turned out that in this world, in addition to the geniuses outside their own sect, there are also many geniuses from other sects, like carp crossing the river, countless. And after their own genius arrived in that ancient world, he was hit hard in an instant. At this time, everyone realized that if they looked at the entire five realms, the geniuses in their own sects were really inconspicuous. In the broken ancient world, the most abundant thing is genius. Soon, those old geniuses took action. Whether it was the rare innate spirit body, the son of the great cultivator bloodline, or the cultivator born with different spiritual roots, etc., they all lost in the hands of the old geniuses. These old generation Xianjiao are really powerful. They almost beat all the young generation cultivators. Such amazing results also let the outsiders who watch the battle figure out a fact. That is, the length of time of cultivation can affect a person's true strength to a certain extent. Especially in this kind of battle where almost everyone is a genius. The longer a person cultivates, the higher his cultivation level will be. After all, the talent is there, and no one is stupid. If they can't suppress the younger generation after practicing for dozens of years, they don't deserve to be called geniuses. When most of the young Xianjiao were educated by the old generation geniuses, a young Taoist from the hidden power of Zhongzhou Chongsu ancient temple came into Luo Yan's sight. The spirit and aura displayed by this young Taoist was very grand, but it was full of novelty. It seemed that he was not very old. Even younger than Luo Yan. But it was such a young Taoist who, after embarking on the path of Yundao, suddenly had a huge spiritual pressure rising into the sky. The brilliance on this cloud road exploded like the scorching sun, making the entire cloud road bright. This young Taoist from Chongsu ancient temple seemed like a natural sacred statue. He gently chanted a spell and attracted the stars, rumbling and turning. It gave people an incomparable terrifying pressure. He was one of the few young geniuses who could fight a peak battle with the old generation of Xianjiao and win the final victory. This is the real young monster who can defeat the strong with the weak and cross the level to kill the enemy. There are few of them, but they really exist. The blazing divine light enveloped the young Taoist, making him holy and solemn. On another cloud road, there was a girl from a hidden family. Her body was as crystal clear as fairy jade. Her every move was connected to the great situation of heaven and earth, and her moves were swift and ruthless. Many old Xianjiao were also defeated by her. Further away, there was a young man who mastered the law of space. Every time he faced the enemy, he would escape into the void. Every attack of the opponent would fail and could not hit his real body. After fighting for dozens of moves, the young man defeated the opponent unexpectedly. There were several other people who were also like this. They not only had superhuman strength, but were also not very old. These few people were recognized as young monsters by the outside world. There were so many cultivators in the Kangwu world, but there were only a few who could be called peerless monsters. They were all top-notch geniuses who could fight across levels. Only those old geniuses who had mastered the power of the law domain could compete with them. Otherwise, few people could be a match for these monsters. Luo Yan saw clearly that these young talents suppressed their opponents by relying on the true mystery of the power of the law. Obviously, these people were either born with talent or due to some special reasons, which allowed them to embark on such a path. Only high-level cultivators could touch the path of the law. It was precisely by relying on the majestic power of the law that they could defeat those old geniuses. This is the talent of a true demon. After only practicing for 30 or 40 years, he can step into the path of law that ordinary people need 100 years to touch. It's a pity that such a demon has not appeared among the young generation of my Five Elements temple. An elderly elder sighed while stroking his long beard. The people next to him also nodded in agreement. The competition for the performance of the Tao is a very good stage to show the strength of the younger generation of disciples in their own sect. It is definitely a grand scene to show in front of people from the 5 domains. But in this competition for the performance of the Tao, among the many disciples of the 5 Elements temple, there was no young and powerful young person who showed his limelight. Of course, the young sword cultivator could barely be counted as one. But he still lost. Although he was excellent, he was definitely not a demon. All the limelight was almost snatched away by those young demons of the younger generation. Soon, the competition for the performance of the Tao finally ended. What is gratifying is that the quota for the ascension of the sect was still kept by the old generation of Xianjiao in the sect. Unfortunately, the young geniuses of the younger generation were almost wiped out. No one was invincible. This battle of Dao also made many disciples of the 5 Elements temple understand the many large forces outside the southern region. Through these fierce battles, the cultivators also understood the truth that there are always people who are better than you, and there are always better than you. The top geniuses in the sect would instantly become ordinary if they were placed in the 5 regions. Through the battles between the younger generation, the older generation of disciples, and the Dao protectors, everyone saw the foundation and strength of those super sects. The younger generation of disciples of several sects were all suppressed by the young monsters from the outside world. The mark of ascension was naturally taken away. So a battle between the Dao protectors of the 2 sects broke out. They fought in the sky, the light and fog were hazy, the clouds were trembling, the void was broken, and the momentum was very huge. If the Dao protectors invited to help are extremely powerful and can get rid of the entanglement of those great monks of the sect, the mark of ascension can be taken away. If it can't be done, even if the younger generation wins the fight, they can't take the mark away. Therefore, this battle of performing the Dao is more like a show stage for each sect to show the strength of their own sect. Few people can grab the quota for ascension. Even if the participants have the strength to suppress a sect, it is difficult to grab it. Because this not only requires the challengers of the younger generation to have the strength to suppress everything, but also requires their own protectors to be invincible to the opponent. Only by combining the two can you get the quota for ascension. But in this way, the difficulty of this Dao battle has increased sharply. Luo Yan sat cross-legged in the Kiksha Dao field and observed for a long time. He found that the so-called Dao battle is really like a face-saving skill. It is the kind of hypocritical posture of you, me, and everyone. Of course, there are also some large sects with a gap in strength. Either the strength of the younger generation is not outstanding enough, or the high-level protectors are not strong enough to suppress everything. Therefore, these forces became the breakthrough point for other large sects to compete with each other. This time, it was only the defeat in the Dao performance competition and the lack of the quota for ascension. If this happens several times in a row, then this sect will be targeted by all the sects with ulterior motives. Luo Yan's eyes flickered for a long time before he sorted out the clues here, and he couldn't help but sigh. It was obviously a battle between the younger generation, but through the presentation of this soft power, it derived open and secret struggles between the sects. Because there are many young juniors participating in the Dao competition, there will naturally be many Dao protectors in the nascent soul stage. To observe the foundation of a force, you can see what level the Dao protectors who fought are at, whether they are the same as the Dao protectors who fought in the last Dao competition, etc. From these small aspects, the specific situation of the sect can be roughly inferred. Once it appears to be weak, it will attract the covetous hearts of surrounding sects and even foreign sects. Previously, Luo Yan was still very surprised. It was nothing more than a dispute over the Dao. There was no substantial benefit for the top leaders of the sect. Because the so-called quota for ascension could not be used by the elders of the sect. Even so, basically every large force would send 2 to 3 great cultivators of the transformation realm to the ruined ancient world. It turned out that the root of the problem appeared here. After all, how vicious are the great cultivators of the transformation realm? Any challenger and his protector, as long as they are glanced at twice, can see the strength of the other party almost exactly. In this way, who is strong and who is weak, naturally, is clear at a glance. With this kind of observation, the most intuitive judgment of whether the sect is prosperous or not can be made in the heart. If the strength of the other sect declines, it will be a good time to take advantage of the fire. It is even possible to launch a war between sects. This way of observing the strength of other sects by performing a dispute over the Dao is not easier and simpler than other tests. Thinking of this, Luo Yan couldn't help but sigh. He called on so many sects to participate in this so-called Dao struggle. How far-sighted were the visions of those sages? Whether they were enemies or friends, whether they were ambitious or not, they could all be seen through this Dao struggle. Sure enough, people who could live for hundreds or even thousands of years, regardless of their cultivation realm, were definitely old foxes from a mental perspective. It was precisely because of the Dao struggle that this Dao struggle method gave the most intuitive feeling for judging whether a sect was strong or not. The invincibility of the younger generation represented a strong future. The invincibility of the older generation of Dao protectors and the presence of the great masters of the transformation of spirits represented the current strength of the sect. Both are indispensable. Once there is a problem in one link, it means that the future of the sect has unstable factors. At this time, it is easy to track the covetousness of foreign enemies. Like the taking sect, even if it is a holy sect, as long as it shows a little sign of weakness, it will be slaughtered. After all, when there are a certain number of monks in a sect, the supply of cultivation resources within it will inevitably be under tremendous pressure, even to the point of not making enough money. Because the elixirs taken by high-level monks are basically made of precious medicines that are hundreds or even thousands of years old as consumables. The growth of high-year precious medicines takes a long time, and with more high-level monks in the sect, there will naturally be a shortage of supply. Therefore, in order to maintain the stability within the sect, launching a sect war has become the most direct way to solve the problem. Because once the sect shows signs of decline, it will inevitably attract the covetousness of foreign enemies. If the problem of resources cannot be solved, the sect will fall into endless internal fighting. All this is for the prosperity of the sect. This is also the reason why Kangwu realm has repeatedly erupted in tragic wars since the upper realm began to teach and preach. In essence, there are more people who can practice, and the consumption of resources has increased. The contradictions between monks, and between sects and sects will break out. Buzz! A golden light flashed across the sky, breaking through the sky above Kikshu Mountain, and a huge space crack opened. From it flew out a series of figures with very powerful auras. They were the many geniuses who participated in the competition of performing the Dao, as well as the many elders in the sect. Luo Yan's eyes swept back and forth, and soon saw a familiar figure. At this time, Liang had woken up. But his condition was very bad, his face was pale, his Taoist robe was tattered, and his eyes were dull. It was as if all his strength was drained in an instant. His soul was not in his body. Luo Yan was about to walk closer to that side, but he saw a graceful figure, with tears on her smooth and tender face, and then she ran over in a hurry. Seeing this, Luo Yan couldn't help but sigh softly. He hesitated for a moment, but still stopped his steps forward. He didn't run to ask about the injury, and also gave up the idea of comforting. Because people like Leon, who are so aloof, can hardly bear the strange eyes from the outside world. Even though Luo Yan and he are close friends. But the frustration after the defeat was at the lowest point in life. In this state, it was definitely not the right time for Luo Yan to appear. So Luo Yan stood far away, watching the beautiful figure wiping her tears, then slowly helped Lian up, followed their master, and staggered down Qiqia Mountain step by step. I hope you can recover and don't suffer too much. You are a sword cultivator who can break all laws with one sword. Luo Yan whispered, his voice was subtle and hazy, and dissipated in the wind. He could probably guess why Lian was so lonely. Because after this defeat, the invincible momentum of Lian had almost dissipated. This is a momentum of will, which needs to be accumulated through continuous battles and victories. This seems to be just an invincible belief, but in fact it can trigger the blessing of the great power in the dark. As long as you face a cultivator of the same level, you can become stronger and stronger in battle, and fight more when you meet a strong one. If Luo Yan is not wrong, Lian's invincible belief has started since the key refining stage. At that time, Lian was very sharp. Even though he had a good relationship with Luo Yan, he didn't think that Luo Yan could defeat him. At most, he was a slight threat. Then there was the battle in the ancient secret realm, last year's inner gate competition, and so on. Lian won all of them with a 3-foot-long sword in his hand. This also gave him a mentality that all enemies of the same age in the world would be like this. But who would have thought that after embarking on the battle of performing arts, Lian would usher in a Waterloo? The stronger the momentum of victory accumulated before, the more he doubted his life after the defeat at this time. If Lian can survive this level, his swordsmanship will be able to undergo another transformation. If not, Luo Yan doesn't have much to do about this. He is not good at comforting people. He can only leave it to time for them to naturally think it over. Chapter 435, The Master's Teachings, Follow the Way of Nature. In just 2 or 3 days, 3 major events occurred in succession: the opening of the Yin-Yang Palace, the battle to destroy the sect, and the dispute over the performance of the Tao. In particular, the occurrence of the second event made Luo Yan have an illusion. He had a premonition that the era of wind and rain was coming. It was difficult to see the stable and peaceful days like before. If he could not jump out of this cage in time, he would inevitably be involved. Luo Yan stood on the 5 Elements peak and looked out. Countless ancient trees rose from the ground, the mist was hazy and thick, and the spiritual energy was extremely dense, which made people feel relaxed and happy. The large lake outside was clear, but the waves were endless. The birds and beasts in the mountains and forests added a bit of peace to this ancient Taoist temple, and fell into Luo Yan's eyes, which were all soft. The war is coming. The wind was so strong on the cliff of the Qiqia Taoist temple that it was too strong to hear Luo Yan's low voice. He knew very well that the destruction of the Taking Holy sect was only a beginning, not an end. The sect war has already started, and there will probably be more and more intense wars in the future. Luo Yan really didn't know what the high-level leaders of the sect were thinking, because a lot of key information was missing. But as a member of the Law Enforcement Hall, he still noticed a clue, that is, the way the sect dealt with the Taking Holy sect was very wrong. Because the ancestors of the 4 sects alliance, even if they risked their lives, they would let the great cultivator of the Taking Holy sect fall. This is definitely not a tough sanction for a small secret world. This is not in line with human nature, and the benefits gained cannot satisfy a cultivator of the God transformation stage. After all, when they reach the realm of the Supreme Elder, there are almost few external things that can move them. Most of the spiritual medicines in the secret world are planted for the purpose of cultivating younger generations. Therefore, such a motivation is not enough to make the great cultivator of the God transformation stage fight with his life. But if the high-level leaders of the sect want to expand their territory and occupy the territory, some of the disciples of the Taking Holy sect in the key refining and foundation building stages should be retained. But the fact is that almost all the disciples of the Taking Holy sect were slaughtered by them. After thinking for a long time, Luo Yan did not find a more appropriate explanation. He understood that this was due to too little known information, which led to the deviation of the conclusion. Luo Yan shook his head and stopped thinking about those trivial matters. He slowly walked back to the basement of the Law Enforcement Hall, and then entered a secret room to sit cross-legged. With a change of mind, he returned to the nameless mountain. When Luo Yan opened his eyes again, he found the weeds that were more than 1 meter high in front of him. It seemed that he had been away for more than a few days, but for several months. Looking at the scenery in front of him, Luo Yan's face showed a trace of astonishment, and he stood up immediately. Only 3 days have passed, and this Death Valley, which was originally full of desolate, has been stained with spring colors all over the ground. Everywhere is lush and green, full of vitality. The sun is pouring down, as if there are clouds and smoke slowly steaming, extremely gorgeous. Tanjiro, are you done? An old voice came from the stubborn stone beside him. Luo Yan looked carefully and saw that where the stone should be, there was an old Taoist sitting cross-legged. It seemed that he had always been here and had never left. The stubborn stone disappeared and turned into a white-haired old Taoist. Master, my personal affairs have been completed. I am afraid I will have to trouble you again in the next 3 years. Luo Yan turned back respectfully, then bowed and said with a very sincere expression. He wanted to comprehend the higher level 5-element law, so he needed the help of the Master of the Thunder Emperor Temple to gather the 5-element key that filled the world. If there was no help from the great cultivator, Luo Yan could not even see the derivation of the 5-element key based on his own words. Not to mention comprehending the laws and principles. It's good to be done. It's good to be done. The old ancestor Chen said slowly with a sigh. He was very willing to teach this young man in green. Because this little guy is so smart, he can understand many things at once. He doesn't need to worry at all. With such a younger generation seeking knowledge, Chen Liuzhu naturally helps him with all his strength. Because he also wants to see how far this little guy can go in the future. I heard from the tone of your words just now that you seem to be quite uneasy. If you don't mind, maybe you can tell me, and I may be able to solve your doubts. In the eyes of the founder of Lidi Temple, although the body of this child is a spirit puppet, his thoughts are very complicated, and he is hesitant with a strong murderous intent. The thoughts are very complicated. Such a chaotic mood is definitely not conducive to cultivation. These emotional changes were all revealed inadvertently. Very subtle, not something that ordinary people can perceive. But Chen Liuzhu's cultivation realm is at the highest point of Kangwu realm. For him, perceiving the psychological emotions of a junior is as simple as opening his eyes. Therefore, in front of a high-level cultivator, it is normal to see through everything about a low-level cultivator, even his emotional fluctuations. Thank you, Master. I just feel that the world is changing, and many unexpected things have happened, so I feel a little bit of time passing by, and a little bit of lack of confidence in the future. Because there were too many cultivators who died in the battle of taking Holy Sect, even if Luo Yan pretended not to care, it was hard to forget. Hundreds of thousands of cultivators died, and the entire Taking Mountain was littered with corpses. How could he not keep it in his heart and not be shocked by the bloody scene? That was a living person like him. So Luo Yan's heart was a little turbulent. Then he saw that Leon failed in the duel, which made him sigh. The combination of these two made Luo Yan's mood ripple, and he became no longer so detached from the world. There was a feeling of falling into the mortal world. And such psychological emotions, in the eyes of Patriarch Chen, were typical of going against the way of cultivation. It was not good for cultivation, so it naturally needed to be improved. In fact, Luo Yan himself did not have too many thoughts. After a long time, he would naturally forget them. Unfortunately, the perception of the ancestor of the Thunder Emperor Temple was too sharp. Just this little change in psychological emotions was perceived. Now that Chen Liuzhu asked about it, Luo Yan was no longer polite. After thinking for a moment, he told Chen Liuzhu everything that happened in the past 3 days. Whether it was helping Ji Hongxi to win the ancient magic of the Great Dream in the Yin-Yang Palace, or the later battle of the destruction of the Taking Holy Sect, the experience of the dispute over the Tao, etc. Luo Yan did not hide anything and told them all one by one. Especially the scene seen in the Taking Holy Sect. The mountains and plains were full of dead bodies, and the blood gathered into a river. Such a horrible scene was the first time for Luo Yan. Naturally, he would feel uncomfortable. Although Luo Yan himself did not commit many murders, deep in his heart, he always had a sense of powerless panic. This feeling cannot be described, but it is real. Therefore, the complex tone of Luo Yan's speech seemed a little too heavy, as if he was affected by it. So the master of Lidi Temple noticed it. Well, friendship, killing sins, and the way of life. It seems that in these few short days, Tanjiro has lived a very fulfilling life. Patriarch Chen stroked his white beard and waved his hand, and a stone table and a teapot appeared. Luo Yan picked up the teapot sensibly, but found that it was empty, So he looked at the old man opposite curiously. Seeing that Patriarch Chen just smiled and didn't say much, Luo Yan immediately understood. He pinched his hands, and then spread his right palm, and a light blue water-based aura appeared on it. The water-based aura flashed with sacred light, and all the plants and trees in this mountain range moved with it. Drops of water the size of rice grains evaporated from the bodies of the plants and trees, and then continued to flow into the teapot. Soon, the teapot was full. At this time, Luo Yan gathered the energy of fire again and began to burn the void. The dew in the teapot gurgled. A faint herbal fragrance escaped from the teapot, which made people tremble. This herbal tea is elegant, astringent at first, but sweet aftertaste, light and comfortable. It's not much, it can be regarded as a delicacy, barely worthy of tasting. But you know, boy, this is the tea you brewed yourself. There is not a single tea leaf in it, but it has an endless aftertaste. How can this be explained? Chen Liuzu took the teacup, then took a sip, closed his eyes to feel it, and then praised. Luo Yan was shocked and didn't understand. He always felt that there was a sharp edge in the words of the ancestor, but he couldn't understand it. Didn't you say that you would help him solve his doubts? Why did it become tea tasting now? The connection between the two made him a little confused. Dew is originally water, but after entering the pot, it tumbles and sinks several times, and finally returns to stillness, and the fragrance of tea overflows. Why do you explain this? Chen Liuzu twisted his beard, and his turbid eyes closed slightly, leaving only a slit. His face was comfortable, looking very ethereal and peaceful, and a sense of Taoism emerged. There was no external vision, but it gave Luo Yan a kind of admiration for the immortal master and the high mountain. It was completely different from the old man next door, who was inconspicuous as he had seen before. Just drinking a cup of tea, his external Taoism changed. Dew is soaked from the grass and trees, and it is naturally fragrant with the fragrance of the grass and trees, so it has the taste of tea. Luo Yan sat cross-legged opposite the stone table, thought carefully, and then answered. These dewdrops were all forced out of the bodies of the grass and trees in the forest by him using the Taoism of water. The water droplets were first absorbed by the grass and trees, and then spit out, with a natural fragrance, which is not difficult to understand. The ancestor shook his head and smiled. It's not that this answer is incorrect, but he is not satisfied with this answer. This is superficial. It is not what Chen Liuzu wants to teach. Water is natural water, but there is dirt in the teapot. When the dirt meets water, the tea fragrance will overflow. Luo Yan answered again, and vertical lines began to appear on his brows. Slowly, he seemed to realize that there was more in this puzzle. So he gave another answer. But the ancestor still shook his head. For a while, Luo Yan stayed where he was, his eyes blank. It was neither inside nor outside, which made him a little at a loss. Logically speaking, there should be only these two possibilities for this water to have the taste of tea. But they are all wrong. Try it. At this time, the ancestor's voice came again. Luo Yan picked up the teacup on the stone table and took a sip. He even smacked his lips twice. There is indeed a bitter, then sweet aftertaste that rushes into the mouth and then explodes. This tea has a bitter and sweet taste in its light fragrance. Luo Yan replied truthfully. Fortunately, this spirit puppet body was reconstructed after the analysis of the chip, not the original spirit body technique. Therefore, this spirit puppet body is actually not much different from a normal person, except that it has no flesh and soul. Therefore, Luo Yan can taste the taste of this tea. Although the taste of the tea brewed by himself is incomparable to the taste of the spirit tea he planted, these dewdrops are taken from hundreds of plants in the mountains. It has long contained the essence of plants. Although its spiritual energy is light, the rhyme of the two laws of water and wood is true. If measured by value, it can at least be regarded as a second-level top grade. The taste is indeed this taste. But is the tea really tea? The ancestor closed his eyes and asked directly. Luo Yan, who was sitting cross-legged opposite, fell into deep thought. When these words came out, it seemed more like a hint. As if hinting at something. Tanger, do you know what we cultivators should pay attention to the most if we want to reach a higher level? Facing the master's question again, Luo Yan could only give up the previous sharp opportunity and answer: physical body, soul, spiritual power, and art, method, and Tao. The master nodded slowly, opened his eyes, twisted his beard and said, "This is the way most cultivators practice. Cultivators like Tanger should also pay attention to the seventh, the heart. Luo Yan's 6 answers actually correspond to the 6 dimensions that cultivators need to pay attention to the most when practicing. When these 6 dimensions meet the minimum requirements at the same time, the cultivator's realm of cultivation will naturally break through. Whether it is the notes of the predecessors in the sutra library or the explanations of the elders in the sect, they all prove this truth. This is also the reason why Luo Yan can practice to such a realm without too much teaching from his teacher, and there is no threshold. Because whether it is physical body, spiritual power, soul, etc., he has subconsciously tempered them. Naturally, there is no bottleneck. But the 7th kind mentioned by the founder of Lidi Temple made Luo Yan ponder for a long time, because even the biological auxiliary chip could not give him an answer in this direction. According to Luo Yan's previous thoughts, as long as his body, soul, and spiritual power all fit to a certain degree, he will naturally be able to break through the current realm. This is the most intuitive level and the level of the real dimension. As for the level of the heart, there has never been any information about this dimension. Therefore, Luo Yan was very confused about this. The heart is actually a state that seems to be transcendent but is actually in the world. Tanjiro should have noticed that there are many elders in your sect who still have emotions such as joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness even if they have a high level of cultivation. Some practitioners even abandon thinking and emotions, and think that they are one with nature and man, without any emotions, and are completely cold. These are all part of the practice of the heart. Ancestor Chen briefly narrated and pointed to those people. Almost all cultivators have their own personalities. Lian's indifference, his own indifference, Yingying's gentleness, Yao Tangzu's cunning. Luo Yan could see the personalities of these people, but he felt more confused. Because this so-called heart was just an empty talk, and it did not fall into the essence, so for a moment, Luo Yan could not connect them completely together. When Tanjiro was carrying out the assassination mission, he deliberately chose those evil and evil demon monks as targets. What was the reason? Was it for killing points? Or was it convenient for the mission? And, you have been carrying out assassination missions for so long, when facing those targets, have you ever had the slightest mercy? Luo Yan reflected, thinking of the assassination missions in the life and death building outside Biliu City a few years ago. As long as they are demon monks, they basically cannot escape if they are targeted by him. There are at least hundreds of people killed in his hands. Because those demon monks also have friends, fellow disciples, families, apprentices, etc. Anyway, Luo Yan saw them and got rid of them at will. His behavior at that time should be decisive and resolute. As for other ideas, no. I just want to complete the mission, then go back and find the next target. It's very pure and simple. At that time, the disciples didn't have any mercy in their hearts. Because those demon monks regard mortals as goods, they indiscriminately harm monks and do all kinds of evil. Naturally, the disciples will not have mercy. The disciples will feel much more comfortable if they choose those people as their assassination targets. Luo Yan answered truthfully and gave specific reasons for such choices. Anyway, they are all carrying out the mission. Isn't it normal to choose the assassination target according to their own heart? Is there any problem with this? Luo Yan was puzzled. Did you kill more demon monks when carrying out the assassination mission a few years ago, or did you kill more people in the battle you participated in 2 days ago? Luo Yan frowned, thought carefully, and then gave a positive answer, before. In fact, after Luo Yan arrived at taking Holy Sect this time, he didn't take action many times. For ordinary inner and outer disciples, unless they came directly to kill him, he would hardly take the initiative to attack. He usually only attacked the core disciples of taking sect or the seeds of Xianjiao. So, in comparison, although the people of taking Holy Sect suffered heavy casualties, there were really not many people killed by Luo Yan himself. It was definitely the least. We are all human beings. Why did you think it was natural before? But for the latter, there is a natural resistance. So many corpses, you didn't kill them, why are you upset? Patriarch Chen took another sip of tea and asked again. He was not enlightening the heart of the young man in blue, but explaining a fact. If he could understand this, then it would be almost difficult for this little guy to be affected by external things in the future. Of course, the external things here do not mean indifference and indifference. It is a kind of rationality. Tanjiro, do you think those demon monks are not part of the human race? Or are there people you know among those who were killed by them, and you feel unfair for them? Or, Tanjiro just sympathizes with the weak one-sidedly? Patriarch Chen continued to teach. For a hermit like him, the angle of looking at things has long jumped out of the normal sight. This is not indifference, but a kind of indifference, letting go after seeing too much. Disciple. Luo Yan opened his mouth and didn't say anything for a long time. He seemed to have understood what kind of mentality the ancestor wanted to teach him. Rationality. Treat everything with rational thinking, and don't be affected by other things. Otherwise, you will be implicated by other things. This is very similar to the concept of Tai's sect. Tao follows nature. Respect the heaven and earth, respect everything. Even if you are trapped, you must learn to watch with a cold eye. What is the most direct relationship between your friends' paths, how they want to go, and how they should go? After all, it is him who lost, not you, right? Do you understand? The ancestor said. Tanger. Your heart is in chaos because of these external affairs again. Ancestor Chen looked at the young man in green in front of him and couldn't help but sigh. This little guy is definitely the most suitable seedling for cultivation. But his mind is easily affected by the outside world. Although he looks indifferent, he actually keeps many things in his heart. This is not a big deal, but the reason why Patriarch Chen said so much is to raise Luo Yan's mind to another perspective. The perspective of another chess player. Only in this way can he go further on the road of cultivation. Therefore, this spiritual enlightenment seems to be enlightening Luo Yan, but in fact, the ancestor of Lidi Temple is teaching Luo Yan how to treat his own heart in his own way. Whether it is slaughtering demon monks or carrying out a mission of destroying the sect, it is essentially a killing. There is no difference between the two. Tanger will feel confused because what happened in the past few days is very different from what you encountered in the past years. You are uneasy because of this. Just like the tea that the old Taoist asked you to make before, it was originally due in the mountains and forests. The old Taoist said that its fragrance is the taste of tea. Don't you think so? In fact, dew is dew. Although it is not tea, I say it is tea, so it is. The voice of the old ancestor Chen sank, and he began to teach the mind. With the talent of this young man in green, before the battle of the arrogance comes, the remaining 5 elements of Qi will probably be able to comprehend a little bit of fur. By then, it should not be a big problem to compete for a place for ascension. So there is not much time left for him to teach this disciple. Although the upper world is magnificent, there are many opportunities and many dangers. If you don't have a good mind, it is easy to suffer a big loss. In fact, regarding the teaching of the mind, Patriarch Chen originally planned to mention it 2 years later. But now that the time is right, he extended it. A practitioner should respect himself, not be disturbed by external objects, not be affected by external affairs, and not be affected by other people's emotions. Only in this way can we seek the true heart of the Tao. Patriarch Chen said sadly. Chapter 436, 3 years, Silver Tadpole Script, Cross-Domain Summoning. The state of mind seems to be invisible and intangible, unfathomable and untouchable. In fact, it has a great impact on a person. It is said that in a higher realm of cultivation, the mood of a top power may even give birth to many demons. This shows the importance of the state of mind for cultivators. However, if there is no reminder from the old monks, few people will notice this. The ancestor of Lidi Temple always focuses on enlightenment and does not speak very directly. The words are sharp and need to be understood by oneself. This is also the common point of many great monks. Because the higher the realm of the cultivator, the easier it is to feel his own insignificance. There are extraterritorial stars above the heaven and earth, and above the endless stars, there is also the universe. The cultivation of the God transformation period can be said to be the pinnacle in the Kangwu realm. But if it is magnified in the entire universe, it will become inconspicuous, and even cannot cross the starry sky. It is precisely because of the recognition of his own shortcomings that the ancestor of Lidi Temple will teach with Taoism. When teaching the Tao, the most intuitive laws of heaven and earth are always used as examples. If it is an ordinary mediocre person, it is fine, and Chen Liaozu can teach directly. But for the little demon in front of him with extraordinary comprehension, Chen Liaozu's own understanding of the Tao rhyme can easily affect the comprehension of this young man in green. In the days without the disturbance of miscellaneous matters, Luo Yan lived at the highest point of the top of the Death Valley. Here, there is the 5 elements of Qi detained by Chen Liaozu for him to comprehend and practice. It is of great help to the subsequent understanding of the 3 Tao rules of gold, fire, and earth. So everything settled down like this. Most of the time, Luo Yan stared at the 5 elements of Qi floating between heaven and earth, and he would watch for a whole day. It was like a demon. After a long time in this atmosphere of Taoism, Luo Yan would not feel boring. Because in his mind, there is only practice. For this goal, he has never slacked off for more than 30 years. In his spare time, he sat with Chen Liuzhu to discuss Taoism, practice, and Taoism. Occasionally, he would spare a little attention to go outside Biliu City to watch a real battle. This training ground that he built by himself has become a little unfamiliar now. Because with Luo Yan's current cultivation experience, such training has no effect on him. Although he is comprehending the 5 elements, Luo Yan has not fallen behind in the practice of thunder. He wants to integrate thunder into the 5 elements. Once the fusion is successful, Luo Yan's strength will increase a little. However, his progress in thunder is slightly inferior to the basic 5 elements. It's not that Luo Yan's super high comprehension has limitations in this regard. It's because deeper thunder can only be observed in special environments, and they are not always filled in the world. For this, even the ancestor of Lidi Temple is powerless. Although Chen Liuzhu is a great thunder cultivator in the realm of transformation, the laws of heaven and earth that he comprehends are actually very different from the laws of the natural existence of heaven and earth. If he used his own method to let Luo Yan comprehend and learn, then Luo Yan's future path would inevitably be led astray. The current state of thunder and lightning of Patriarch Chen was the pinnacle of Luo Yan's thunder and lightning practice. Because the thunder and lightning laws he saw were all evolved based on the practice of Patriarch Chen. Such thunder and lightning laws are not the true origin of the great Dao of heaven and earth, so they are naturally flawed. After all, before seeing a wider world, things are already flawed. So how can they draw a perfect Dao map? Therefore, if Luo Yan wants to comprehend the true thunder and lightning laws, he needs to wait until it is rainy or enter the thunder domain to observe the most real thunder and lightning of heaven and earth. And he needs to stay in it for a long time, so that he can go further on this road. Of course, the way to solve this problem is also very simple. Patriarch Chen only needs to take out the Thunder Emperor Taoist temple that has been passed down from ancient times. There is a small thunder domain in the mustard seed domain contained in it, which can perfectly solve this problem. However, in order to enter the Thunder Emperor Taoist temple, one must have the complete Thunder Emperor inheritance. Luo Yan was obviously not satisfied with this. So he had to give up. Although there were some regrets and it was not perfect. But even so, during this period of time of understanding the law and seeking the Tao, it was also the quietest moment for Luo Yan's heart. In a blink of an eye, nearly 3 years had passed. When Luo Yan was silent, many peerless people who had never been heard of before began to emerge in the outside world. The news of their birth became more and more frequent, and their limelight directly overshadowed the geniuses of the younger generation. Even in the wilderness, Luo Yan could hear a lot of news from the outside world through the token of the Loose Cultivator Alliance in his hand. When the older generation of disciples came out, they would inevitably clash with the younger generation of disciples, so they fought. But in the end, the younger generation of disciples basically lost. Because this group of old people were the pride of major sects or major forces decades ago. However, in order to wait for this rare opportunity in 100 years, they chose to seal their own bodies and spiritual power. Then they fell silent. Their talents are terrifying, and they are not inferior to others in their lives. Otherwise, they would not choose to seal their own realm. After all, not everyone can ignore the cultivation of a higher realm. Once you get older, the possibility of breaking through to the golden core stage will become increasingly slim. Now that the last moment has come, the old generation of geniuses have emerged one after another. They want to fight for a broader future for themselves. The true spirit realm is where they yearn for. However, many of the younger generation disagree, thinking that this group of old people lack the courage to break through the realm, so they can only polish themselves in the foundation building stage. They are mediocre, but they are still making excuses for their incompetence. Such old people naturally make people feel disdainful. After all, everyone is in the foundation building stage, and they are all geniuses. They are usually arrogant and domineering. Who'll really obey whom? So, a series of battles broke out suddenly. This kind of melee has almost never stopped in the past 3 years. Many of the young generation of heroes have almost lost their temper in the collision with the old generation of geniuses. They couldn't even compete with those seemingly old guys. This was hard for many disciples to accept. After all, in the past, They were all the best in each peak and each lineage, and had few rivals. Unexpectedly, a small quota for ascending to heaven attracted so many competitors. How could they not break through the big obstacle? You know, before this, although the young generation of outstanding people had seen the cruelty of the competition for the Dao, they were a minority after all. It was definitely not as large as it is now. It was as if all the geniuses that emerged in the sect in the past 100 years had all appeared at this moment. The young generation that could be called the best of a peak before, now, was beaten by these old guys and couldn't even say a name. It is conceivable how many old generation geniuses have been born. And these old generation geniuses who dared to seal their own cultivation and remain silent for decades just to wait for this day to come. Although their physical bodies and spiritual power cultivation realms are still in the realm of foundation building. But their spirits have already begun to transform, and they only need the final cleansing to become a giant stage cultivator. What's more terrifying is that they have also gained their own insights into the laws of heaven and earth. How can the younger generation of disciples compete with such an opponent? So defeat is inevitable. Wow, suddenly, a stream of 9-colored light appeared in the sky. As it passed through the sky, a huge cloud palace filled with thousands of auspicious colors appeared above the clouds. However, the moment this strange phenomenon appeared, the fluctuations produced were light, but few people noticed it. It seemed to be a call from the dark. Not long after, a terrifying aura rushed up from the void, as if the innate sacredness was born, and the dazzling light exploded like the sun. The palace was illuminated. A huge silver mat emerged from the void, like a falling meteorite, swirling and moving, giving this world the most incomparable sense of oppression. This is a decree, which is covered with countless pale silver tadpole characters, which are constantly blooming with divine brilliance. It seems to condense the will of the gods, and it is wrapped in a majestic and extreme pressure, which makes the souls of the cultivators who see this vision tremble. However, these manifested visions seem to be discriminated. Luo Yan, who was far away in the waters of the Great Lake, trembled in his soul. After being swept by these pale silver tadpole characters, he instantly understood. Except for the top masters of the Kangwu realm, ordinary people can't see this vision in the sky. Cultivators below the foundation building stage cannot feel it. People who are above this realm cannot see it either. It seems that this decree, like a god, is deliberately looking for people like Luo Yan. This is a very special screening mechanism. As long as they are illuminated by those silver tadpole characters, whether they are monsters or other creatures, as long as they meet the minimum requirements, they are qualified to enter. But generally speaking, except for the cultivators in the 5 domains, even the dragon-like races in the sea and the blood beasts in the wilderness rarely participate in such a call. Because they are demons, they are in a competitive and dependent relationship with the human race. Even if they can pass this competition, their fate is likely to become the spiritual pets of the upper realm cultivators. This is definitely difficult for most demons to accept. After all, the more powerful the demon, the less they like to be bound. However, according to past experience, this kind of screening qualification is generally screened from age, cultivation realm, and the laws of heaven and earth that they have comprehended. No one knows the specific screening rules. But the Xianjiao battle has been going on for so many sessions, and the screening rules in it have naturally been figured out long ago. Anyway, the more talented the cultivator, the higher the probability of being summoned. As for those cultivators who do not meet these conditions, they can't see the strange phenomenon in the sky at all. Ordinary people are fine, even the senior masters in the Jinden stage and the Yuanying stage can't see it. About another stick of incense has passed, and a low whisper echoed in the sky. The decree in the sky also burst into infinite brilliance. A faint chanting voice came, giving people a very strange accent. 7 days later, the True Spirit Heavenly Palace will be opened. If you are willing to participate, you can hold your body and soul together and ascend to the Kyongayu. The True Spirit Eternal Realm cannot be entered without great perseverance, and great luck. The light silver tadpole characters on the decree shone brightly. After explaining these great sounds, the brilliance in the sky slowly returned to calm, and the divine brilliance was restrained. Luo Yan's mind was shocked, and he came back to his senses from the shock of the strange phenomenon of heaven and earth. Tanger, the greatest opportunity of your life has appeared in the world. You should go back and prepare. This battle will probably be the most difficult battle you have ever encountered. Don't be careless. The founder of Lidi Temple also noticed the strange phenomenon in the sky. The brilliance there was dazzling, and the spiritual energy was abundant. A little bit of inspiration sprinkled casually was several times, or even more than 10 times, higher than the spiritual energy density in the Kangwu realm. He knew very well that the palace seemed to be close at hand, but in fact it was extremely far away. Located in the deepest void crack space. Only the younger generation who were sensed could go to that world through those radiances. This method was dozens of times more amazing than the mustard seed world. It was a pity that the old ancestor Chen was no longer young, otherwise he could go to the true spirit realm along this coordinate. But now, even if he went to the true spirit realm through this ascending light column, he didn't have the time to do it again. So he didn't have this idea. The disciple thanks the ancestor for his teachings over the years. If I can win the quota and go to the upper realm, I will look for a suitable successor with all my heart. Luo Yan saluted respectfully, with circles of 5-color ripples in his eyes. The 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth contained in it are rich, as if the way of nature is here in person. During these 3 years, with the help of the founder of Lidi Temple, he had the deepest understanding of the Tao. Finally, more than 2 months ago, he had already understood the true meaning of the 5 elements law. Luo Yan's eyes condensed slightly, and a huge rock in front of him turned into a tea tree, which glowed and turned into soft water. The breath of the water law burst out and turned back into a huge rock. As soon as his mind moved, he could make the 5 elements begin to reincarnate and transform each other. Earth can turn into gold, and gold can turn into wood. Luo Yan can even use this to form his own special domain cage, the 5 elements domain. Any living being who sets foot in this domain will be affected by his 5 elements key. The most intuitive point is that the opponent can no longer easily and freely gather the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to attack. As long as he is in the 5 elements domain, everything in it will be controlled by Luo Yan. The Taoism of the 5 elements will no longer be able to harm him. This is the horror of the 5 elements domain. Although there are many prerequisites to learn, as long as you learn it, you will have the real qualifications to be invincible in the world. Even though I have seen it several times, every time I see the power of the law displayed by Tanger, I feel ashamed. Once you release the 5 elements law, as long as the opponent's understanding of the power of the law does not exceed the scope of the basic law, they will not be your opponent. If Tanger can keep it up, even in the magnificent place of the upper realm, I am afraid he will be famous. With your qualifications, if you don't encounter a catastrophe, you will succeed. So, whenever you encounter an external enemy, you must be careful and don't be reckless. In a place like the upper realm, whether it is our human race or the alien race, there are constant disputes. If you are not careful, you will bring about a fatal disaster. Chen Liuzu sighed. His eyes, face, and mouth were all full of smiles. This is an exclamation from the heart. At the same time, he was also warning Luo Yan about some secrets of the upper realm. If this young man in green clothes was not from a super sect, Patriarch Chen would definitely rush to that sect and snatch him away regardless of everything. Because only by teaching him personally can one feel the terrifying comprehension of this little guy. He can comprehend the power of laws at this age, and 5 of them. And he can integrate these 5 laws together. Such a person is difficult to do even for a cultivator in the nascent soul realm. Not to mention a little guy who is only at the foundation establishment stage. Disciple will follow the teachings of the ancestor. Luo Yan respectfully performed the disciple's etiquette. Although in name, he is only a boy under the seed of the ancestor of the Thunder Emperor Temple. In fact, he is no different from a direct disciple. Because this old Taoist of Thunder Law taught Luo Yan some truths between heaven and earth. Such an elder, Luo Yan would naturally respect him even more. The forbidden land of Lingjian Mountain in Tongzhou. A young man with a burly figure and piercing eyes walked out of it, carrying a long sword on his back. The moment he appeared, the flying swords on both sides of the dojo began to hum as if being guided. He stared at it, and there was a sharp sword light flashing in his eyes, and the flying swords around him instantly returned to calm. As if they were afraid of something. Zhenling Xianguang. It's just my path to enlightenment. If there are enemies blocking me, I will kill them. It was still in Hangzhou, a magnificent ancient city millions of miles away from Lingjian Mountain. The city was vast, comparable to a giant mountain. In the center of the giant city, there was a steep mountain that rose into the clouds, named Luofu. The mountain was full of green vitality, with ancient trees all over the mountains and fields, and mist and white clouds above it, which was very majestic. There was a figure with a hazy glow, opened his eyes as bright as stars, and murmured, "It's time to be born." East Region, a prosperous street. There was a man with fair skin and a feminine complexion. He looked to be in his early 20s, but he was wearing the robes of a Juran from a secular dynasty. He was in a 5-story library, flipping through a book with great interest. The readers next to him carefully avoided him, looking very respectful. As if he was feeling something, his eyes were clear, as if he could see through the roof and into the sky. So the battle of the proud children is about to start. Time flies so fast. 30 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Time has passed, and years are easy to grow old. The rules of the True Spirit Heavenly Palace are really unpleasant. To select the proud children of heaven by fighting, such reckless behavior is simply vulgar. Scholars like us should value classics and respect knowledge. However, since the rules cannot be changed, this master also chooses to be vulgar this time. This is also good for the world to know that scholars of our generation can pass the exams to obtain fame and fortune, and can suppress ordinary people. Only in this way can we be the proud children of heaven. His eyes were extremely clear, with a trace of literary aura bursting out, and mysterious power flowing, extremely holy. The genius cultivators in the 5 domains of the East, South, West, North, and Central planes began to move and were constantly preparing. Although the strange phenomenon in the sky affected a wide range, there were also many people who did not feel this call. Obviously, this person's qualifications did not meet the requirements of the law of the upper realm to select genius seeds. Why? I have waited for 70 years, mastered dozens of secret scriptures, and even gave up breaking through the golden core realm. Just for this day to come, but I don't even have the qualifications to step in. God, you are unfair. Inside a major sect in the Northern Territory, a middle-aged cultivator with tears on his face and lifeless eyes lay on the ground and cried loudly. Because he did not see the vision of the heavenly palace reflected in the sky. Therefore, his mentality was unbalanced and he was facing collapse. Obviously, he was not qualified after being screened by those silver tadpole characters. Not far away, there was a young man in white with a gentle smile on his face. Seeing this scene, his eyes were full of sarcasm and disdain. He said that the opening of the True Spirit Heavenly Palace was what he said. For this, he won the envy and jealous eyes of many fellow disciples, and he enjoyed it very much. Because the mysterious decree in the sky has a great power beyond this world, which can detect a person's approximate qualifications. The cultivators who feel the call of the True Spirit Heavenly Palace may not have rare cultivation talents, nor may they be called geniuses. But the creatures who do not feel this call, as long as they are still under 100 years old, must be a group of fools. There is nothing to recommend. He always has a playful mentality to look at those fellow disciples in the sect who usually claim to be geniuses. The more arrogant he was before, the harder he fell at this moment. After all, if he couldn't even sense the call from the upper realm, how could he be qualified to call himself a genius? Once the decree was issued, all the ghosts and monsters who usually danced happily became a group of clowns. Everyone envied him, and he was proud of himself and the world. Chapter 437 Preparation for War, Battle for the True Spirit Realm. Place. The strange phenomenon in the sky appeared, and the True Spirit Palace opened, although only a small number of people could see it. But it still attracted the attention of countless cultivators. Because such a large-scale vision summoning cannot be concealed. Therefore, such a scene, in the eyes of most cultivators, became a novel and interesting topic of conversation. Some old people have summarized that those who can feel the summoning of those mysterious tadpole characters are generally geniuses who have comprehended a trace of the laws of heaven and earth. Moreover, under this big framework, there are also age and soul restrictions. Some of these old people have experienced the Xianjiao battle, and some have even experienced it several times. Naturally, they are not unfamiliar with the special selection. Therefore, although they have not participated in the Xianjiao battle, they know the rules in the True Spirit Heavenly Palace very well. The so-called age limit actually refers to the remaining lifespan of the cultivator, which generally cannot be less than 2/3 of the total lifespan. Otherwise, if you go to the upper realm to repair again, you will most likely face the problem of insufficient lifespan. Although the holy envoy of the True Spirit Realm descends to the Dharma body every time, it is not just to select genius seedlings. But after spending such a huge price to bring people from a small world to the True Spirit Realm, it is not to just leave them alone. Being able to pick out a few great cultivators is also part of the mission. Therefore, The selection of each ascension quota will certainly not fall on those with average potential and a short lifespan. This is a complete waste. As for the restrictions on the soul, it is because the realm of the golden core stage will integrate a trace of the laws of heaven and earth and refine them into one's body. Whether it is spiritual power, physical body or soul, it will be affected by the laws of heaven and earth. If you want to transform to a higher realm, you must incorporate the laws of heaven and earth into your body. This is part of cultivation. Only in this way can the true power of the laws of heaven and earth be exerted. But the laws of the Kangwu realm are incomplete. Once the soul and a certain law of heaven and earth are integrated, they will be rejected by the true spirit realm. So this is why the cultivation realm of the cultivators participating in the Xianjiao battle cannot exceed the foundation building period. Only when all these are met, the silver tadpole text on the sky will descend with divine light. Only then will they be eligible to enter this handling heavenly palace. These conditions seem very simple, but in fact, there are very few people who can meet all of them. Because of the age limit, the limit of cultivation, and the requirements of the law. This means that those who want to participate in the war must have a high talent for cultivation and a sense of the laws of heaven and earth, and their age cannot be too old. Only in this way can they be selected. On the Five Elements peak, a kind-looking old Taoist wearing a Taoist robe appeared, and dozens of Yuaning elders from the Five Elements temple sat cross-legged around them. They are all powerful figures in each peak and each lineage, and they are all real big shots. My fellow disciples, I have been to the 9 heavens before and had a brief exchange with our upper sect's holy envoy. Next time, I am afraid that we will not be able to get in touch with the upper realm for hundreds or thousands of years to come. So, everything that comes next will depend on us. After all the elders around settled down, the head of the Wu Yanzi sect explained the content of this conversation. This is a major event related to the future of the sect, and everyone present needs to know it. The Saint Cultivator also said that the Taking Sect's upper sect had been blocked by them and could not interfere in matters concerning the lower world. As for everything in the Kangwu realm, it all depends on ourselves. For example, the Taking Sect's holy envoy did not manifest his Dao body and appear in the Kangwu realm this time, which is the best proof. The headmaster Wu Yanzi, who was sitting in the front, raised his eyes with concentration, and then said lightly. This time the conversation was very simple, just some of the Taking Sect's tail matters and the layout for the future. After explaining the true meaning of the upper sect's Saint Cultivator, the headmaster Qing Yanzi continued, the Dao patterns on the outer starry wall are spreading, and the edges blazing. Perhaps it won't take too long before it will truly heal. This is the same as we predicted before. The Dao patterns of the heaven and earth in this world are getting tighter and tighter, and will repel all outsiders. Even those Dharma bodies of the real cultivators in the upper realm cannot descend. A middle-aged Taoist priest also opened his eyes and tapped his 5 fingers, as if he was calculating something. The aura on his body was in line with the rhyme of Taoism, and was very similar to that of the headmaster Wu Yanzi. Hasn't this been confirmed long ago? The great power of the upper realm has probably been unable to be transmitted to the lower realm for a long time, and has been rejected by the origin of the Kangwu realm. Otherwise, even with the help of the real people of the upper sect, it would be difficult for us to destroy the Taking Holy sect. Many elders present knew very well that there was a very important reason why a large sect with inheritance like theirs could maintain stability for a long time. That is, as long as a certain price is paid, it is entirely possible to invite the spiritual bodies of the real cultivators in the upper realm to suppress foreign enemies. This is why, in the nearly 10,000 years of history of the Kangwu realm, there has never been a report of a large sect with inheritance from the upper realm being destroyed. And now, this unspoken rule bottom line has been broken by their own hands. This also means the beginning of chaos. The coming years will probably be another stormy day, and I hope all junior brothers will pay attention. We must hurry up and train the next generation of disciples. If our 5 Elements temple wants to occupy a place in this great trend of heaven and earth, our strength alone is far from enough. The voice of the headmaster Wu Yanzi was not loud, but it carried a rhythm of heaven and earth, not like a human voice, but like the words of nature. The elders in the audience also knew very well that even if this old headmaster had not set foot in that realm, he was probably not far away. The other thing is about the private affairs of the old Taoist. When the elders in the audience heard this, their eyes suddenly burst into terrifying brilliance. Some people even clenched their fists directly, because they seemed to have guessed what the old headmaster wanted to say next. I have been in charge of the Five Elements Temple for more than 700 years. Now it seems that it is time to step down. I wonder if you have any recommended successors, fellow disciples? Master Wu Yanzi's eyes, like water waves, swept across everyone present calmly. He seemed to be asking, but in fact he had other intentions. Master, you. An elder with a wooden face spoke, but unfortunately he was stopped by the person next to him before he finished speaking. This was something that had been determined long ago, and it was basically difficult to change. I have been in office for many years, and I actually know that some of you are fighting openly and secretly. But fellow disciples, please don't forget that you and I are from the same source. You can fight, but don't cross the bottom line. At this point, Master Wu Yanzi exuded a majestic pressure, and star symbols intertwined in his eyes. Inadvertently, they burst out. It brought great pressure to the cultivators. He seemed to know that there were many ambitious guys among these people. No matter who was recommended, it would be difficult to convince the public, so Master Wu Yanzi changed his tone and continued, regarding the succession to the position of master, this master and the supreme elders have also discussed it. Your strength can be a little weak, but you must have a sense of the sect's overall situation. It is expected that in the next 10 years, the turmoil in this small world will break out completely. At that time, this turmoil will be used as the topic, and when facing other large forces, whether to fight or to attract them, or to make friends with distant forces and attack nearby ones, etc., all depends on your will. But there is one thing, you can use the power in your hands, but you cannot rashly go to war with other forces. If you are willing, you can choose the 4 regions of East, West, North and Center for trials. The one with the best performance will take over the position of the deity. All the elders in the audience, as long as they were interested in the position of the headmaster, frowned subconsciously when they heard this condition. They were asked to analyze the future situation of the Kangwu realm, right? When the elders on the 5 Elements Peak were still immersed in the question of Qing Yunzi's headmaster, Luo Yan's consciousness returned to his body. A dense divine thought soon spread out from the Lingquan pool in the back mountain. Yin, the divine thought was mixed with the 5 elements of the Dao, like raindrops pouring down, directly sweeping across the waters by the lake. Wherever the divine thought went, the 5 elements of the world seemed to be affected and became a part of Luo Yan. As soon as his mind moved, his body turned into a stream of light and appeared in the small house in the lake. There was no sound throughout the whole process, and the sound was very light. In the next period of time, he was going to adjust his state in order to achieve the most perfect state. Waiting for the opening of the heavenly palace with peace of mind. In the outside world, those cultivators who were originally noisy, now all fell silent. Whether it is the old generation of Xianjiao or the younger generation of disciples, they are all making final preparations. This kind of opportunity that is rare in a century, if you don't participate, it would be disrespectful to yourself. Therefore, in the last few days of the outbreak of the Xianjiao War, many cultivators became quieter. Even if someone was talking loudly, their voice became very small, worried that it would affect those Xianjiao who were preparing for the war. At this moment, all the geniuses are working hard for it. No one wants to miss the greatest opportunity in this world. 7 days passed in a flash. On this day, endless divine light burst out in the sky, and its light was bright and gorgeous, like the twinkling stars at night. Above the clouds, there were intertwined, one after another void lines, connected into a network, and imprinted in the void. At the same time, the mysterious decree suddenly glowed, and countless silver tadpole characters appeared, like immortal god symbols, mysterious and unpredictable, and awe-inspiring. Luo Yan felt a faint attraction from the sky. He relaxed his mind and sensed the silver tadpole characters. After a moment, his figure disappeared in the waters of the Great Lake. Like Luo Yan, the young geniuses in the entire Kangwu realm turned into light and rushed into the sky. Looking at the figures disappearing around them, countless ordinary cultivators suddenly looked up, their hearts full of complicated emotions. Because that was the real battle of the world's top geniuses in the Kangwu realm, and it finally started. Unfortunately, they had no chance to see it. Even if they looked up, they could only see an empty space in everyone's sight, and there was no strange phenomenon in the sky. Many people were in a heavy mood, because they, who claimed to be geniuses, did not even have the qualifications to participate in the battle of geniuses. Watching the battle became a luxury. This has to be said to be very uncomfortable. On the other side, the master of the U-Hall, who was in the underground secret room of the law enforcement hall, raised his dark eyes. It seemed that he could see the world outside the sky through the five elements peak. I didn't expect that my great law enforcement hall is really full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers, including he. There are actually more than a dozen little guys who ran up. It seems that there are really quite a few young people in the law enforcement hall who are known as geniuses. The sight of the Yaodang master fell on those law enforcement hall tokens whose auras had been obscured. Through this way of observation, he could clearly know what the talents of those people were. This time, the law of the upper realm really allowed the Yaodang master to find several young people with excellent talents. What is even more amazing is that those guys, although they are members of the law enforcement hall, are usually not very prominent, and the external strength they show is far inferior to those long-established prodigies. But this time, the law of the upper realm is like a magic mirror, revealing the original form of all the monsters and demons. Interesting. A hint of amusement flashed across the corner of the Yaodang master's mouth. It just so happened that the selection criteria for the next headmaster were also thrown out. He was worried that he didn't have enough people under him. Now that these guys who have hidden their strength have shown their heads, it will not be so easy for them to hide again. He is ready to use them all for himself. Therefore, this battle of the prodigies was actually a pleasant surprise for the master of the Yaodang. As for whether the younger generation could win the final quota, it was not within the scope of the master of the Yaodang. Anyway, he thought it was impossible. Such a scene was also discovered by the monks of the supervisory hall. Because many monks who looked very mediocre on weekdays had lost their aura, identity tokens, soul aura, etc., all disappeared in an instant. Such abnormal behavior naturally made the monks of the supervisory hall feel stunned. If they had not known the special situation today, they would probably report the news here to the elders of the sect at the first time. However, there were still some people who were more active in their minds, marking out all the figures whose auras had dissipated. Then they were sorted into a book. Because the list here was verified by the law of the upper realm, it was absolutely the most authoritative. It also represented the best disciples of the Five Elements Temple in the past 100 years. In the True Spirit Palace, one after another divine light lit up, and then there were figures with strong auras. Luo Yan landed in this magical array space, but his body could not move, as if there was a great power of heaven and earth blessing him. Chapter 438, in the Sea of Gixu, Shanking Dao, Five Elements Sect, and the Heavenly Palace of the Old Ghost Zoo, there were rumbling sounds of Taoism, like the mutterings of an ancient god. Countless array patterns connected together, one after another, manifested in the void. The vast, magnificent, boundless and majestic aura suppressed Luo Yan, making him feel as if he was hit by a spell of immobilization. He was forced to stand still and could not move. The figures around him were also bound. Despite this, few people felt anxious, only curious and confused. The cultivators were waiting patiently, waiting for the mysterious power lingering on their bodies to disappear. At this time, Luo Yan's eyes had turned into light blue, with rune lights jumping rapidly in them, and the chip's exploration and inspection power was fully turned on. Starting from his own body, it reflected everything in this temple. Those connected array patterns were very similar to the runes of the Kangwu realm, but they had another mysterious aura. They belonged to another different rune system. If the runes of the Kangwu realm were compared to the strokes of writing, the array patterns lingering on the sky were like a series of divine images. Because these patterns are connected together, they are all constantly flowing in a certain regular Dao rhythm, just like the gurgling of water. These array patterns are definitely another, more advanced way of describing the Dao of heaven and earth. If the runes of the Kangwu realm are compared to independent words, then the array patterns on this sky are more like a drop of water. Whether it is poured into a cup or flows into a river, it can be perfectly integrated with another individual. The two become one, and there is no difference. What Luo Yan can do is to record these illusory array patterns to the best of his ability. Although the frequency of these array patterns and the form they appear each time are very different, they are incomplete, not complete. If ordinary cultivators see them, even the most powerful ones will find it difficult to see through the rules here. It is unclear what the specific meanings of these array patterns are. But Luo Yan can. Because the power of the biochip is that it can extract that little similarity from the cumbersome fragmented things. Then through a large amount of template data analysis, these fragmented array patterns are embedded together. Finally, return to the origin. Trace back the most complete array pattern. However, The array pattern in the void and the silver tadpole text contain too much information. So the time for the chip to collect template data may be delayed for a long time. Fortunately, the divine decree in the temple was restrained and did not burst out with a monstrous inspiration at this time. It was as if it was asleep. So, this gave Luo Yan time to copy the record. He had a vague feeling that the supreme array pattern in this decree seemed to be incomplete. Half of it was missing. At the same time, above the void, outside the layers of space boundaries, one after another, the sky-high columns covered with mysterious patterns rose from the ground, broke through the clouds, and stood above the clouds. Below was a terrifying abyss of nothingness. It was bottomless and could not be seen. On the columns, nearly 1,000 powerful ghosts with 12 figures and the law of order lingering around them sat cross-legged. They sat and stared in this empty sea of Giksu. They just filled up the nearly 1,000 sky-high columns. Chains of avenues spread from the cylinder, like a group of rosy cocoons, exuding a misty and mysterious supreme aura. This is a group of top powers whose cultivation is enough to shake the world. There are stars in their eyes, and the world rises and falls. They are terrifying and powerful. They stare at the distance, as if waiting for something. At the forefront of the Tongshan column is the Sea of Giksu, a strange world composed of chaotic mist. There are void creatures and even creatures from outside the domain swimming in it. There is great terror in it. But this is also the bridge between the true spirit realm and the outside world, and the most active place for the Dao of heaven and earth. In the chaotic mist, one round bubble after another turns and manifests in the sea of mist. Inside the bubbles, there are complete microscopic worlds. There are sun, moon, stars, mountains, rivers, land, flowers, birds, insects and fish. Take a closer look. It is an independent world. Those worlds like Hangsha have turned into bubbles and hidden in the sea of Giksu. My fellow Taoists, the Kangwu realm, the Liguang realm, the Chimai realm, the Yama realm. These dozens of Hangsha worlds, it's time to open the Ascension channel again. It's still the old rules. The fights of the lower worlds are the main focus. You are not allowed to interfere. If you violate the covenant of the Earth Immortal Alliance and cause the saint to blame you, it's none of my business. The Taoist who spoke was an old man with gray hair. Around him, there was a low divine voice chanting, and the precious light was diffused, just like an immortal god. It gave people a feeling that he seemed to be more powerful than the world. Ha ha ha, Venerable Chidin always says these few words, and our ears have calluses from listening to them. Hurry up and pass on the other half of the decree. It's nothing more than a group of Hangsha worlds. That kind of small world can't even bear a wisp of my true body. There's nothing to say about it. A Taoist who was 3 feet tall, with brass-colored skin and a huge body said in a buzzing voice. He is a subhuman, a branch of the ancient giants. He is so powerful that he can pick up the sun and the moon with his bare hands and split the earth with his bare feet. He follows the ancient system of proving the Tao with strength. The top strongmen of their tribe are invulnerable to Taoism and swords, and can be regarded as the absolute defense among the human race. Among the human race, it is also a top force. Ancient barbarian. The gray-haired venerable glanced at the huge figure in the distance, and he was not angry. Because the people of this tribe have always been like this, always like to be straightforward. After giving a few more instructions, the gray-haired venerable still ended his words. Pardon. With a simple shout, half of the law flew out of the Tongshan column, and countless silver tadpole characters raged. The entire Giksu Sea rioted, and the boundless chaotic energy jumped. A golden light fell, followed by a terrible breath. The rules and order of the dozens of small realms, including the Kangwu realm, were distorted. The Ascension channel has been opened, please go ahead, said the gray-haired venerable. The people here are basically representatives of the major forces within the human race. This also means that there are so many sects or large forces within the human race alone. Let's follow the previous rules. We are only responsible for guiding and let the cultivators in the lower realms choose their own quota. A strong man with a blue left eye and a blue right eye with different pupils said. This is good. Apart from those of you from the lower sect, other seedlings in the lower realm should have a share of my Rama Holy Dao. Another Taoist in the chaotic fog spoke. He is a new force, and compared with those old forces, his foundation is slightly insufficient. The time for laying out those Hangsha worlds is not as long as other forces. Therefore, no matter what, most of the interests of the world disputes have little to do with them. Since they can't eat meat, it's okay to drink some soup. After all, Those young people who can walk out of the small world will generally not have a low future Dao realm. This can also be regarded as seeking the due benefits for their own forces. When they discover the new Hensho world, it will be their turn. HMPH, let's change it to a fight between our Dao bodies, how about that? The person who said this was a strong man with a yin-yang Dao diagram behind him. His body was full of the aura of the Dao and surrounded by the law of order. It was like a god walking out of heaven and earth, so terrifying that it made people tremble. You know, although they are Dao bodies, there are many things hidden in their Dao bodies. It is not difficult to trace the origin to the original body through the Dao body. When did the Shanking disciples who are devoted to practicing Taoism, emphasizing the natural way of Taoism, and are ruthless and desireless, actually start to have murderous intentions? On a nearby pier, a strong man laughed loudly, as if joking. You Shanking Dao bull nose, do you want to fight? Why use an incarnation? Come on, you and I will fight with all our strength here to cheer up all you fellow Daoists. At this time, another old demon wearing a purple-red robe covered with the phantoms of white bones and skulls spoke with a strange smile. His eyes were full of blood, and the surging blood was like a complete world. Although this old demon was a cultivator of the magic path, he was also a human. It was just different from the normal key refining system. This was very common in large realms like the True Spirit realm. Many sects had their own cultivation systems. This was normal. Therefore, whether you were a cultivator of the magic path or an evil path, as long as you were mentally sound, you were a member of the human race. Blood River Old Ghost, do you want to seek death on your own initiative? In that case, I will grant you your wish. The strong man of Shanking Dao raised his eyes, and in his eyes, the yin and yang realms were manifested. His figure became blurred under the lingering chaotic energy. But the majestic majesty that seemed to be there and not there, and the aura that was so terrifying that the sky was trembling, made people very afraid. Ridiculous. You idiot, have you become stupid from practicing Taoism? The ancestor has a world of Henshin as a base. Even if your yin-yang Dao wipes out everything, what can you do to me? As long as the world is not destroyed, the blood body does not stop, and the ancestor is not dead. The old demon in purple-red Taoist robe spoke, his eyes full of disdain. The thing he feared the most in his demonic sect was being threatened by others. Because they have infinite incarnations, and each incarnation is a part of the original body. When the original body is destroyed, the incarnation automatically turns into the original body. Conventional means of attack such as the flesh and soul are useless to them. It can be said that the incarnation is indestructible and the real body is eternal. He is also one of the most difficult monks to kill. So what if you can transform into thousands of incarnations? If you want to be resurrected, you must be involved with your original body. After I kill you, there will naturally be a way to find the connection between you two. Besides, a small world is just a small world after all. You old ghost hide in it and think that everything is fine. Then, I will wipe out that world together. The strong man of Shanking Dao said calmly, without any anger in his words, but it gave people a thunderous anger. Ahem. Don't hurt the harmony, fellow Taoists. It's just a dispute over a small world. For beings like you and me, what does it matter? Everyone calm down and implement it according to the previous rules. It's still pretty good. At this time, an old man wearing a Taoist robe of the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth spoke. He was full of righteousness and a kind face, as if he was a very simple middleman. Don't want to see things get out of hand. A Taoist who escapes heaven? Stop pretending to be nice to me. You guys are also responsible for that. A dignified sect of the immortal way actually hooked up with those old ghosts from the demon sect. It seems that a cancer has appeared in the 5 elements sect, and I need to help eradicate it. The strong man of the Shanking Dao shouted softly, and there were thousands of divine lights and thousands of colorful clouds. The boundless yin and yang Dao gurgled and moved with a shape. It seemed that it would explode directly in the next moment. Brother Su Mizi is wrong. It was all done intentionally by the ignorant juniors in the lower realm. We cultivators in the upper realm are completely unaware of it, separated by countless spaces. It's all because of the juniors' ignorance. I apologize to you here. The old man of the 5 elements sect sighed. His expression was sincere, and his attitude of apology was impeccable. At this moment, he seemed very confused and had a very innocent feeling. Dungeon. Put away your fake attitude. You old fox, You have always been eating people with a smile and not spitting out bones. Your hypocritical face makes me feel sick. Today, we must have a fight, and only one of us can leave alive. Otherwise, it will be difficult to eliminate the hatred of the 7 lower realms of my Shanking sect. The strong man of Shanking Dao stared at the sky-reaching column in the distance, and his momentum was rising, and he had locked it firmly. It seemed that he would hit it directly in the next moment. At the same time, he was also staring at the old demon, and the yin-yang avenue exploded, and the aura was magnificent. In fact, the destruction of the inheritance of the 7 small worlds was definitely a very normal thing. Because in those Yangsha worlds, there are many other sects besides Shanking Dao. But the people of the 5 element sect are particularly hateful. Because the destruction of the inheritance of the 7 small worlds, almost all of them have the shadow of the 5 element sect behind them. What is this if not targeting? So this time, he wants to ask for an explanation. The strong man of Shanking Dao is really strong. Even if he faces 2 cultivators of the same realm, he is still fearless. He has a kind of confidence that he can forcibly kill these 2 dirty guys. Because the origin of Yin and Yang Dao is a Dao principle that is superior to many basic Daos. Although this kind of obscure and boundless Dao principle is difficult to comprehend. But as long as you can comprehend it, you can suppress all enemies. Although the words of the strong man of Shanking Dao did not make the old man of Wuxing sect angry, he was still kind and smiling. But on the other side, when the old ghost Zhu heard the news that the 7 lower realm inheritances were destroyed from the other side, he subconsciously looked towards Wuxing sect. The hearts of these guys are really dark. I thought it was only the little thing of Kangwu realm, but I never thought that there are other 6 realm inheritances. Fellow Daoists, Happy New Year, and be happy every day. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 439 The Source of the Dispute proposes that on the other side of the Gixu Sea, the strong men of Shanking Dao want to stir up disputes and demand an explanation for the destruction of their own lower world inheritance. Because the struggle for the origin of the Hengsha world usually breaks out after the outer boundary wall is closed. The 5 Elements sect and the Soul Refining sect took advantage of the arrival of the Ascension channel and suddenly attacked, catching them off guard. This is a complete fraud. Of course, this is also related to the carelessness of the disciples of the Taking sect in the lower world, who did not have much defense. However, as a great force in the true spirit realm, the people of the Shanking Dao suffered such a big loss. Naturally, they will find a way to make up for it. Even if the Shanking Dao pursues the law of nature and the unity of heaven and man. But the Buddha is still angry. How could they choose to swallow their anger? Therefore, the cause of the lower world must be resolved today. This is the responsibility of being a member of the Shanking Dao. Let's fight in the Zuoyan. Old Ghost Zhu, Taoist escape, come quickly. Don't let this seat look down on you. The strong man of the Shanking Dao shouted in the air, and his Dharma body appeared in the void. Obviously, he was extremely angry. Chi. 3 streams of light like meteors rushed out of the Tongshan column in an instant, and then fell into the abyss. Bang! 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 Under the Tongshan column, the breath of the Luo burst out, and countless black and white light points burst out and flew violently in all directions. Not long after, there was another monstrous blood light, infecting the entire abyss, as if falling into a world of blood. At the same time, there was also a 5-colored glow. The 3 collided with each other, shaking the sky, and making a series of dull sounds. It gave people a clang and deafening sound. Looking at the fight between the people below and the momentum that permeated the entire abyss, some powerful people were watching the fun and said something sarcastic, "Fight, fight, it would be better if everyone died." I think the 3 families' share of the lower realm this time should be taken out and distributed to the rest of us. Anyway, the 3 families are fighting at the moment, we should understand a little, right? Said a man with a very burly figure, but not as big as the subhumans. As soon as he finished speaking, before others responded, 3 kinds of divine auras suddenly flew out of the abyss, surrounded by black and white, colorful, and scarlet. Although these 3 divine auras of different colors were in conflict with each other, the target they finally locked on was the same person. Damn it, why did you 3 guys drag me into the fight? The burly man roared, with flames rising in his eyes. He was almost furious. He was just teasing for a few words, and he was targeted by those guys. What a bunch of petty people. As a last resort, he could only cast a piece of red law to resist these attacks. It was like a red waterfall of fire rain, pouring down. In an instant, the abyss of the void was filled with divine light, and the sea of Gixu was all bright, illuminated by the dazzling light. This majestic man who made sarcastic remarks was finally forced to join the battle. On the Tongshan column, the strong men from other forces originally wanted to make a few ridicules, but seeing this situation, they all tightened their mouths. After all, no one wants to be involved in such a boring dispute for no reason. There is no benefit at all, and only fools will fight with them. If you want to fight, wait until this small world ascension battle is over before fighting. If you don't stop, the fights among the younger generations in the small worlds will start. Looking at the four people fighting fiercely below, the gray-haired venerable on the Tongshan column could only speak helplessly. In the true spirit realm, although the Earth Immortal Alliance is an official force in the open, representing absolute authority. But which of the sects present is not a member of the Earth Immortal Alliance? The palms and backs of the hands are all flesh, which makes it impossible for the gray-haired old man to take sides. Because behind the Hengsha world, there are interests involved, and many sects have fought for this. It is not once or twice. Basically, every time the Gixu Sea is opened, such a chaotic scene will be staged. This also makes the cultivators present already accustomed to it. After all, if you can independently control the Hengsha world, it is equivalent to adding a large back garden for your own forces to cultivate the younger generation. In addition, the characteristics of the origin of the Tao are to hide in the true spirit realm. This also makes the cultivators in the God transformation period, if they want to break through to a higher level, they must use their Dharma bodies to comprehend the origin of the Tao in the small world. This is also the most common way of cultivation. This is why, after the discovery of the Hengsha world, so many large forces would place their pieces to lay out their plans. It is because behind these micro-worlds, there are huge interests involved. Therefore, the gray-haired venerable has long been accustomed to the fights between the people under the abyss. Every time the passage to the Sea of Gixu is opened, such disputes will be staged. The solution is actually very simple. Whoever wins will have the right to speak in the next visit to the lower world. As the venerable of the Earthly Immortal Alliance, the gray-haired old man is reluctant to meddle in other people's affairs, but in the current situation, out of duty, he still has to remind them when it is time. Bang! Bang! Dot. There were several earth-shaking explosions under the abyss, and the laws were all over the sky, and finally turned into a vast sea with dazzling divine light. Let's continue after the disputes in the lower world are over. Anyway, this time, there must be a break between the seed and you. After a while of entanglement, the people under the abyss all stopped fighting at the same time. After all, the layout of the Hengsha world involves the long-term plan of the inheritance of their own forces. So there can be no delay. Yin. In the Gixu Sea, there are silver tadpole characters shining, becoming more and more brilliant, and the beams of light rushing into the sky, breaking through the many realms, and descending in those dozens of small worlds. The strongest people on the Tongshan column also glowed all over, and they all integrated their divine thoughts into those mysterious and profound pale silver tadpole characters. Only with the help of the power of the talisman can they be in dozens of realms and leave amazing inheritances for their upper sects. The purpose of doing this is very simple, that is, while spreading the law to all realms, it can also allow people in the lower realms to establish contact with them. After all, only by practicing their law can they be regarded as a part of them. Otherwise, in order to compete for those Hengsha worlds, the saints of the true spirit realm would have fought each other for a long time. The power of the entire human race will also fall into great internal friction. And the current solution limits this dispute to a very small range. Everyone preaches first, and then relies on the inheritors of the lower world to fight. And use this to define the ownership of that small world. The advantage of such a rule is that it can greatly restrict the middle and high-level cultivators within the human race from fighting each other, so as to preserve the combat power of the entire human race. Moreover, if you want to harvest the origin of the Hengsha world, you must wait until the origin of the small world on that side is promoted. It can be implemented. During this period, there are at least tens of thousands of years of transition time. In such a long time, it is normal for a little change to occur. Therefore, The large forces in the true spirit world rarely erupt into wars between forces for this reason. At most, every 100 years, through the summons of the Earth Immortal Alliance, thousands of worlds are laid out in advance. As a result, countless divine thoughts of the upper world saints have arrived in the lower world in the silver tadpole text. Some saints choose to directly invade the dreams of a family or sect master to teach the way in the most direct way. Some of them arrange their inheritance in the wilderness and set up the test array. As long as they passed the test, they could obtain the inheritance. Such scenes all happened in the dozens of Hengsha worlds that were about to be awakened. Just like the great supernatural power of fishing for the moon in the water that Yang Zhao had obtained before, it was originally passed down in this way by a great power in the true spirit realm called Shyuan sect. However, the struggle in the true spirit realm was too dangerous. As a result, Shyuan sect eventually declined and was completely eliminated. But the inheritance of Shyuan sect was preserved. However, it is a pity that in order to establish a connection with the great forces in the upper world, it is necessary to comprehend the laws of the great forces in the true spirit realm to do this. Unfortunately, the origin of the Hengsha world is not sound, which makes many laws of the upper world fall into the lower world, and it becomes extremely difficult to practice. Therefore, continuous preaching over the years has become inevitable. However, this also happened in those newly born micro-realms. Every time, the thoughts of the holy cultivators living in the silver tadpole text are actually limited. After the strong ones who came first entered that world, they would join forces with each other and then prohibit the latecomers from breaking in. Therefore, in a small world like Kangwu realm, there may be no less than hundreds of great inheritances of the true spirit realm since the beginning of the preaching in ancient times. But as time goes by, the more top forces are eliminated. Those holy cultivators are naturally not allowed to enter the Kangwu realm again. The standard for judging this point is actually very easy to define. That is, whether there is a lower realm inheritor who has broken through to the realm of transformation in the Hengsha world. If there is no such person after thousands of years, then this layout is declared a failure. If there is such a cultivator in the realm of transformation, it will enter the stage of competition between the sects in the lower realm. There is another reason for the difficulty of preaching. That is, the holy cultivators of the true spirit realm have not been manifested in many lower realms for a long time through the silver tadpole text. Usually, it only takes a few days, or even a day. In such a short time, they can only set up several places of inheritance, and then their divine thoughts will collapse. Because the origin consciousness of the small world will detect these outsiders and then repel them with all their strength. The longer they stay, the more they can arouse the origin consciousness of that small world to resist. After the great layout of Shanking Dao in Kangwu realm was cleared out, there are really not many upper sect forces left in Kangwu realm. In the south region, there is only the 5 elements sect. The upper world forces in the other 4 regions will not exceed 10 fingers added together. In other words, the small world of Kangwu realm will soon usher in the final battle scene. But at this moment, his Shanking Dao was kicked out. How could this not make the strong men of Shanking Dao angry? For this reason, the previous battle was naturally clear in the minds of many saints. In Kangwu realm, above the true spirit heavenly palace, there were several divine thoughts attached to the laws of the gods, discussing with each other. Brothers, the Kangwu realm has now entered the final stage of the Dao. We no longer need to worry about trivial matters such as leaving behind inheritance. Why don't we stay here and see how the younger generations in the lower realms fight? At this time, several majestic divine thoughts were entrenched in the divine decree. While talking, they chose to seal the silver tadpole text on the decree. They did not allow fellow Taoists from the true spirit realm to enter. It was obvious that the final ownership of the Kangwu realm would be born among them. Of course, it was not ruled out that a melee would be caused by the other small realms approaching. But no matter what, they were now at the last few steps away from the harvest. This is a good idea. It would be too boring to just watch a group of juniors fighting each other. Why don't we each select a few people to be the carriers of our thoughts? As long as the juniors in the lower realms can identify and find our thoughts, they can obtain the qualification to enter the true spirit realm. What do you think of this proposal, fellow Taoists? A powerful person expressed this idea with his divine thoughts, and then waited for the responses of the others. Huh? What is the intention of Brother Link Xero? A powerful person hesitated, guessing some of the reasons behind this proposal, but was not sure. My intention is very simple, that is, if you want to get a place to enter the upper realm just by fighting, This method has great limitations. After this, all the holy envoys present fell silent. In their impression, those cultivators who ascended from the lower realms, although they made rapid progress in their cultivation in the early stage, their cultivation speed dropped sharply after reaching the nascent soul stage. There is a very important reason, that is, there are too many forces in the true spirit realm, and they are too chaotic. There are human races, demon races, alien races, demon races, and so on. In addition, there are internal power struggles, which are so complicated that it makes people's scalps numb. Fighting against humans, monsters, and alien races at this point, it is almost impossible to solve the problems in cultivation through fighting. Because within each major force, there are their own set of rules that are constantly running. Just like the ascension quota in the Five Elements Temple, it has long been given to a family lineage. Even if Luo Yan is invincible at the same level, in the inner door competition, she beat all the cultivators and made them unable to raise their heads. But that ascension quota has nothing to do with Luo Yan. Chapter 440 Individuals, Groups, and Changes in the Game of War Chess. If there is no force to suppress everything, then no matter which world you are in, you will need to compromise. Everything needs to be carried out according to the unspoken rules that everyone recognizes. After all, only by satisfying the interests of the majority, rather than a small group of people, can the entire sect and even the tribe be stabilized. Perhaps in the demon tribe and the sea tribe, which respect strength, it is possible that the interests of individual creatures will override the tribe. But this is not the case among the human race. It is his nature for a young child to want to perform and prove himself in front of adults. This is also the reason why people are human. The human race is a very special and rare species. It needs to express itself through others to achieve a process of satisfying one's inner emotions. The value of human existence is to prove oneself to others. A person is powerful, but it is not enough for him to know it. It is really powerful only when others know it. There are actually very few people who live alone, away from the hustle and bustle of the world, and do not communicate with any of their kind. The reason why humans are social animals is that they need to rely on others and more people to live. In this way, self-worth can be demonstrated. In this regard, practitioners are actually the same as ordinary people. However, as the cultivation of the cultivators increases, there are fewer and fewer people who can be taken seriously and regarded as fellow practitioners. Because few people of the same age can catch up with the footsteps of those top practitioners. So above the cultivators, there are immortals, gods, and saints. Although they all claim to be innate creatures, their status and identity are supreme. But in fact, these so-called immortals and gods cannot escape the concept of the group. Therefore, where there are people, there will inevitably be the birth of rules. This is very similar to the laws of the great way that exist between heaven and earth. The rotation of the sun, moon, and stars, the changes of the world, and the birth, aging, illness, and death of living beings. They all have their own set of operating rules. All things in the world are like this. Similarly, the same is true for the Five Elements sect in the true spirit realm. It's okay for the younger cultivators of the Jinden period and below. If they participate in some fighting competitions held within the Five Elements sect and perform well, they will be given cultivation resources. Or receive corresponding sect benefits. In this way, as long as their own cultivation talent is not too low, naturally, you can obtain enough cultivation resources to break through to the next realm. But the cultivation after the nascent soul stage is very different. The resources provided by the sect welfare alone cannot satisfy your own cultivation. Because at this stage, in addition to the most basic spiritual energy, elixir, and scripture treasures, there is a threshold that restricts everyone. That is, if a cultivator in the nascent soul stage wants to break through to the God transformation realm, he must embark on a path to comprehend the complete laws of the Great Dao. And the path is the most challenging thing for a person's understanding. It takes a long time to observe and comprehend before you can figure it out. It just so happens that a place like the true spirit realm belongs to a realm with a lot of laws. Simply put, the laws of heaven and earth in the true spirit realm are complete, and the 3,000 great ways passed down by the earthly immortal realm include at least a few hundred of them. This also brings a certain degree of trouble to the practice of many cultivators. It becomes more difficult to comprehend the complete laws of the Great Dao with personal strength alone. Because although the power of the laws that fill the true spirit realm is abundant, the interweaving of the laws can easily make the cultivators fall into a state of confusion. For example, the law of yin and yang, and the law of darkness. The two seem to be only one word apart, but in fact they are two completely different laws of the Great Way. It is difficult for a cultivator in the nascent soul stage to distinguish the difference between these two laws. Therefore, it is also easy to cause them to fall into a state of confusion, and thus become confused. Because if you spend hundreds of years in the opportunity of the rising sun and the setting of the moon, you can comprehend a trace of the law of the Great Way, and think that this kind of comprehended truth of the Great Way is the law of darkness, and work hard in this direction. Suddenly one day, an elder of the sect tells you that you comprehend the law of yin and yang, not the law of darkness. At that time, it is normal for the heart of the Tao to collapse. Because once you go the wrong way, if you don't find and correct it in time, it is easy to be ruined. Therefore, when the great monks in the true spirit realm want to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth, they usually spend their sect merit points and then enter the law domains specially separated by the top masters. Only in this way can they break through the realm correctly. But the top masters are also human beings, and it is naturally impossible for them to help for free, and they also need to be rewarded. Because the top masters above the transformation realm have already abandoned most of the low-level emotions, such as joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness, etc., it is difficult to see them in them. These top masters attach great importance to fate and luck. Therefore, even when facing their own clansmen, they will look at the problem with a high-handed or equal exchange mentality. You can ask them to help, but there must be corresponding rewards. Otherwise, it is a luxury to ask them to lower their heads and look at the people below. And there is another most important point, that is, you have to make them think that you have the ability to repay this opportunity. Otherwise, even people from the same family are no different from ants in the eyes of such great monks. After all, if you can't grow to their level, you don't belong to the same kind of people. This is the way of thinking of the top powers like them who have a cultivation level above the spiritualization stage. Because they have lived for too long and have experienced many things. They have long looked down on family affection, friendship, fellow disciples, etc. Based on this situation, unless they encounter special scenes, their state of mind will only be calm. In the secular world, there is a proverb, if a person is old and not dead, he is a demon. The demon here not only refers to cunning and scheming, but also to the view of indifference to everything. Because the higher the realm of the cultivator, the longer his lifespan is, and naturally he lives longer. The longer a person lives, the less life breath he has. This is like a person who has just set foot in cultivation. Whenever he sees someone with a higher cultivation level than him, he will subconsciously feel uneasy. This is human instinct. Because others have practiced for a long time and have a higher cultivation level than themselves, they can naturally bring serious danger to their lives. But as time goes by, my cultivation is also slowly increasing. When I meet those outer sect brothers I met 10 years ago again 10 years later, my mentality will inevitably change. Things that I liked when I was young, when I grow up and look back, it is difficult to like them again. Similarly, this is also the same for practitioners. The longer a cultivator lives, the higher his cultivation level is, and the fewer things he can pursue. It is said that immortals are indifferent, cold and ruthless, and cannot understand the sufferings of the world. In fact, it is because they have lived too long and experienced too many things, so they naturally don't take ordinary things to heart. The higher the level of cultivation, the less emotional changes in joy, anger, sorrow and happiness will inevitably become. This is a fact that no practitioner can change. What does Brother Dale mean? A saint cultivator from the true spirit realm asked in a telepathic voice. Let's treat this as a test of the wisdom of those little guys. At the same time, let's have some fun with us. Of course, talented seedlings with absolute strength can still stand out. When he mentioned this, the tone of the upper realm saint cultivator paused for a moment, as if he suddenly thought of something, and then changed his words. For example, the sword cultivators in the Kangwu world, and the reckless men of the body refining lineage. The practitioners of these two systems have a very obvious characteristic. That is, if they can fight, they will never use their brains. These are two types of practitioners who have honed their perception of danger to the extreme, and their ideas are also very direct. You old man, just say what you want to say, don't waste your time here. The saint cultivator who spoke quickly and in a straightforward tone urged. The old Taoist's idea is also very simple, that is to split the younger monks below into two camps, black and white. The total number of monks in the black camp must be more than twice that of the white camp, That is, a total ratio of 2 to 1. The monks in the white camp can only kill people in the black camp, and the same is true for the monks in the black camp. Killing a monk in the white camp counts 2 points, killing a monk in the black camp counts 1 point. However, if you kill someone in the same camp, you will deduct the same points. If you kill someone by mistake for the second time, the deduction will be doubled. And the identities of these little guys are unknown to each other. Finally, we will only take the ones with the highest scores. As the true spirit realm saint slowly explained the selection rules, a powerful person quickly reacted. His tone was a little hesitant, but he still said, "The way to play chess." Yes. The previous divine thought immediately responded. It's just that I have slightly modified the rules. That is, everyone's identity is not interoperable, and they will only be given a little hint at regular intervals. The other saints thought about it, and some thought that this seemed to be a small pastime to kill time. After all, their divine thoughts would have to stay here for at least several days before they could end this trip to the lower world. Although for beings like them, the most worthless thing is time. But watching a group of lower world cultivators fighting is as boring as watching 2 ants fighting. They can't get interested at all. They can take this opportunity to screen the lower world's geniuses while also providing some entertainment for themselves and others, so they naturally support it. The gameplay of Yuzhanki, as long as it is a cultivator in the true spirit realm, has more or less been exposed to it. This is a chess game that has spread from the earthly immortal realm. It involves many things, including humanity, personal strength, and one's own judgment and comprehension of the surrounding situation. It is deeply loved by many cultivators in the true spirit realm. I am a sword cultivator, I don't understand your twists and turns. Suddenly, there was a sharp voice, like a sharp sword, with a sense of penetration. Even if he didn't reveal his identity, the cultivators could guess his identity through his tone. Because the characteristics of the sword cultivator lineage are too prominent. Whenever he speaks, he will be noticed. Deo Ayamas understood, I will not use all the quotas to please us. The quotas reported by our respective lower sects should be 82. Of the remaining 18 quotas, I will only take half of them to apply this new rule. The man explained and gave a reasonable solution. Although their cultivation level is very high and they have great power that outsiders can hardly imagine. But when faced with a request of the lower world sect, they will still choose to acquiesce. Just like these 100 quotas, which were originally only available by participating in the junior battle. In the end, they were divided up by their lower world sects until there were less than 20 left. This is the cruelest reality. If it weren't for the Earthly Immortal Alliance's dead rule that a certain number of places must be reserved to give the creatures of this small world a path to seek the Tao, the remaining 18 places would have been eaten up by these forces long ago. In fact, the selfish desires of the people in the lower realm sects are a good thing for them, the cultivators of the upper sects. This can promote the stability of the lower realm sects to a certain extent. After all, the ascension quota is a very tempting bait. We can only watch from afar. Every junior wants to eat it, but there are very few people who are qualified and capable of eating it. In a sense, this will even inspire a fierce confrontation among the younger generation. But if this quota is fixed within the internal sect of one's own sect, it will increase the cohesion of the cultivators of one's own sect. Because the passage to the upper realm and the pursuit of a higher path is not locked. The juniors with amazing talents have confidence, and the juniors with mediocre talents are favored by the elders of the sect. Everyone has hope. It gives people a feeling that as long as you work hard enough and never give up practicing, you will have the opportunity to go to the true spirit realm. Whether it is by yourself or by the influence of your elders. In this way, the prosperity of the sect will be promoted, the vitality of the younger generation will be maintained, and so on. This is more useful than any sect rules and the advice of the teacher. Because the quota for ascension often means the opportunity to go to the upper world, as long as you are a member of the sect, you will recognize this. Many cultivators, after understanding that their own path of practice is cut off, will pass on their spiritual sustenance to the next generation. I hope that they can get the quota for ascension one day and go to a wider world. This is what most elders expect of their younger generations. Although this hope is slim, there is always hope. The heart of hoping that their sons will become dragons and the heart of family inheritance are the obsessions derived from many older generation cultivators. This kind of mentality actually has a great promoting effect on the stability of the sect and the internal cohesion. However, although this ascension quota is good, The super forces in the Kangwoo world will not take up too much? Because there is another deeper reason involved. That is, there are always limited younger disciples with excellent talents. If all the younger generations with strength and talent go to the true spirit realm through the ascension channel, then the sects in the lower world will inevitably lack a certain amount of high-end combat power. This is a huge loss for any large sect. Because the more high-level cultivators there are, the stronger the deterrence to the outside sects. Therefore, the upper cultivators in the true spirit realm are very subtle in dealing with this matter. Although there will be quotas for the lower world inheritance sects, this specific quota will not be too many. Otherwise, it will be difficult to show its preciousness. It can make the younger generations of the lower sect cultivators have an idea that is hard to reach, but real. Moreover, it can also retain the high-end combat power of the lower world sects to the greatest extent. This enables them to recognize the sect from the bottom of their hearts, and to be willing to give everything for the prosperity of the sect. This can be said to kill two birds with one stone, and it is a typical grasp of the bad nature of the cultivators. This is also part of human nature. Although the matter is simple, the deep-level considerations behind it are extremely complicated. Boom! Soon, the divine decrees reflected in the heavenly palace glowed, and those light silver tadpole characters intertwined the supreme laws of heaven and earth, which was breathtaking. In just a moment, the decrees floating in the universe seemed to have their own will and began to pour out spiritual energy. Where the spiritual energy was leaking, there were Taoist patterns spreading, creating something out of nothing, and being born in nothingness. Not long after, two super large performance platforms appeared in front of the cultivators. There were dense ancient characters engraved on the void, as if explaining the rules inside. The state of these characters was amazing, and there was no need to use the eyes to see, only the divine consciousness needed to touch. All of a sudden, those words would all enter Luo Yan's mind. The rules of the first stage are very simple. As long as you step into it, you will be considered to be participating in the battle. Then you can persist to the end and become one of the occupiers of the 9-square grid area. You will automatically get a place to the upper realm. Therefore, the rules of this stage are simple and violent. That is to fight. Fight with all your might. As long as you eliminate all other competitors, you and the rest will be the winners. So the longer you can persist in this kind of competition, the more chances you have to get that opportunity that is enough to change your life. As the saying goes, you can be weak, but if you can drag others into the water, you will win. Despite this stage still requires a very high personal strength from the cultivator. Because in such a place with a limited area, even if someone wants to use the escape technique to escape and constantly avoid the attacks of others, it is difficult to do so. After all, there are enemies everywhere. Coupled with the imprint restrictions of the 9-square grid area, the monks who choose this side of the performance platform must go through fierce fighting to get the final quota. Therefore, the monks who dare to set foot on this side of the performance platform will inevitably usher in the most tragic melee and attacks. Private alliances, vertical and horizontal alliances, intrigues, and backstabs for no reason. As long as it can help themselves and get the opportunity to ascend, even if it is to join forces with monks from hostile sects, many people are willing. There is only one ascension quota in a lifetime, which is enough for all participants to do everything they can. The previous Xianjiao battle was based on such rules. Chaotic, tragic, and bloody. Many older people who had participated in the Xianjiao war, whenever they recalled this scene, would sigh involuntarily. It was miserable. Too miserable. That battle was really too chaotic. The entire Xianjiao battlefield was a bloody grinding wheel. Everyone was bloodthirsty, and they were merciless for the Sorn quota that was so close. Whenever the Taoism was used, it must be with the most fierce and domineering power. So many Xianjias from various sects died, and the corpses covered the ground of the performance stage, and the bloody smell filled the entire battlefield. This was the fact that the Xianjias of the previous generation of various sects told before coming. 100 years ago, they also participated in this Xianjiao war, but unfortunately they could not hold on for too long. Moreover, if they had not left in time, perhaps they would have been reduced to a handful of yellow soil by now. Because once they entered the closed performance stage, if they wanted to leave, they would have to wait for several breaths before the teleportation light would teleport them away. Although it only took a few breaths, for most of the Xianjiao, it only takes one breath to destroy the enemy. It is enough to kill the opponent. After all, as long as a talented genius comes here, he will not be afraid of fighting. and those who want to leave have only two possibilities. One is that they are afraid of death because they can't win. The other is that they are seriously injured and have to leave. No matter which possibility, it shows that their strength is not strong enough. But in many battles between Shi and Jiao, one move and one style, a large area of the power of the law domain is attacked with a wave of the hand. Anyone who is in this area will be implicated, and thus suffer an unexpected disaster and be suppressed by the power of the law domain. At that time, even if you want to leave, you can't do it. The situation is beyond your control. Because once you can't hold on to the power of the law domain that is covering you, your body will be blown up on the spot. After all, the realm level of many of the old generation of Shi and Jiao has touched the edge of the golden elixir realm. The Taoist attacks of such people are enough to make ordinary geniuses fight with all their strength. It may not be blocked. Once you slack off, you will be on the verge of death. This is the difference between the top monsters and ordinary geniuses. Although the Shi and Jiao war is dangerous and the probability of death is very high, there are still a large number of geniuses who come to participate one after another. Even the old Shi and Jiao who escaped death, although they brushed against death. But if they were allowed to choose again, they would resolutely choose to participate in the war. This is the attraction of the Shi and Jiao war to all top geniuses. After all, things like the Tao are related to everyone, and you have to fight for it. It is no secret that the Tao of heaven and earth in the Kangwu realm is flawed. There are only a few ways to leave this realm cage. If you can't grasp the present tightly, you are responsible for your own life. Chapter 441, The Rules of the Game, The Silent Tacit Understanding, The Trial Rules of Trapping and Killing the First Performer on the Stage, a simple competition of personal strength. This is also the rule understood by the geniuses present. As for the rules of the other stage, it becomes a little complicated. It is the most typical black and white camp. As long as the monks choose to participate in the war, there will be a black and white camp. Moreover, the people in the two camps will be hostile to each other and choose to attack each other. It is a bit like a camp confrontation. At the beginning of the performance, this stage will be filled with heavy fog, and the monks will be fixed in place and unable to move. Then, three figures will appear randomly in front of the entrance. The camps of these three people are irregular and unknown. There may be three white camps with the same identity, or there may be three black camps. Anyway, the identity of the camp of the participants is only known by the participants themselves. Outsiders cannot know. First, the four people trapped in the same domain can choose to attack others or not. Second, if they do not fight with others, they will lose the game and wait for the next restart. Third, the camp of the selected target can only be obtained if it is selected correctly and wins. Otherwise, it will be deducted according to the corresponding score. If the score is not enough and the challenge target is chosen incorrectly, the player will be eliminated directly. Why are the rules of our Shi and Jiao battle different from what the elders of the sect said? What exactly is the rule of the second performance platform? I looked at the illusory image floating in the sky several times, but I still couldn't figure out the meaning of it. Until now, I still feel confused. Inside this handling heavenly palace, a gray-clothed man was speechless. His already dull head became even more painful. He came from the hidden sect of the East region. Although he looked rough, his identity was very special, transcending many Dharma cultivators. At this moment, he felt that his big head, which had been rusty for many years, seemed to be growing a brain, and his expression was a little dull. Why do I feel that I can't understand it? In the distance, a girl in a green and colorful dress showed her slightly chubby face, and couldn't help muttering. Although she has a young girl's face, her real age is even a little older than Luo Yan. She is a true daughter of heaven. Look at the second stage, the gullies on it are arranged in a disorderly manner. Does it look like a huge chessboard? Although the people present were exposed to the rules of the chess game of the true spirit realm for the first time, the cultivators who could stand here were all the best of the younger generation of the Kangwu realm. Although there are many people who don't like to use their brains, there are also many people with clear and sharp thinking. With the illusion of the void image, they can naturally figure out the trial rules of this stage. The reason why they feel confused is just because it is the first time they have come into contact with it, and the rules of the chess game are relatively complicated. Even so, after adapting for a while, they almost really mastered it. Play chess. A burly man with a resolute face murmured. His face was very ugly. Isn't this really difficult for people? For an existence like him, the most annoying thing is to use his brain. Let alone playing chess. He has lived for so many years and has never seen what a chessboard looks like. So, how could someone like him choose the second stage? That would be no different from giving up. In the eyes of the burly man, a good battle of the prodigies should just involve fighting, but now such a thing has happened. How could he not be angry? However, he would only think about such things in his mind and would not say them directly. After all, the saints of the true spirit realm might be watching all this in this void. A small person like him would not dare to do anything disrespectful. In addition, the illusory images on the two stages have been explained very clearly. That is, the two different trial methods occupy half of the ascension quota. In this way, although the ascension quota was reduced by half for no reason, the number of opponents participating in the competition was also reduced by half. In general, it was barely fair. Therefore, many cultivators of the body refining department directly chose the first stage and ignored the second stage. Because the total number of people that can be accommodated by these two stages is very limited. If you are slow to choose, and are squeezed to the second stage, you will be finished. Therefore, the Kanwu world's Xianjiao, who is straightforward and likes to use force to suppress others, chose the first stage at the first time. When the first stage is overcrowded and no one can squeeze in, the remaining people fall into the second stage. This is. At this time, Luo Yan's eyes were deeply fixed on the second stage. The vertical and horizontal lines on it divided the entire stage into countless squares. The size of each square is about several hundred meters long and wide, like a small dojo, which can just accommodate people of Luo Yan's realm to fight. So don't look at the stage in front of you, which is close at hand, but it actually contains multiple spaces. This is the Sumeru mustard seed technique, which can fold the space up, and in the direct field of vision, at least dozens of layers overlap. It seems to be right in front of you, but in fact it is separated by countless empty worlds. Soon, the images in the sky stop changing. A majestic, magnificent, and vast existence, like the whisper of a god, murmured, "Those with strength will enter the first stage, and those with wisdom will enter the second stage." The number of ascension places on the two stages is 9 each. After 7 days, the qualification competition will end. This gentle murmur, accompanied by a mysterious wave, spread like a tide. The decree of the gods in the sky glowed again, and instantly burst into shocking light, as blazing as the sun, but not so dazzling. It seemed to be like a stream of moonlight. Buzz! The Xianjiao present was illuminated by the golden light, and then according to their own intentions, their figures instantly disappeared from the original place and entered the two performance stages. At the same time, Luo Yan also came to the second performance stage. The competition for the first performance stage was too fierce. It was obvious that it must be the place where those top Xianjiao with extremely strong strength would compete to go. There are too many evildoers, so why not try the second trial rules? Luo Yan landed on the second platform. The ground here was made of clouds, which was very thick and empty. You could see the end at a glance. In this short few hundred meters, there was a square barrier, which was full of black mysterious patterns, mysterious and full of awe-inspiring aura. Luo Yan stood on the platform, his mind moved, and his expression was slightly thoughtful. Because deep in his brow, there was a black talisman shining. According to the trial rules of the second platform, Luo Yan himself belonged to the black camp, and the number of people in the white camp was 2 to 1. Until now, Luo Yan has been thinking about the real difference between the two camps. At the same time, in this mustard seed space, the images of 3 other Xianjias next to him appeared. The sights of these 3 people also came over, as if their eyes could see each other through the layers of nothingness. Even their respective soul auras could be sensed, just like being face to face. It seems far away, but it is actually right in front of us. Moreover, the 3 images in the void also have a kind of attraction. Luo Yan touched it with his hand, and the void array pattern on it glowed, and suddenly a strong sense of space came over him. This is a teleportation array, which can be teleported to another space through these symbols. Luo Yan looked at the 3 figures calmly. The sword cultivator holding a long sword in one hand but with a wooden face, judging from the style of his Taoist robe, he seems to be from Lingjian Mountain in Zhangzhou. A middle-aged male cultivator with a slightly fat figure and a kind expression, and a lonely and arrogant young Taoist wearing a black robe. Brothers, everyone should have more or less understood the rules of this second performance stage. What are you going to do for this trial? We can't just stay here and wait for the next Taoist battle to come, right? The middle-aged male cultivator with a kind expression was the first to speak. His voice was not loud, but it could be transmitted to the ears of several people through the layers of space. It was as if the four of them were actually in the same level of the domain. Seeing that the other three did not reply to his words, they all cast their eyes over. The middle-aged male cultivator raised a smile and continued, "I do have a suggestion. I wonder if you would like to hear it." At this time, Luo Yan also locked his eyes on the illusory image, waiting for the follow-up of the person. He wanted to hear this guy's high opinion. "My suggestion is very simple, that is, everyone reports the color of their own forehead mark. If it is a black and white pair, then you can fight on your own. Because one of the rules of this stage is that the two camps attack each other, and the black and white camps are opponents." The face of the middle-aged male cultivator showed a kind smile, giving people a gentle and lingering sense of intimacy. He was originally a casual cultivator, and later by chance, he accidentally entered the cave of an ancient great cultivator. He thought he would die, but he never thought that there would be a ray of hope. In the cave of the ancient great cultivator, there is a magic weapon spirit named Qi Xiangao. The spirit of the magic weapon saw that although the middle-aged male cultivator had average cultivation qualifications, he was able to pass through many legal prohibitions and come to the center of the cave safely. This meant that this guy must have some great fortune. So, the fate of the middle-aged male cultivator changed completely. From a down-and-out casual cultivator to one of the inheritors of the ancient great cultivator, his path changed instantly. This time, the Xianjiao battle was the starting point for his conquest of the upper realm. What do you think of my suggestion? Although there are differences in camps, in fact, you still have to rely on your own strength. If you can't defeat your opponent, even if you know the color of the opponent's camp, it's meaningless. The words of the middle-aged male cultivator were very sincere and came from the heart, which touched the people in the same domain. After all, although the difference in camps is important, one's own strength is also a very important part. Even if you are very generous and announce the color of the mark on your forehead, it will be completely useless if the opponent can't beat you. Only Luo Yan's eyes flashed with a gleam of brilliance, with an interesting attitude on his face. When he heard this, he thought of another possibility. However, he did not expose it, but chose to continue listening. As if seeing the change in the mood of the three people opposite, the middle-aged male cultivator spoke again sincerely. "Let's introduce ourselves first and start a discussion. The color of the mark on my forehead is white." The Dharma domain space was silent for a moment, and the arrogant young Taoist also spoke up. "I also have a white mark." "Black. Black." Luo Yan and the wooden sword cultivator responded one after another. In this way, it seems that the four people's camps just belong to two different camps. It is just right for two people to pair up and then fight against each other. In this case, let's not waste time, let's start the battle. The wooden sword cultivator said, and the long sword in his hand rang, and in just a moment, there was an endless burst of sword energy. It seemed that he would rise from the ground in the next moment. But in fact, this wooden sword cultivator did not act immediately. He wanted to see the reactions of the other two. At this time, Luo Yan seemed to see something. He looked deeply at the middle-aged male cultivator, and then said, "Since everyone has reported the color of their own mark, then I can't stand watching here any longer. Brother Taoist on the opposite side, you and I are both from the same Taoist sect, so we must have many things in common. I am not talented, but I want to learn from you. Please don't refuse." Luo Yan saw that the sword cultivator in the Dharma realm was always staring at this side, so he set an example with his own body. It seemed to say, "Since the difference between everyone's camps has been distinguished, just fight, don't waste time." Moreover, before Luo Yan finished speaking, he went directly into the Dharma realm space where the arrogant Taoist was. It seemed that he couldn't wait. After all, the time of the Xianjiao battle is precious. The sooner you win, the sooner you can get the measurement points. Sure enough, Luo Yan's decisive behavior resonated with the wooden sword cultivator of Lingjian Mountain. As a sword cultivator, how can he be suspicious and look ahead and behind? Even if there is a problem, he believes that he can cut off his opponent with a long sword in his hand. So, the sword cultivator from Lingjian Mountain also reached his hand into the image where the middle-aged male cultivator was. The two over there have already collided with each other, and he naturally doesn't want to fall behind. In terms of fighting methods, the people of Lingjian Mountain will not lose to any opponent. However, Luo Yan and the middle-aged male cultivator who saw this scene curled their mouths, and a gleam of light flashed in their eyes at the same time. Such tacit behavior can easily lead to misunderstandings. Have they known each other for a long time? The reason why Luo Yan did this is actually very simple. That is, when he saw the difference in the camps mentioned by the middle-aged male cultivator opposite, he thought of another possibility. It can even be said that Luo Yan has a 90% probability of concluding that the guy lied. It is estimated that the mark on the forehead is also black, but the middle-aged male cultivator said the word white. It was hard not to surprise Luo Yan, and he began to think about this guy's purpose. Recalling the rules of the second stage, there is such a rule: attack and kill people in the same camp. The corresponding measurement points will be deducted. The meaning of this sentence can actually be broken down into, although you and I are in the same camp, as long as it is you who deliberately ran to my domain space to attack, then, the person who deducts the measurement points is you, not me. In other words, if the first attacker chooses the wrong target, he will lose the corresponding measurement points. Using this point, some ignorant and overly naive people can definitely be eliminated. Although in this way, he himself will not get an increase in measurement points, but it will not be deducted. It can be said that he is invincible by nature. Moreover, once the opponent is eliminated, it is equivalent to one's potential opponent, and one less invisibly. This is simply a sure-win business. Otherwise, the middle-aged male cultivator would never be so generous. When Luo Yan and the other two were on guard, testing, and sizing each other, that guy started to introduce himself, looking very familiar. People who can do such a thing are either naive and romantic, or they have a lot of ulterior motives. Only in this way can it be in line with human nature. But no matter how Luo Yan observed, the middle-aged male cultivator who looked very kind did not look like he had no ulterior motives. So, this is a trap set by that guy. From the moment he stepped into the second performance platform, he began to calculate. After guessing this, Luo Yan saw that the sword cultivator from Lingjian Mountain was a little hesitant. He simply prepared to help the middle-aged male cultivator, and simply set an example by stepping into the space where the arrogant young Taoist was. In this way, the last bit of hesitation in the sword cultivator's heart from Lingjian Mountain disappeared. Then he stepped into the law domain space where the middle-aged male cultivator was. Moreover, when the wooden-faced sword cultivator was hesitating, Luo Yan thought of something deeper. How should the score after winning be calculated? If everyone is like that middle-aged male cultivator, just standing still, not attacking others, lacking the aggressiveness, then, the trial rules of the second stage would not be necessary. Therefore, there must be a factor that Luo Yan did not notice. He took the initiative to attack because he wanted to take control of this unnoticed factor. After all, people like them, except for a few, rarely choose to lie when the situation on the field is unclear. Because those who can come here are basically the top talents of major sects or families, and everyone has their own pride. Believe in your own strength, invincible in the same generation, and not inferior to others. Even if I tell you the color of the seal on my forehead, it is useless if you can't beat me. Therefore, in such a situation, most of the heroes are unwilling to conceal and deceive others. Because there is no need at all. Therefore, people like the middle-aged male cultivator who do not practice what they preach are actually a minority. Luo Yan didn't believe him, and because of the low-price auction, he had dealt with independent cultivators many times. That group of people always pursued results instead of the process. They had no faith in their eyes, only worldly affairs. This was very different from the disciples of the big sects. After getting to know such people more, he could easily distinguish them. The tone of the middle-aged male cultivator's words also gave Luo Yan a similar feeling. Many times, by observing their actions and listening to their words, we can see a lot of things from the microscopic level. Yin. When Luo Yan entered the law domain space of the arrogant young Taoist, the talisman spreading across the sky suddenly bloomed with a blazing divine light. Countless chains of order drilled into the void, and then completely locked this law domain space. On the other side, the middle-aged male cultivator saw Luo Yan's behavior, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. Obviously, the seemingly young Taoist in green saw through his intentions. Then he made a choice directly. Very refreshing. Sure enough, the cultivators who were able to come and participate in the Xianjiao battle were not that simple. Now, it all depended on whether that wooden sword cultivator would be fooled or not. Thinking of this, a trace of expectation flashed across the calm eyes of the middle-aged male cultivator. Clang. A deafening sound of sword chirping came from the talisman in the void. The wooden-faced sword cultivator glowed all over, and the long sword in his hand burst into a brilliant and gorgeous red light with a casual point. The momentum was huge and terrifying, and the strength was amazing. Just this burst of sword energy that filled the sky could withstand the full strength attack of many foundation-building great perfection cultivators. Obviously, this seemingly wooden sword cultivator is definitely one of the sword seeds of Lingjian Mountain. After all, whether a person is powerful or not can be judged from the moment he attacks. At this time, the wooden sword cultivator had a calm look in his eyes, looking at the middle-aged male cultivator opposite him, as if looking at a cold corpse. This is not because he deliberately looked down on the other party and wanted to mock him. But as a sword cultivator, and a sword cultivator of Lingjian Mountain, his personality is like this. Because from the beginning of his cultivation, he began to come into contact with killing. Therefore, countless souls died under his sword. Years of killing had made Mu Ranjian Xiu indifferent to everything. This time, he believed that there would be no accidents. Clang. Just at this moment, the magic sword in Mu Ranjian Xiu's hand made a light sound, as if echoing something. Magical weapons have spirits, and swords also have spirits. Just this magic sword with self-awareness shows that Mu Ranjian Xiu's status in Lingjian Mountain is definitely not low. After all, magic weapons are extremely scarce in other sects, even super forces, except for the Liuqi Pavilion. Make a move, I won't deceive you for the sake of your self-reported mark on your forehead. The longsword in Mu Ranjian Xiu's hand glowed, and he looked coldly at the middle-aged male cultivator opposite him. The sword intent in his eyes seemed to be directly revealed. It gave people a sharp and very palpitating feeling. But at this moment, the middle-aged male cultivator opposite him showed a mouthful of big white teeth, with a fox-like smile on his face. He held his mind, pointed forward with one hand, and the mark between his eyebrows suddenly burst into a monstrous light. Clang. Mu Ran's sword cultivator raised his sword, and the sword force on his body was monstrous. Just as he was about to cut the opponent with a powerful and unmatched sword light. But suddenly he found that with the middle-aged male cultivator's distant finger, he seemed to be trapped in the same place and unable to move. Then, the talisman above the void rippled out chains of order, and the blazing light filled the sky, falling like a storm. At this time, Mu Ran's sword cultivator could only stand in place and watch those chains of order pass through his soul. Puff. With a soft crisp sound, like a bubble bursting, the figure of Mu Ran's sword cultivator also dissipated bit by bit in this lower domain space. Before disappearing, the pupils of Mu Ranjian Xiu were always wide open, like copper bells. Full of disbelief. Because he never thought that the sword magic he had practiced for many years, and wanted to achieve the goal of making a splash through this battle of Xianjiao, and then killing all around. He never thought that he had not started the battle, just saw the person, and the battle was over. This once-in-a-lifetime opportunity has nothing to do with him. After such a scene, he was naturally shocked and full of disbelief. But the fact is that in just a moment, Mu Ranjian Xiu was eliminated. Fortunately, although Mu Ranjian Xiu was eliminated, his life was still safe. Because the mysterious talisman imprinted in the void only knocked his body and soul out of the true spirit palace. Beat back to Lingjian Mountain. This is also a blessing in disguise. Chapter 442, Inner Scenery of Heaven and Earth, Spells, and Seal Replicas. The sword cultivators of Lingjian Mountain were eliminated because they were not familiar with the trial rules of the second stage. Seeing this, the smile on the face of the middle-aged male cultivator on the opposite side became even brighter, like a small sun, warm and gentle. However, the difference between the before and after, no matter how you look at it, gives people a feeling of hypocrisy. At this time, the arrogant young Taoist in another law domain space suddenly shrank his pupils. He looked at the middle-aged male cultivator and the green-clothed Taoist who entered his space, with a look of astonishment and daze on his face. There was also a sense of disbelief, which permeated it. It seemed to say, "Did you two guys know each other in advance? Otherwise, how did you come up with this way to eliminate others?" At this time, the arrogant young Taoist, how could he not understand that it was the middle-aged male cultivator on the opposite side who lied first and then deliberately set up a trap? In order to make himself invincible. Attacking from the same camp will be sanctioned by the rules of the second stage. People who are not in the same camp will also feel hesitant after seeing the middle-aged male cultivator report the white mark. Because once he makes the wrong choice, he will be eliminated. So, A simple sentence, coupled with the principle of first move, makes the middle-aged male cultivator invincible. Then the Taoist in green clothes in the distance saw through this and began to cooperate without making a sound. He stood up frankly and chose himself as the opponent. Silently, he helped the middle-aged male cultivator to hide a powerful assist. Although there was no private communication throughout the whole process, the attitudes shown by these two people were very tacit and natural. After all, the wooden sword cultivator of Lingjian Mountain, seeing that the Taoist in green clothes had chosen an opponent, would naturally choose to let down his guard and then step into the space where the middle-aged male cultivator was. Because the character of sword cultivators is straightforward, and when they encounter unfair things, they can only cut them with one sword. This is a good thing and a bad thing for sword cultivators with strong strength. The good thing is that many people will avoid people in the sword cultivation system from now on, so as not to harm innocent people. The disadvantage is also obvious, that is, some people with quick minds will use the external personality of the sword cultivator to make a plan. This is what happened to the wooden sword cultivator from Lingjian Mountain. In the same domain space, he actually met two people who were plotting against him. And he himself obviously forgot that the trial rules of the second stage are very different from the direct fighting on the first stage. If the sword cultivator of Lingjian Mountain had stayed in place without moving, just stayed in his own domain space, and waited for others to attack, it would be absolutely safe. It is almost sitting on a high platform. But who would have thought that these two guys had so many tricks up their sleeves? Their silent cooperation immediately caught the sword cultivator from Lingjian Mountain, who had no scheming in mind. Brother Dao, what you do is not gentlemanly. We should be upright, understand our true heart, and be impartial, so that we can be kingly. The young Taoist with a proud look on his face spoke, his eyes slightly condensed, and he seemed to be condescending. With a tone of accusation and teaching the younger generation. Because of his noble birth, he was the exiled grandson of a great cultivator of the incarnation realm. Although he was not a young master like Ji Hongxi, due to his status and position, he was so noble that no one dared to disrespect him within his own sect. Therefore, people like him could not stand those petty things. If you want to win, show your true strength. Instead of these unconventional and perverse methods. Zizzy. Zizzy. Luo Yan did not answer, but just casually shot out a piece of thunder, with dense lightning, exploding with a terrifying momentum. Luo Yan had no obligation to explain to such a conceited and arrogant guy. He didn't want to argue with him or talk nonsense with him. Because it was meaningless. All the cultivators who could come to this true spirit palace came for their own path and had the same purpose. So, who can be more noble than who? Isn't it enough to win? As for the gentleman style, it is really admirable among fellow cultivators. But if you still have such thoughts in such a place, you really can't tell the situation. So Luo Yan didn't explain anything to him, and the long string of thunder in his hand was the best response. In the sky, countless lightning bolts numbered hundreds and thousands, all showing the most violent posture. The lightning rain there was like a tide, and the thunder was deafening, like a 9-day thunder domain exploding. The Dao rhyme in your thunder method is full of the Dao, and it is definitely one of the purest thunder. The fact that you can produce such a fierce and swift thunder shows that your character is actually not bad, and you can't be one of those treacherous and evil people. So, you shouldn't have done it on purpose, right? Seeing the deafening thunder in the sky, the arrogant young Taoist changed his mind instantly. How could someone who can cultivate such a sharp thunder method be a person with deep scheming? In an instant, he had the idea that he suspected the other party wrongly. Until this time, he was still elegant and noble, like the phoenix bird above the 9 heavens. It is so precious. Aren't you going to respond to me? Or do I have a misunderstanding of my brother's behavior? The young Taoist pinched his fingers, and his forehead and lower abdomen began to glow. On his forehead, a big sun was looming, and in his lower abdomen it turned into moonlight. Then the two intertwined with each other, forming a dazzling barrier, releasing an aura that purified everything, which was very intimidating. Golden light divine mantra, suppress it for me. The arrogant young Taoist shouted softly, and the aura of the sun halo and the moonlight was blazing, and the bright light filled the sky. With an irresistible will, it swept towards the thunder in the sky. This is the power of the spell in the Taoist lineage, which belongs to another practice system. It takes the path of becoming a Taoist with a body, and finally transforming the body into all things. This is very different from the laws of heaven and earth in the Kangwu world. That is the mystery of the spell, which needs to be stimulated by the power of the inner world. That is, the cultivator creates another inner world inside his body that belongs only to himself. Although the power of this inner world is not as majestic as the power of heaven and earth, because of the peculiarity of the spell, it is almost difficult for ordinary people to resist it. Because their power does not come from the outside world, but from their own practice. In the inner world, they say that there must be light, and the yang power in the body will rise. They need water, and the 5 internal organs in their bodies will produce water. This is definitely a very powerful and complete practice. Boom! The 2 extremely strong forces, at the moment of collision, burst out bursts of strong light rain like the morning star, sharp as a thorn, and the sky is clanging. The thunder is boundless, the breath is violent and destroys everything. The afterglow of the golden light spell also spread to the sky, looking very majestic. Pop! The arrogant young Taoist released the golden light spell, although it has extremely strong defense and boundless corrosive power. But in the end, he was unable to completely avoid the continuous thunder and light rain. A silver snake of electric light passed through his body, pierced his arm, and brought a string of blood flowers. How could it be? How could I lose? This is obviously the most ordinary thunder. How could my golden light spell not be able to resist it? The young Taoist was angry, and the inner world in his body hummed again, and there was an infinite amount of golden light hanging down like the Milky Way, constantly rushing out, trying to offset the thunder. He cast a spell again, using all the great power in his body to resonate with this world, and the golden light surged, suppressing the 10 directions. Fall. Luo Yan raised his hand, his eyes were calm, but there was a thunderous sound, and the lightning in the void formed a domain, and silver snakes came one after another. Like the waves of a waterfall, the breath became more terrifying, and the lightning was endless, all heading forward to suppress. Bang! 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 The young Taoist's golden light barrier was constantly shaking due to the thunder, rippling out countless circles of ripples. It is conceivable that this intensity of thunder Taoism is so explosive and terrifying. The young Taoist's eyes condensed slightly, his face became heavier, and he kept casting spells and seals on the area around him, trying to block the invasion of these thunderbolts. Unfortunately, the speed of these thunderbolts falling was too fast. It arrived in the blink of an eye. And behind the lightning bolt, there was often a group of them. After blocking one string, countless strings followed behind, as if they would never stop. The golden light barrier was shaking violently, and it was unknown how long it lasted. Later, in this method domain space, there was only the sound of thunder roaring. This place turned into a sea of thunder. Puff! Finally, the arrogant young Taoist was struck by several thunderbolts again, and then he bled heavily and his body trembled. Seeing this, Luo Yan grabbed the void directly, and a huge palm became as magnificent as a small mountain, and slapped it down suddenly. Bang! The arrogant young Taoist was slapped away directly, and the spell light on his body became dimmer. After a short stalemate, it went out in an instant. Luo Yan stretched out his hand and placed it on the forehead of the young Taoist who had fainted. A white seal slowly came out and landed on Luo Yan's palm. After losing the white seal, the figure of the young Taoist disappeared in this domain. This also means elimination. Seeing this, the middle-aged male cultivator who fell into another domain space froze his smile and turned into a terrifying state. How long has it been? A genius of the same level was beaten to coma. It is conceivable how terrifying the thunder power in the sky must be. This is too cruel. If he were the one who met this guy, he would probably have the same fate. It's really scary. At this time, Luo Yan didn't care about the complicated expression of the middle-aged male cultivator in the distance. He stared at the white seal in his hand and felt a little surprised. Because from this seal, a special kind of divine thought fluctuation came. Luo Yan sank into his mind with curiosity. And a little spiritual light was emitted. In an instant, a soft glow appeared in the white seal, and a mysterious wave spread out, gathering like a spring. An illusory figure slowly appeared in front of Luo Yan, and as the light of the white seal continued, the figure of this person became more and more solid, until it was completely formed. Seeing the figure that appeared in front of him, Luo Yan's eyes suddenly burst into a brilliant light. Because this person's face and figure are exactly the same as the arrogant young Taoist before. Except for the lack of soul, there is no difference in other places. It's like a copy. Everything about the young Taoist was copied. Luo Yan tried to mobilize the white seal in his hand, and then a wave of thought came, Should we launch an invasion on the second grid space? Luo Yan was clear about this. Their domain space was evenly divided into 4 squares, and each grid actually had a position coordinate. They were A1, A2, B1, and B2. The person corresponding to the second grid is the middle-aged male cultivator. Thinking of this, Luo Yan subconsciously turned his head, glanced at that direction, and then said softly, "Start." As soon as the voice fell, the young Taoist clone in front of him woke up from his deep sleep, and then turned into a stream of light and drilled into the law domain space where the middle-aged male cultivator was. Boom! The moment he entered, there was golden light all over the sky, with a huge momentum, and the boundless power of spells burst out, sweeping the sky. It seemed that in an instant, another young Taoist with an arrogant face appeared in the world. Moreover, he perfectly copied all his magical powers in Taoism. The power of whose spells is no different from the golden light spells cast by the previous young Taoist. It's as if it's another young Taoist. Because the golden light spells that fill the sky are the most difficult to fake. This is very different from ordinary Taoism, so it can be distinguished at a glance. Such a magical picture is simply jaw-dropping. Luo Yan, who was standing far away, saw this scene and thought flashed through his mind. But he still needed to observe before he could make the final conclusion. If it was really as he guessed, then the trial rules of the second stage would really become much more interesting. Although Luo Yan seemed to be very simple to suppress these golden spells when he used thunder before. But for the middle-aged male cultivator, this strange and mysterious power was too difficult to deal with. Because the light of these spells seemed tangible, but in fact it was invisible. Ordinary Taoist methods could not hit them at all. A very powerful punch, like falling on cotton, was so empty and powerless. Damn! What the hell is this? The middle-aged male cultivator used the supreme magical power, and there was a red ocean behind him, blocking the golden spells. But the consumption of the supreme magical power was too great. Almost in an instant, a small half of the spiritual power in his body was drawn away. If it happened twice more, I am afraid that all his spiritual power would be directly consumed. But now that things have come to this, he has no choice but to do so. Otherwise, the golden light in the sky will devour him. For a time, the middle-aged male cultivator was under great pressure. He was very angry and had been resisting with all his strength. Because the middle-aged male cultivator knew very well that the figure fighting with him seemed to be the young Taoist before. But in fact, it was not. What puzzled the middle-aged male cultivator was that he saw with his own eyes that the arrogant Taoist had been eliminated by the guy who drove the thunder method. What happened to the figure in front of him? It was really giving him a headache. The golden divine light spell was blazing, accompanied by the faint humming of the gods, and it was boundless. What the hell is this? I don't believe that I can't break your weird circle. The middle-aged male cultivator roared loudly, stomped hard on the clouds, and soared into the air again, with his momentum surging like a sea of waves. But the power of the golden light spell was also constantly increasing, continuously releasing the eternal and immortal Dao light, illuminating this space of the law domain. That mysterious and strange aura became stronger. Circles of special ripples bloomed continuously, releasing a sacred light. It gave people a feeling of escaping, peace, and the call of the heart to give up resistance. Unconsciously, they wanted to surrender to the other party. This is similar to the mantra of Buddhism. With a bang, the figure of the young Taoist summoned by Luo Yan through the white seal burst out with extremely bright golden light, colliding with the magic of the middle-aged male cultivator. This was a huge collision that shook the world, with gorgeous light rain and countless Taoist lights. The entire Dharma domain space was filled with extremely strong light, which made it impossible to look directly at it. It was not until a long time later that the stream of light in the sky dissipated completely, and the Dharma domain space also returned to peace. At this time, the figure of the middle-aged male cultivator had disappeared. That Dharma domain space was also empty. The figure of the young man summoned by Luo Yan returned to him with another black seal. There was a mysterious aura flowing on it, like a piece of runes, with mottled dim light, and an indescribable Tao rhyme. Luo Yan raised his hand to collect the black seal. Then he released infinite brilliance towards the seal again. Not long after, a familiar figure appeared in this Dharma domain. It was the middle-aged male cultivator. Looking at the two familiar figures in front of him, Luo Yan's original guess was instantly confirmed. There seemed to be a very special power hidden in these black and white seals. At this time, Luo Yan had almost figured out most of the rules about this second stage. It turned out that the difference between the camps at the beginning seemed to be a distinction, but in fact it was not important whether it was black or white. The important thing was that in the next battle selection, you need to find the people in the enemy camp and defeat them. Only in this way can you discover the magical energy contained in this seal. In other words, when Luo Yan has two seals of different colors in his hands, he can decide at will whoever he wants to attack. Even if they are in the same camp, it doesn't matter. It's nothing more than losing a seal. Using this method, you can find out the color of other people's seals. Whether to attack or ignore is all in his mind. Moreover, these seals of the upper realm seem to have a very mysterious power, which can copy another fake body of a participant like Luo Yan. The strength of this copy is almost exactly the same as the original body. The magic, the law, the attack method, etc., are as if the original body is in front of him. In other words, from this moment on, as long as Luo Yan makes good use of the two seals in his hand, it means that he can attack others anytime and anywhere. And don't worry about the restrictions of the trial rules of the second stage. It doesn't matter if you lose, losing a seal will not affect him. But there is another point that must be paid attention to, that is, the strength of the clone summoned by the seal is only consistent with the strength of the original body. It is not equivalent to Luo Yan's own strength. When encountering powerful opponents, these seal copies will eventually fail to defeat them. At that time, if Luo Yan has to go on stage himself, he will have to do it himself. Unless he can defeat a seal owner who is as powerful as himself. At this point, the rules of the second stage of the trial are almost all clear. Luo Yan needs to do his best to defeat enough opponents, and then collect different seals. Then use these seal camps to screen opponents. Once the number of seals held by Luo Yan exceeds a limit, there will inevitably be a qualitative change. After all, the monks who can be selected to participate in the Ascension War are almost all the best of the younger generation. Everyone has a few brushes of their own. In this case, as long as the monk has more seals, the possibility of causing a qualitative change will be higher. It is even possible to defeat the strong with the weak. Because the spiritual power in the monk's body is always limited, and the power of the seal has become the best means to consume the opponent. If you encounter a powerful opponent like Luo Yan himself, you can let these seal copies attack continuously. Regardless of the cost, you can consume the opponent to death. After all, the monks who can participate in the Ascension War are not small Luo. Even if you are amazingly powerful, you have to spend some effort to defeat the opponent. The stronger the opponent, the more seals you lose, but at the same time, it also means that the gains after winning the victory will naturally be better. The new seal replica, the stronger it is. After all, the strength of the Dao body summoned by the seal replica is closely related to the original body. The strong will always be strong. In other words, according to this rule, as long as you're careful enough and handle it properly, even those old Xianjiao who have already set foot in the Jinden Dharma realm will have the possibility of being defeated. In this way, the trial of the second Dao platform will be an all-round trial to test the mind, strength, and humanity. Although the benefits of the seal are obvious, there is also a big limitation. It is difficult to distinguish the color of the opponent's seal at the first time. If the seal replica you send out is in the same camp as the opponent, then the seal will disappear. It means a loss of an opportunity. Moreover, the number of black and white camps is 2 to 1. Therefore, how to identify the identity of the opponent's camp has become the top priority. Chapter 443, The Second Stage, Both Seals Measure Points. The rules of the trial of the second stage are like a vast starry sky chessboard. Everyone is a chess piece. At the beginning of the game, there may be a division of camps. But with the end of the dispute on the first domain space, this starry sky chessboard world has changed drastically in an instant. Perhaps it is because almost all the people who can participate in this fight are the pride of each sect or major force. Therefore, they report their own eyebrow seals and then choose their opponents for a peak showdown. This has become a normal situation. On the contrary, it is rare for the color of the seals they say to be inconsistent with the color of their own eyebrow seals, as in the case of the middle-aged male cultivator. After all, everyone is a pride of heaven, and their words and deeds outside often represent the power of their own sects. Since childhood, they have presented themselves to the world as invincible, and they have their own pride. Such a proud genius will naturally not be like ordinary cultivators, who cheat and deceive in order to achieve their goals. Of course, There are also people with deep thoughts who like to leave room when they speak. Just like Luo Yan's previous insistence on choosing the arrogant young man as his opponent instead of the middle-aged male cultivator, the reason is actually very simple. For such a person, Luo Yan could not feel his sincerity in his heart, so he naturally would not choose to believe what he said. The wooden sword cultivator from Lingjian Mountain would subconsciously hesitate because of this. If it were not for Luo Yan's influence, the swordsman would not have chosen the middle-aged male cultivator as his opponent. Instead, he would have chosen the arrogant young Taoist as the object of sword testing. Unexpectedly, Luo Yan got there first. The reason for this situation is that a person's spirit and spirit are actually very difficult to fake. The most typical example is that if people in the sword cultivation system are used to talking nonsense, it will go against their original intentions. It will even affect their Tao heart. So what this kind of people say is generally the truth. As for the demon monks, who were full of blood and energy and had a haunted posture, no one would believe him even if he was telling the truth. This was the cultivator's keen sense of external energy. So when the first round of the black and white camps ended, the entire second stage ushered in a brief peace. Wow, the array patterns on the sky were flowing, and countless small light rains were swaying. The stars were shining, and all the law domain spaces began to rise with gorgeous clouds. It was impossible to look directly at it, and it was so bright that it was the peak. After a while, the afterglow on the starry chessboard dissipated, and hundreds of law domain spaces appeared in the field. In each grid, there were several people who came to participate in the Battle of Ascension. At the same time, this also meant that the simple collision of the first round had ended. Out of a very conservative concept, in some law domain spaces, there were still 4 powerful figures, staring at each other warily. No fight occurred during this period. So, the 4 of them were all at peace. There were still 2 figures left in some star chess grids, and the aura of those people was floating, as if they had just experienced a battle. However, their eyes were bright and their expressions were excited. Obviously they had discovered some extraordinary secrets. Only in a small number of law domain spaces, there would be only 1 person left like Luo Yan. The other 3 were all eliminated. Looking at the nearly 100 star chess grids rising again, Luo Yan knew very well that this should be the second stage of this trial. And it was a very important stage. Because there were a total of 100 chess grids present. Each grid contained 4 small law domain spaces. A rough calculation showed that there were nearly 400 geniuses, all under the same star chessboard. Even if the initial collision in the first round eliminated some geniuses. But the total number of figures left was still more than 200. At this time, the benefits of Luo Yan's previous attack were also confirmed. Because the battle in the second stage can be said to be a duel between star chess grids. After all, people like them have at least 2 or 3 black and white seals in their hands. This gives people like Luo Yan a great margin of error. Buzz, this time, hundreds of pictures appear directly in the void illusion. Everyone can see the specific situation in these pictures. Even through these illusions, you can feel the other party's spirit and energy. Some figures have amazing auras, exuding a monstrous killing intent, as if they were ancient beasts that devoured people. Some figures are indifferent like snow, cold and piercing, detached from the world, as if they do not belong to the human world. Some figures have a dark aura like the abyss, giving people a feeling like a poisonous snake. Countless powerful figures are staring at the void illusion in the sky, and constantly looking at the figures inside. After all, judging how powerful a person is from the spirit and energy is not necessarily completely accurate. But in a sense, it can still be used as a reference for strength. Because the momentum, Taoism, and spirit and energy of the top strong are difficult to pretend. Boom. Suddenly, the sound of fighting came from the illusion of nothingness. The white light that collided inside was blazing and dazzling, with a stunning momentum and divine power. Obviously, someone saw someone like Luo Yan, who occupied the entire chessboard alone. Knowing that the progress of these people was far ahead of them, they wanted to catch up. So a war broke out. Moreover, this situation became more and more intense, so that more people participated in it. Among them, an old Xianjiao of the holy sect was the most eye-catching. He first took out a white seal as a pathfinder to test a mark of the monk in that Dharma domain space. When the white seal entered that Dharma domain space, it was offset in an instant. The old Xianjiao waved his hand and cast 2 black seals, and then these seals were transformed into their own copies. Then, they began to invade and suppress other chessboard spaces. In just half an instant of time, the number of seals in his hand increased by one more. Then it increased directly to 3. If it weren't for the fact that the black and white seals could not be used at the same time, this old prodigy of the holy sect would probably become even more crazy. Even so, with the cooperation of the 2 black seal replicas, the invaded Dharma domain space cultivator was quickly defeated. So, at this time, the old prodigy of the holy sect, not counting the seal in his own forehead, had more than 2 black and white seals in his hands. If it continues to be left alone, it will definitely be a very terrifying disaster. All the cultivators present understood this truth. At this moment, those who were still on guard and alert finally understood the use of those seals. It turned out that they could summon defeated opponents to fight for themselves. And they could also be superimposed together to form a siege force, so that they could obtain the seals without spending any attention. After figuring this out, the cultivators in the chessboard of the star plate instantly began to act. So in a very short time, among the hundreds of illusions, at least more than half of the law domain space fell into a crazy battle. The Deo light was surging, and the breath of the law of heaven and earth was as fierce as the ocean, everywhere, and it seemed very violent. The monks who were watching before, at this moment, came down one after another, showing the color of the seal between their eyebrows, and began to fight. Because at this moment, all of them who had not fought in the first round, all felt an invisible pressure and a full sense of urgency. If those monks who were in the independent star chess grid continued to attack, they would probably be eliminated soon. Because they did not have any extra seals in their hands, they could not summon the seal replicas to perform the battle, and could only rely on their own strength. Compared with those monks who had multiple law domain seals, the possibility of being besieged was greatly increased. Obviously, in the trial of the second stage, relying on one's own strength is far from enough. It is still necessary to collect more seals to make oneself more advantageous. After all, the mysterious power of these seal replicas is just like a true genius, so powerful that it is shocking. This is also the reason why all the cultivators came down and started fighting. At this time, Luo Yan calmed down instead and did not follow the crowd. Instead, he let go of all his thoughts and his mind emerged with a scene of hundreds of star chess squares blooming with fighting scenes. 0. Establish the task, use the existing foundation as the coordinate axis, and then analyze the camp identities of those cultivators who occupy the complete chess squares. The main command is being generated and the sample data is being captured. The color of the eyebrow mark mentioned by the peripheral cultivators is being collected. The identities of all competitors on this chessboard are being simulated and analyzed. There are hundreds of chessboard images in the void illusion. It is just a 10 by 10 format. In each star chess square, there are 4 small law domain spaces. Such a messy scene can easily make people fall into complicated thoughts. It is difficult to sort out the specific relationship here, because everyone's identity, except for himself, is actually unknown to outsiders. Although some of the current cultivators have begun to report the color of the mark on their foreheads and then fought with others. But there are still some people who did not report any information. This group of people are basically those who have gained a certain advantage in the first round. The number of seals in their hands is almost several, and it is difficult for people to guess their true camp identity. If nothing unexpected happens, these people are probably the most difficult. They are also strong contenders for the final quota. Moreover, unlike most of the participating Xianjiao, Luo Yan himself also has 2 seals in his hands, one black and one white. Although these seals can be controlled by him and attack externally. But one thing will never change. That is, the coordinates of Luo Yan's own domain space are in the first grid, so his body must exist in the first grid. This information is very important. In other words, for those cultivators with a large number of seals, as long as they can find their body coordinates, they can launch an invasion. The opponent can only use the original body to fight back, and cannot use the power of the seal replica. This is also the news that Luo Yan learned after eliminating all the competitors in this domain space. For people like them, in addition to using the seal replica to attack others and increase the number of seals in their hands, there is another way to increase the number of seals. That is to find the coordinates of the opponent's original body and then launch an invasion. Limited by the rules of the second round of trials, at this time, the space where the original body is located can only allow one seal replica to participate in the battle. In simple terms, if someone like Luo Yan who controls the entire star chess grid can find and defeat the opponent's original body who also controls the chess grid, then, all the seals on the opponent will belong to Luo Yan. There is no need to fall into the dilemma of exchanging pieces with each other. After all, as long as it is a fight, there will be losses. The strength of the seal replica is limited by the strength of the defeated opponent, so it is normal to lose. According to the trial rules of the second stage, it is calculated according to the number of measurement points. So far, only these black and white seals meet this principle. This is while Luo Yan is still standing there. Fighting one by one, the efficiency of increasing the measurement score is really too slow. And it is easy to be feared by many people. Once defeated, there is a great possibility that the number of seals you have will be lost. This is not worth it for people like Luo Yan who pursue efficiency. The simulation of the illusion sample is completed and summarized. The data is as follows: 4 rows and 3 columns. The number of seal copies displayed is 1 black and 1 white, and the probability that the main body is a white seal is 63%. 7 rows and 9 columns. The number of seal copies displayed is 2 black, and the probability that the main body is a white seal is 84%. 9 rows and 10 columns. The number of seal copies displayed is 1 white, and the probability that the main body is a white seal is 27%. Due to the secrecy of the domain space, the data results may have certain errors. Please provide more specific sample information. The indifferent mechanical sound of the chip kept echoing in Luo Yan's mind. This gave him a clearer idea of the next target to test. Because of the relationship between the black and white camps, the owner of the white seal can only attack the owner of the black seal. Therefore, those who expose themselves and the seal copies at the first time. It is easy to be reversed by the two opposing relationships of black eating white and white eating black, so as to guess his true body and the color of the seal he carries. So Luo Yan set his sights on the illusion of nothingness in the 7th row and 9 columns. The color of the seal revealed in this person's hand is all black. In other words, the star chess grid where his body is located is most likely white. Chapter 444, Investigation. The number of seals as the standard, meeting the female cultivator of the war god temple again. Through simple calculations on the chip, Luo Yan knew that the figure in the 7th row and 9 columns, whose camp sequence was white. What he needed to figure out next was whether the coordinates of the law domain space where this person was located were A1, A2, or B1, B2. After all, a star chess grid was divided into 4 small law domain spaces. This means that the second actual coordinates of each person are actually within these 4. Only when all the above conditions are determined can the location of the other party's body be found. However, it is not very difficult to determine this, because Luo Yan has a black and white seal in his hand at this time. So, he needs to try a little to find the other party's body. Luo Yan first used the extra white seal in his hand to start the test. Find the star chess grid with 7 rows and 9 columns and directly invade. The way of testing is also very simple, that is, the coordinates of the law domain space to be invaded are white, and the 2 sides are in the same camp, so his white seal copy will be repelled and then offset. If the replica that entered the method domain space was not repelled and was intact, it means that the coordinates of the method domain space in the star chess grid are black. In this way, a wrong answer is eliminated. Although a white seal is wasted, it can be confirmed that the method domain space is the subject that Luo Yan wants to find. At this time, as long as Luo Yan personally takes action, defeats the opponent and wins this victory, then, the final reward will be 3 seals. Absolutely worth it. This efficiency of obtaining seals is much faster than bullying those who do not have extra seals. Therefore, in order to avoid errors, this test is very necessary. Moreover, because the final survivor in this star chess grid, even if the white seal on his forehead is counted, the total number is only 3 seals. This means that the star chess grid that should have 4 seals has been offset by 1 for some reason. In short, because there are only 3 seals left in the 7 rows and 9 columns of the star chess grid, and it is still a combination of 1 white and 2 black, then, among the 7 rows and 9 columns of the star chessboard, there is a domain space that is not marked with any marks. Luo Yan only needs to use the white seal replica in his hand to test. He can easily measure the location of the competitor's body in the star chessboard. In this way, things become much simpler. If Luo Yan wins, all the seals in the opponent's hand will belong to him. If he loses, it means that this battle of ascension is over. However, Luo Yan, who guessed what the standard of the trial of the second stage is based on, will naturally not miss the opportunity to collect as many of these seals as possible. Because this is a trial rule of mutual competition and comparison. All competitors are on this chessboard. If Luo Yan does not compete, it is tantamount to giving up the trial of the second stage. It has nothing to do with the ascension quota. Therefore, after thinking this through, Luo Yan began his test. Under his control, the replica of the white seal in his hand once again transformed into a young Taoist priest with an arrogant look on his face. Then, he escaped into the 7 rows and 9 columns of the star chessboard. When the replica of the arrogant young Taoist priest entered the space of the Dharma domain, he was discovered by the owner of this place. This was a woman with white clothes as white as snow, crystal clear skin, and smooth and soft hair. She was wearing a flowing cloud sleeve dress, like a fairy. But in an instant, the fairy dress on her body turned into white armor. It was very eye-catching. In her heroic appearance, she was a little weak. Other Taoist friends are attacking those guys who only have 1 or 2 seals in their hands. But you are doing the opposite and actually taking the initiative to cause trouble to me. Aren't you afraid that the stalemate will last too long, so that too many seals will be lost, affecting your final trial results? The white-clothed woman's eyes were slightly condensed, her red lips were half closed, revealing a little crystal teeth, and her voice was like a fairy in the sky, very beautiful. Her face was even more beautiful. It is undeniable that those who can come to this true spirit palace and dare to participate in the second stage trial are all people with a ravine in their hearts. They are definitely not comparable to those reckless men who only know how to train their bodies and grow muscles. Luo Yan can guess from those clues that the trial standard of the second stage is that the assessment is based on the number of seals held by oneself. Then, other smart people can naturally guess this, because the connection here has actually been revealed long ago. After all, no matter how special the trial rules of the second stage are, there is always something that determines everything. That is the black and white seals imprinted on the eyebrows of each participant. Luo Yan, whose mind resided in the replica of the white seal, did not respond. Instead, he continued to fly towards the law domain space next to him. This time, he was lucky not to be excluded. In other words, the remaining 2 coordinates must be the location of the white-clothed woman's body. Are you looking for my real body? Although the strength of your white seal replica is not low, he cannot fight with me. As long as you dare to set foot in the space where I am, you will be forcibly eliminated by the rules of this world. So, your real intention should be me, right? Do you want to compete with me so soon? Looking at the opponent's seal replica, after coming to the star plate where she was, the tentative look everywhere. How could the white-clothed woman not understand the other party's purpose? He just wanted to fight with her one-on-one. This operation, which was the opposite of the behavior of most people on the field, made the white-clothed woman's eyes turn for a moment. Soon, she figured out the real thoughts of the person behind the star chess grid who invaded her. So that's how it is. Your Excellency's target has always been me. No wonder you came to me so deliberately. But you seem to have forgotten one thing, that is, female cultivators also have sacred anger. I wonder if you are ready. Things have calmed to this point. The white-clothed woman also guessed the true intention of the other party sending this seal. Her pretty face, which was as smooth as silk, white and translucent, did not show any tension. She waited for the other party's arrival with a calm expression. She came from the War God Temple and was also one of the holy sects in Hangzhou. The cultivators of this sect would never retreat when they encountered a battle. Buzz, in a moment, there was a dazzling light of thunder that rushed into the sky, waving like the sea, illuminating this space of the law domain. A green figure was teleported here through the void seal hanging in the sky. The surrounding array pattern seemed to sense something and began to rumble, spreading like a spider web and freezing the water. The black order chain grew wildly, completely locking this method domain space. From this moment on, the 7 rows and 9 columns of the star chessboard have become a dead end. Before the victory or defeat inside is completely determined, the outer order chain will not be opened. This fairy, make a move. If you beat me, the 2 seals in my hand will all belong to you. The moment Luo Yan appeared, the original white seal replica also dissipated in the world in an instant. Since he has found the main body of the other party, he doesn't need to make any more attempts. It's time to make a sudden move. At this point, it's useless to say more. Only the strength in your hands can show the truth. Thunder method. Sure enough, he is the same lineage as the sword cultivators. The woman in white frowned, Her eyes flickered, her pretty face was white and crystal, shining with an attractive luster. There seemed to be something in her words. Because of the special way of cultivation, the sword cultivators and the cultivators who practice thunder methods are basically straightforward. That's why the woman in white sighed. For such a prestigious opponent, she didn't ask any more questions. She stretched out her white jade palm, and countless light patterns appeared on it. The white light of the Tao came like a meteor and hit the front. Facing such a blow, Luo Yan's eyes had silver-white thunder descending, and it burst out in an instant. At the moment when the two collided, countless runes lit up, which was the bombardment of scriptures and treasures, and the entanglement of the laws of heaven and earth. In the fierce battle with rumbling sounds, both felt the invincible momentum coming from each other, constantly colliding and bombarding. The white light poured down, accompanied by lightning and thunder, and exploded in this space of the law domain, and the boundless mist was fierce. Luo Yan's eyes were surprised, because the Taoist magic of the woman in white gave him a familiar feeling. It seemed that she was from the super-holy sect of the War God Temple in Hangzhou. Before this, when Luo Yan was still in the key refining realm, he had just set foot in the Thunder Pool space in the ancient secret realm and met a female cultivator from the War God Temple. Now this is the second one. No wonder she has such a strong strength, she should be the proud daughter of the younger generation. Even so, don't think about blocking Luo Yan's thunder attack. He spread his hands, his left palm turned into the moon, the thunder of yin, and his right palm turned into the sun, the thunder of yang. He put his hands together and a silver ocean surged. A pale silver long dragon was tumbling, the lightning was shocking, and it was surrounded by unparalleled electric light, killing the woman in white with a most powerful force. Hey! On the white-clothed woman's translucent white skin, a large area of densely packed scriptures imprinted on her body appeared. These scriptures bloomed with supreme precious brilliance, breaking into pieces and scattering in all directions, trying to avoid these violent thunders. Because the power of these lightnings was so fierce, even if the white-clothed woman opened the spiritual power shield, her delicate body was still numbed by the electricity. There were also charred marks on her white cloud-shaped skirt. For now, she had to find a way to escape and then delay time. Only then could she find an opportunity and wait for it. Because such violent thunder must have many restrictions and cannot last long. As long as she survived this period, she would be at her home court. Boom, boom, boom. The silver dragon flew into the sky, as if it was on par with the mountains. It suddenly opened its mouth, and a ball of extremely blazing electric light spurted out of its mouth. In an instant, the space of the domain was covered with thunder and lightning, and there were countless lightnings, boiling like a tide. The battle was deadlocked for only a moment, and ended with a defeat of the woman in white. At this time, her body was full of burnt black electric marks, crackling, and still glowing with faint electric light. If it weren't for the densely packed scriptures, she would have fainted long ago. Even so, the woman in white at this time only had her last breath left. The reason why she was holding on to her mind and not fainting was that her eyes were fixed on the green figure in front of her. It was to remember the young and tender face of the person in front of her, so as to avenge the shame in the future. After all, she is the proud daughter of the War God Temple. Although she is facing failure, she must find a way to take back what she has lost. Otherwise, she will be addicted to this nightmare for the rest of her life and cannot extricate herself. Luo Yan walked over slowly, turning a blind eye to the delicate white skin exposed by the woman in white. There was no trace of heartache. Such a beautiful woman, who looked like a fairy, could not cause any emotional fluctuations in his heart. Luo Yan stretched out his hand and was about to put it on the eyebrows of the woman in white, wanting to put away those seals. Unfortunately, at this moment, the woman in white suddenly made a move and grabbed Luo Yan's wrist, her eyes fierce and sharp. "Tell me your name. Otherwise, I will sacrifice my life and destroy those seals, so that you can't get any." Luo Yan was silent for a moment, looking at the stubborn eyes of the woman in white. Her eyes were still calm, and slowly said, "Southern Tai sect, Ji Hongxi." Hearing this answer, the stubbornness in the eyes of the woman in white slowly subsided, and her tone was pale and weak. "This time, I lost the contest convincingly. When my strength improves next time, I will definitely come to ask for advice in person." The woman in white was covered with thunder wounds, and her breath was weak and powerless. It gave people a pitiful look. If seen by outsiders, they would certainly feel pity. But Luo Yan did not hesitate, put his hand between her eyebrows, and took out the 3 seals. 1 white, 2 black. And when these seals were taken away, the figure of the woman in white slowly dissipated in this world. In this way, the number of seals in Luo Yan's hand has increased to 5. Among them, there are 3 black seals and 2 white seals. Only through one competition, 3 seals can be obtained. This efficiency is definitely not comparable to that of other people who randomly find someone to fight and then suppress. In fact, Luo Yan still showed mercy to the woman in white in the battle just now. If he attacked forcefully, it would not be impossible to directly blow up the other party's body. But Luo Yan did not do it ruthlessly, but chose to spare the woman in white. The root cause is that he has no grudges with the other party, and his murderous intention is not too strong, so there is no need to implement this kind of killing sin that increases in vain. Chapter 445. If you want to be the first to stand out, you must have the courage that is invincible in the world. After Luo Yan won again, the number of seals accumulated in his hands had quietly doubled. Moreover, after that, he still did not stop, and continued to use the chip's multiple data analysis to find the real bodies of those young strongmen, and started a one-on-one peak battle. In this way, the number of seals in Luo Yan's hand increased again by orders of magnitude. Soon, it accumulated to as many as 20 seals. But such a simple and direct violent action attracted the attention of some people. With a swish, a sound of breaking through the air sounded, and a meteorite fell in the void and then manifested in the world. A white seal fake body broke through the void and landed in the Dharma domain space. Although it was a replica fake body, the aura of the person who came was still extremely powerful, with a solitude in his eyes, and an invincible momentum. It is conceivable how powerful the person who defeated this fake body of the seal must be. Brother, are you willing to join forces with me? Perhaps because of the seal replica, the voice of this person seemed a little frustrated, as heavy as flipping through a book. You have half an incense stick of time. Luo Yan glanced at the fake body of the seal opposite him, and the thunderous force on his body slowly subsided and became less conspicuous. If I guessed correctly, the color of the seal on the Taoist brother's forehead should be black, right? You and I are forming an alliance, or rather, we are forming an alliance with the old guys who can have more than 20 seals in such a short time. Let's not fight each other first, so as to avoid starting a peak showdown too early and then attracting outsiders to covet. My purpose is very simple, just to eliminate those small fish first. The fake body of the seal in front of him kept explaining, as if he came for an alliance. It was as if he had seen Luo Yan's previous battles and felt that he was very powerful, so he wanted to form an alliance. Give me a reason to convince me. Luo Yan responded softly, his tone was calm. There was a blazing blue light in his eyes, and the runes kept jumping, as if he was looking at something. I believe that Brother Dao has guessed that the assessment standard for this trial is most likely based on the number of seals held by each person. That is to say, the number of seals held will directly affect our final results. But if we are like those idiots outside, who only know how to use these seal copies in battle and attack each other, these seal replicas will inevitably suffer great losses. At that time, the number of seals that can fall into your hands will also be affected. After listening to 2 simple sentences, Luo Yan understood the intention of the seal replica in front of him. Regardless of the trial rules of the second stage, just looking at the total number of people participating in this trial, there are only about 1,000 people. For example, the total number of people that Luo Yan and his 100-star chessboard grids can accommodate is only about 400 people. In other words, in the outside world, in other mustard seed spaces, there are at least several such chessboard battlefields. Unfortunately, no one of the young masters present knows how many there are. Moreover, the number of seals left in everyone's hands is an unknown number. In this way, no one will know how many seals will be needed to obtain the quota for ascension. If the total number of mustard seed Zumi spaces is less than 3, then the winners of every 100-star chess squares should produce 3 to 4 monks who are eligible to obtain the quota for the upper realm. If the total number of mustard seed spaces is greater than 3, then the winners of this star chess square will probably only have the top 2 strong men with the most seals to have the chance to obtain the quota for ascension. Although they can be sure that these seals in their hands represent their respective trial results to a certain extent. But in this case, naturally, the more seals each person has, the greater the chance of obtaining the quota for ascension. In this way, every seal in the field will become precious. If those people are allowed to use these seals to attack, there will be no more use except to exchange them with each other and reduce the total number of seals. The reduction in the total number of seals will inevitably affect the results of those who are expected to compete for the final ranking. After sorting out his thoughts, Luo Yan couldn't help but look at the other party in surprise. This is a truly smart person, he thought secretly. In such a short time, he had figured out the rules of the second stage of the trial, and even took action. It is not difficult to imagine the sharp mind of the person behind the scenes. Okay. Leave the competitors around here to me. Luo Yan nodded in agreement, his tone unchanged, without much hesitation. Because the original intention of establishing this temporary alliance is that the stronger the strength, the more beneficial it is for people like him. After all, even if Luo Yan claims to be the strongest in the Sumeru mustard seed space, he is limited by the hostility of the black and white camps. He dare not guarantee that the number of seals he can collect is definitely the largest. In particular, people with the same color of the forehead mark will not be able to attack each other. This rule has greatly restricted Luo Yan's way of obtaining the seal. This is exactly the case. In the rest of the star chessboard, there are also fake seals that appear. The top old figures started talking to each other, and then began to focus on the young strong men who like to use seals to pretend to fight. So this short private alliance was finally formed. No one was a real fool, and after a little thought, they all agreed to this proposal. After all, the importance of these seals was guessed by everyone present, and it was likely to be related to the final ranking. In this way, naturally, the more seals everyone can grab, the more beneficial it will be for their respective rankings. Moreover, because there are as many as 9 places for ascension, these top strengths are very tacit and did not fight fiercely in the early stage. Everyone kept to themselves and did their best to start harvesting the seals of the monks in the trial field. As expected, these few people agreed. Then, from now on, collect as many seals as possible. In the star chessboard in the distance, an old Xianjiao who was shrouded in spiritual light and exuding amazing fluctuations opened his eyes. His eyes were cold, and he looked at the people around him who were fighting with the fake bodies of the seals, and felt cold in his heart. Although the trial of the second stage seems to have no assessment criteria, it actually has great requirements for us top geniuses. If we let them use the fake bodies of the seals to fight, then the number of seals that will remain will inevitably be affected. The current trial rules are still a bit big, so we can only get rid of those small fish first, and then start a decisive battle with those guys depending on the situation. The strength of this old genius is not only terrifying, but also very far-sighted. At the beginning, he also had the same idea as Luo Yan, constantly using the fake bodies of the seals in his hand to test the real bodies of those competitors. For this reason, the number of seals in his hand soon accumulated to more than 10. But at this moment, this old genius found that those competitors were using the fake bodies of the seals to attack others, and they were still holding a very resolute attitude, and when they were forcing it, the heart of this old genius suddenly skipped a beat. Because, if this situation continues, the total number of seals left in these 100 star chess squares will never be too many. At that time, the number of seals that can fall into their hands will also decrease accordingly, thus affecting their real ranking. So there was this tacit agreement to jointly hunt down other participants. After agreeing to this request, Luo Yan in the distance set his sights on those star chess squares not far from where he was. His priority target was naturally those who used seals to fight. Boom! Luo Yan's aura changed, the power of thunder exploded, and with a roar of lightning, he rushed into the seal transmission array. Then he landed directly in front of a young genius. Not long after, this method domain space was completely locked, and then the most fierce battle broke out. In an instant, the light surged, the Tao was surging, the runes were like the sea, and the violent collision was like a landslide and sea cracking, extremely domineering. In the end, after dozens of fierce battles, Luo Yan still won the final victory. However, before he could put away the seal of the young genius, he discovered a fact. That was that an old genius he had noticed before did not seem to follow the agreement they had agreed on. 0. Call up the basic information of the two warring parties. Luo Yan frowned and ordered softly. His eyes were full of runes jumping, and there was a dangerous aura spreading. The 10th row and 4 columns, 5 shots, the total number of seals expected to be obtained is not less than 14. The 5th row and 7 columns, 3 shots, the total number of seals expected to be obtained is not less than 7. Hearing the response of the chip, Luo Yan fell into deep thought. The total number of seals in his hand was only 23. Even if the seals won from the victory in the fight just now were added, there were only 25. And if the old genius in the 10th row and 4 columns could win this battle, the total number of seals in his hand would be equal to his. If he continued to challenge him, then the total number of seals in Luo Yan's hand would most likely fall to the opponent. Moreover, there is another most fatal thing, that is, the mark on the forehead of the old generation of Xianjiao in the 4th column of the 10th row is black. In other words, Luo Yan himself will not be able to fight with him, otherwise it is equivalent to deliberately admitting defeat. In this way, it seems difficult for the two of them to fight, because it is meaningless to use only the seal fake body. After all, the strength of that guy is not enough for ordinary seal fake bodies. Fortunately, there is a chip, and there is a rough data analysis of the camps of all the strong men present and the total number of seals they hold. The second stage of the trial has just begun, and there are only about 6 or 7 people who can have more than 20 seals. Among these people, except Luo Yan, they are all old generation Xianjiao without exception, with the power of the law domain, and master a trace of the higher level of the law of heaven and earth. In this way, they can win so many black and white seals in such a short time. If everything goes according to the previous discussion, Luo Yan doesn't have any other ideas. After all, this is indeed a good thing for people with strong strength like them. But now, there is a traitor among them. Some people are still following the previous method, targeting only those who have more residual seals in their hands. As a result, Luo Yan could not sit still. He wanted to attack recklessly and quickly accumulate the seals in his hands, but at this time, a better way came to his mind. He directly cast a seal fake body and came to the domain of the old Xianjiao who wanted to form an alliance with him, and then said, 10 rows and 4 columns, that guy did not abide by our agreement, and the number of seals in his hands may have reached 21. If you continue to let it go, the total number of seals in your hands may be exceeded by him. If I remember correctly, the color of the seal on your forehead is also white. Luo Yan stood opposite this old Xianjiao. His breath was empty and indifferent, as if he was stating something that was very ordinary. What does Brother Yidao mean? This old Xianjiao, who exuded a strong aura, subconsciously glanced at that direction, was silent for a moment, and then spoke. It's very simple, eliminate him first. And, you and I will join forces to start the battle between the old generation of geniuses in advance. I don't want to delay it any longer. The old man on the opposite side stared at the Taoist in green clothes in front of him, with a blazing light in his eyes. If we don't continue to take steady steps and start the battle between our generation of cultivators in advance, you and I will completely become everyone's target. In this way, almost everyone in this mustard seed sumeru space will regard us as opponents. Aren't you afraid? Faced with such a rhetorical question, Luo Yan's tone was still calm. How many seals can we have just to suppress some of the young generation of strong men? Now, it's almost time to start the harvest. Luo Yan's eyes looked outward, as if he meant something. His aura was condensed, and his momentum was magnificent. You are responsible for harvesting the black seals, and I am responsible for harvesting the white seals. We will fight whoever has the most seals. How about it? Do you want to cooperate? What if I say no? The old genius had a terrifying aura lingering around him, with a smile on his face. Although he is a little older and doesn't like to show off as much as before, the arrogance in his heart is higher than anyone else. He proposed a private alliance before because he was worried that he and others would become the thorns in the eyes of other strong men, and then be targeted in turn. In such a genius trial field, no one dares to say that he is invincible. But now, there is such a guy who is more arrogant than him. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 446, Rejection Means War. With an invincible posture and an invincible mind, everyone is paying attention. You have no reason to refuse. Luo Yan was extremely calm at this moment, as if there was no other intention in his tone. It was just a simple response. Arrogant. You, a Taoist of Thunder method, are too arrogant. I have been in the far west for decades, and I have seen at least hundreds of Xianjiao. But I have never heard of someone as unruly as you. And, it has been a long time since I have seen anyone dare to talk to me like this. The old Xianjiao, whose whole body was shrouded in divine light, shouted lightly. His eyes were cold, and there was a faint murderous intent around him. When such words were spoken, it meant that their previous private covenant had quietly disappeared into thin air. You can fight with me first. Although the figure who came to this Dharma domain space was only a fake body of a seal in Luo Yan's hand, he still showed a very domineering character. Very strong. This is the disadvantage of using thunder method for a long time, the most masculine and the most rigid, the most pure and the most kind. In the past, Luo Yan would not have chosen to be so ostentatious. But now, his basic 5 elements are perfect, and with the blessing of thunder, Luo Yan has the confidence to suppress all enemies. Even if he participates in the trial of the first stage, he is confident that he is not afraid of anyone. This is the confidence brought to him by his rapid growth in strength. Because when leaving the Death Valley, the founder of the Thunder Emperor Temple had asserted, in the Kangwu realm, even if Luo Yan faces those rare monsters who can cross the level to fight the enemy, there is a great possibility that he can forcibly suppress the opponent. After all, at his age and with this cultivation, he can comprehend the 7 laws of heaven and earth, and can integrate 5 of them together. It is no exaggeration to say that such a young person is rare in 1,000 years. If a person with such talent as Luo Yan cannot suppress all enemies, then who is qualified to dare to be invincible in the foundation-building realm? However, limited by the trial rules of the second stage, even though he had the power to suppress all enemies, Luo Yan always held a cautious mentality in his heart. But this was only limited to the beginning of the trial. When all the trial rules were figured out, Luo Yan no longer had the idea of hiding everything. He planned to speed up his current progress. Previously, he joined forces with the old genius in front of him because of his consideration for the black and white camps, fearing that there were any undiscovered rules that could affect the final trial results. It was precisely because of this concern that Luo Yan chose to remain silent for so long. Otherwise, even if he became the first bird in the eyes of all cultivators and was hostile to everyone, Luo Yan could suppress all enemies by himself. It seems that fellow Taoist is very confident in his thunder method. Who among you present is not a genius? Who doesn't have a few secret skills? Are you sure you want to do such an ostentatious thing? This is to make enemies with everyone. The face of this old generation of Xianjiao was filled with shock and anger, because the proposal of the Taoist in green clothes opposite was really too shocking. If he did it in his way, he would definitely become a thorn in everyone's eyes in a short time. Then a large group of people would besiege him. The reason for besieging him was also very simple. That is, the total number of seals they hold in their hands is only about 20. Although there are many, it is still within the scope of understanding of the cultivators. As long as they win a few more people in the enemy camp, it is not impossible to gather more than 20 seals. Even if someone covets it, with their strength, they are completely capable of keeping the seals in their hands. Because at this moment, there are many top geniuses like them who hold more than 20 seals in their hands. And basically they are all the old generation of geniuses, with extremely strong strength. They can have the effect of deterring all enemies. It can be said that it is precisely because of the explosion of so many people that, to a certain extent, they can help them share some of the pressure. If someone is jealous and challenges in order to obtain more seals, their target is also to randomly select one of them. Moreover, because the total number of seals held by everyone at this time is not much different. Basically, everyone's goal is to focus on those geniuses of the same generation, rather than the old generation of geniuses. Because the strength of these old people is really too strong. If it is not necessary, no one is willing to fight against such people in advance at such an early time. But once they attack people of their level, as the Taoist in green said, it is tantamount to starting the peak battle between the old generation of geniuses in advance. At that time, no matter who wins, the number of seals in their hands will increase sharply in a very short time. But in this way, anyone who is on this galaxy chessboard will have a desire to take it away. Even though we don't know the exact total number of seals, we can still guess that there are definitely dozens of seals. At that time, I'm afraid that all the monks on the entire star chess grid will turn their attention here. Then, people who want to line up to challenge will come one after another. Even from this moment on, there will be almost no big fights, and they will turn their eyes to this side. After all, who can bear the temptation of winning dozens of seals just by defeating one person? This old generation of genius seemed to have anticipated what was going to happen next. It was no longer about being enemies with one or two geniuses and then fighting with them. Instead, more than half of the people in the entire star chess grid are likely to be hostile to them. Such a huge terrifying pressure is frightening to think about. You have to know that there are more than 200 geniuses present. Even if there is a distinction between the black and white camps, there are at least nearly 100 potential enemies to face. Such a crazy idea. Unless he is crazy, he will agree to such a proposal. That's nearly 100 geniuses from various sects who have reached the great perfection of foundation establishment. They represent the top handful of people in the entire Kangwu world. What's the difference between being enemies with so many great people at the same time and seeking death? It seems that you don't agree with my proposal. Luo Yan sighed softly, with a kind of indifference in his eyes. A fierce aura also emerged from his body, and the bright light was blazing. Since you don't agree with my proposal, then let's go to war. It's time to see who's better between you and me. As soon as the voice fell, the fake body of the seal disappeared in the space of the law domain. Only a moment later, a thunderous sound suddenly sounded and exploded suddenly. It seems that Brother Deo, you don't take me seriously. The old genius opposite was shrouded in light and looked very hazy. But at this time, his tone was full of a strong sense of coldness. He was the pride of the super sect in the western regions. Decades ago, he dominated an era. He has a very high status in that great sect, and belongs to the absolute true teaching sequence. Although he is silent now, it does not mean that he is no longer capable. Good. 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 Very good. The eyes of this old generation genius flickered, and his aura rose rapidly, and his face was angry. Although he was extremely afraid of the blue-clothed thunder cultivator in front of him, because this guy always gave him a kind of needle-like feeling. It was like a poisonous snake, sinister. But now, he had an impulse to crush the other party. It was really too arrogant and too arrogant. The throbbing in his heart was thrown behind him. Buzz! The old generation genius spread his hands and began to pinch the seal. His aura rose to the peak. There were large runes on his side that merged into a galaxy. At the same time, accompanied by a strong power of the law domain, he created an absolute force field of his own. In an instant, the world became mottled, like colorful clouds, revealing the ultimate crystal and luster. In this case, unless Luo Yan also opened his own power of the law domain. Otherwise, every move and every style he made would be affected by the laws of heaven and earth, thereby greatly weakening the power of the ancient Daofa Sutra. This is the most common method used by the older generation of Xianjiao to deal with the geniuses of the next generation, because it has already involved the most essential Dao principle issues between heaven and earth. So the power of the law domain seems simple, but it has a very high threshold. It cannot be practiced unless it touches the giant in period cultivator. Thunder is coming. Seeing the old generation Xianjiao on the opposite side, using the ancient scripture treasures, plus the power of the law domain, and attacking him all at once, Luo Yan's eyes were still calm. His palm was glowing, with the ultimate and peak electric light on it, and the silver snake full of silver light was mixed with a little light gold. Facing the old generation of Xianjiao, although Luo Yan was not afraid, he would not be too careless. He directly used the purest Yang thunder, with a fierce and explosive supreme power, to split the opponent's strand of heaven and earth law completely. Boom! The power of thunder against the ancient scripture, both have magnificent and majestic power. In an instant, the rosy clouds surged, the rune laws surged, and this place emitted a shocking roar. The rosy clouds blazed the sky, the divine light was dazzling, and the breath was pressing. Such a huge momentum collision made the monks and other star chess grids look up. This was definitely a shocking collision. The entire law domain space was shaking, and even the people in other star chess grids felt this amazing fluctuation. You don't use the original power of the thunder law, but you go head on with me. Are you looking down on me? The old generation of Xianjiao shouted loudly, and the momentum emanating from his body became more terrifying. There were dense scriptures all over his body, as if immortals and Buddhas were chanting. His strength was greatly improved in an instant. Seeing this, Luo Yan nodded secretly. As expected of a disciple of the same great sect, he was so powerful that he could be considered a leader among the old generation of geniuses. He did not dare to despise him. A large piece of silver light burst out from between his eyebrows. A long dragon shadow slowly solidified, shining with endless electric light. Chila! A fierce thunder fell from the void. The long dragon bathed in thunder, dyeing the space of the law domain silver white, and directly suppressed the old generation of genius, making him lose his temper. The old man had a gloomy face, and the misty spiritual light on his side was split apart, revealing a resolute and slightly pale face. Under the impact of the silver long dragon, he was bombarded by a huge thunder, and his body was subjected to a force of 10,000 kilograms, and it was still drilling into his body. He kept retreating, and every step back made a dong-dong sound. The footsteps were clear and heavy, like the roar of a drum. It is conceivable that his body was bearing a kind of gravity at this moment. Kill! The old generation Xianjiao shouted angrily, and a fierce divine light burst out from his body again. The Xinjiao treasure scripture he had practiced turned into a huge golden book, hovering above his head. Moreover, the golden pages opened and closed, and there was a rumbling sound of Taoism, and one after another golden light attacked the direction where Luo Yan was. It was like round after round of bright sun shining, releasing the most absolute power, and the Taoism of heaven and earth flowed in between. The momentum was amazing. Unfortunately, these blazing holy lights were blocked by the long dragon transformed by lightning, and the silver light flashed, and then there was no life. How is it possible? This is the Xinjiao treasure technique. Thinking back then, in order to be able to comprehend this treasure technique, I sat in front of the moke stone wall for 30 years. Now, how can you not even withstand a mere thunderbolt? The old generation figure shouted loudly, his hair flying, and fell into madness. The power of the law domain beside him became increasingly heavy, trying to offset the oncoming lightning. Because these thunder powers were so strange, seemingly fierce and extremely yang, but in fact they carried a hint of femininity, and were endless. It seemed to be able to penetrate the surface of things and invade the space inside. This made him defenseless and exhausted. It is indeed the power of the great supernatural power of the Xinjiao, but you have never practiced it to perfection, and you only have the appearance. So many years of Taoism have been wasted. Luo Yan explained softly. Although this was unpleasant to hear, it was the truth. Ancient scriptures and treasures like the great supernatural power of the Xinjiao are generally inherited from the true spirit realm. They are not only imprinted with deep Taoist rhymes, but also contain the truth of law and art. Such secret scripture, if there is no certain foundation of understanding, even if it is placed in front of ordinary cultivators, it cannot be comprehended. Just like the innate five-element body of the family lineage that Luo Yan had seen in the inner sect competition before, although his body was in harmony with the laws of heaven and earth, he was definitely born by God. Even so, he still only understood a little bit about the five-element divine light. Even so, he can be called a genius that is rare in a century. After all, the great supernatural power inherited from the upper world contains the complete truth of the Great Way, which cannot be compared with the incomplete Taoist arts in the Kangwu world. It is conceivable that in the field of the laws of heaven and earth, the requirements for comprehension are very high. So why is a person like Luo Yan, whose cultivation talent is mediocre, still able to attract the attention of so many big figures with his extraordinary comprehension? It is precisely because of his outstanding comprehension that the founder of the Thunder Emperor Temple favors Luo Yan. Even if he has a great inheritance, he will still be patient with him. He even regards Luo Yan as one of the successors of the Thunder Emperor Temple. Such an honor is rare in the world. Otherwise, a small cultivator like Luo Yan in the foundation building stage would not even be qualified to meet with Patriarch Chen. Not to mention asking him for guidance in cultivation. Who do you think you are? How dare you look down on me? The old prodigy shouted, his tone mixed with deep anger. He transformed all his magical skills into scriptures and applied them to himself. It was as if divine light was surrounding his body, and many great powers were blessing him. He was braving the thunder in the sky, regardless of his injuries, and rushed towards Luo Yan quickly, and a battle broke out with him. For a time, the talisman light in the field was blazing, like a galaxy hanging upside down, with rosy clouds and boundless Taoism. The two of them each used their strongest means to launch the most intense battle. Luo Yan naturally held back and did not use his strongest means. It's not that he deliberately let it go, but compared to the power of the five elements, the offensive power of thunder is more fierce. Without using the great magical power, the supreme power that the thunder technique can generate in a short period of time is much higher than other Taoist techniques. Moreover, the great magical power technique and the yin-yang five elements Tao principle are the means of the bottom of the box, so they naturally cannot be used right away. Because the consumption of spiritual power by these two magical secrets is too terrifying. If it is not necessary, Luo Yan will not use them. However, This person is really powerful. He can transform the Taoist secrets he has learned through runes and bless himself. He is definitely a top-notch old generation genius. If he hadn't met Luo Yan, he might have gone further. At least it shouldn't be a big problem to win the top few places in this galaxy chessboard. Purple Star Zuanshu Thunder, Fall. After more than a dozen moves, Luo Yan found a gap and directly summoned a piece of purple thunder. The moment these thunders appeared, there was an extremely dense purple air in the void, which seemed unattainable. These purple thunderbolts, accompanied by the hazy purple mist, spread in this Dharma domain space. It looked very strange and eerie. The boundless purple air rolled down, and suddenly rolled up, and the old Xianjiao on the opposite side was hid on the spot, and his figure was even more frozen there, unable to move. Looking closely, those seemingly purple mists are actually not mists at all. Instead, they are strands of tiny thunderbolts that are invisible to the naked eye, intertwined together. Like moistening things silently, it was so silent, clouds rose and wind surged. The purple air passed through the body, with a very strong crackling sound, tearing everything apart. Not long after, the old Xianjiao fell straight down, raising a pile of dust. "It's over," Luo Yan whispered, without any joy in his eyes, and seemed very calm. It was like a rock, without any surging energy. With a casual move, he collected the 20 or so Dharma seals hidden in the other party's eyebrows. With a whoosh, a long string of black and white seals were brought out. It was very eye-catching. For a moment, the total number of seals in Luo Yan's hand seemed to have reached the 45 mark. Such a large number of seals instantly caused this Dharma domain space to burst into a burst of shocking brilliance. It was as if something big was being announced to all living beings. In fact, this amazing fluctuation was more like a special mark, which made the star chessboard where Luo Yan was staying more eye-catching. Only in this way can it be special. At this moment, all the geniuses under the starry sky chessboard could see where Luo Yan was. What a change had happened! And there was a big number on it, 45. Such a conspicuous mark naturally made most of the heroes' eyes suddenly have scarlet intentions. The appearance of this number made all the cultivators in the same starry sky chessboard feel envious. No one did not understand, and no one did not know the meaning behind this huge number. That was 45 seals. Once you have it, you might have one foot in the doorway to the upper realm. In this case, how can it not make the outside world crazy? Everyone knows what the ultimate purpose of the Xianjiao war is. If they don't want to go to the upper realm, there won't be so many people coming to participate in this peak battle. Therefore, this opportunity that was revealed on the surface actually represented a possibility. A possibility of going to a higher world. Everyone who saw this scene became excited, imagining the satisfaction of defeating that person and then taking many seals. Only a small number of rational and powerful people were silent for a moment when they saw the scene in the star chessboard. Because they thought of more. For example, what if they failed to beat that person? Doesn't that mean that the quota for ascension has been occupied by that guy? The eyes of the old strong man were erratic, as if he had made some kind of determination, but he was still hesitating at the last moment. He wanted to see how long the guy who did such a high-profile behavior could last. As if he felt the changes in himself, Luo Yan's face did not change at all, as if this sudden scene did not exceed his expectations. Although he was put on the fire and became the focus of all the cultivators, he still went his own way and didn't care about the scrutiny of the outside world. The reason why Luo Yan was so calm was not only because he believed in his own strength, but also because of the rules and restrictions of this second stage. Unlike the melee rules of the first stage, the location of the second stage can only accommodate a one-on-one peak duel. In this way, Luo Yan always has to face only one opponent. In a one-on-one situation, he is confident that he is not afraid of anyone. Even the old generation of geniuses cannot make him give up the decision he made. He is a child of destiny, hiding his talents for more than 10 years, and now it is time for him to show up. If you regard everything you encounter as a test, Luo Yan will naturally look down on it. Therefore, even if those people use the wheel battle method, Luo Yan is still fearless. The more top-notch the strong, the more invincible they are. Among the invincibles this time, he deserves a place. Chapter 447 I should be invincible, I should be invincible in the world. The two camps were fighting. When Luo Yan returned to his own star chessboard, he was targeted again before he could rest for a moment. Because the big number in the space of the Dharma domain that established him could be observed by everyone in this galaxy chessboard. 45 Dharma seals? Ha ha ha, a God-given opportunity. Look at me, I'll blow him up. Such a conspicuous mark was like a brand, making Luo Yan stand out. Even if someone saw that this Taoist in green was extraordinary, they couldn't choose to give up at this time. Because this was a trial for the quota of ascension, everyone present was a competitor. The importance of the Dharma seals was also vaguely guessed by the cultivators. Perhaps it was a standard for measuring the final results. For such things, since you have seen them, you naturally can't give up fighting, because the more others have, the less you have. To a certain extent, this is complementary. Therefore, when the huge number mark appeared, Luo Yan was stared at by many people. If it weren't for the restrictions of the rules of this star chessboard, I'm afraid a group of people would come together to kill him. Buzz! Some people reacted very quickly, and it took less than a breath from discovering the abnormality to launching the attack. Moreover, the moment he broke into Luo Yan's Dharma domain space, he immediately summoned a bronze bell, which fell from the sky and suppressed Luo Yan. He launched the most violent attack right away, without any desire to ask more questions, and seemed very anxious. There was also a sense of arrogance on his face, believing that he could suppress this Taoist in green. This is an old man, who is already famous for his genius several decades ago. He has a great reputation. The sound of the ancient bronze bell seemed to act on the soul, with a low and dull feeling. Its ripples were invisible, but like a bunch of circular blades, it swung in all directions, with unparalleled divine power, and the void was trembling. Within the coverage of this ancient bronze bell, the Taoist rhyme between heaven and earth, which was vague, rippled in circles, giving people a feeling of Buddha's world, majestic and boundless. Chila. Luo Yan casually struck a large piece of lightning, but it was absorbed by the ancient bronze bell. The divine pattern on it shone brightly, as if it was invulnerable to all evil. The thunder struck it, only stirring up a little bit of nothingness ripples, like a rock falling on the water, circled layer after layer of fine lines. After the lightning flashed, those fluctuations quickly returned to silence. This is definitely a very powerful secret treasure, with its own great power to suppress all living beings, and has the miraculous effect of calming the soul, calming the mind, and mobilizing the laws of heaven and earth. Open. Luo Yan frowned and shouted softly, and began to mobilize the power of the laws of heaven and earth, which was formed by the complexity of the 5 elements, forming an incomparable white light. It has the characteristic of being invulnerable to all laws. Although the momentum is not amazing, it gives people a sense of fear. The white light is bright, the ancient bronze bell hums, and emits a rumbling sound of Tao, flashing the most crystal and brilliant treasure light. The two collided, and the laws of heaven and earth accumulated by each of them entangled with each other in the void, competing and offsetting each other. Soon, the dazzling light dissipated, and the strong man who drove the ancient bell was directly blown up by Luo Yan's 5 elements, and even his body was shattered. This old generation figure of the great sect was beaten to a state of silence without even a complete body left. A large area of blood mist filled the space of this method domain, which was very eye-catching. Only the bronze ancient bell was left, falling in the air, still spinning and humming. After only a moment, it lost its owner. Luo Yan casually took the big bell in his hand and put it away. Although it has not been truly sacrificed, it can barely be used. The material of this ancient bell secret treasure is precious and extremely hard, and it can even mobilize the laws of the Tao that permeate the world, which is very powerful. But this does not mean that it is invincible and cannot find an opponent. The reason why Luo Yan was able to gain the upper hand and forcibly kill the owner of the precious bell by overcoming its protection was mainly because the law of heaven and earth actually represented a kind of rule and order. In the domain of the ancient bell, it was naturally difficult to break through obstacles and go against the trend. But if you transcend this rule, you can be above this order. In the final analysis, the most basic laws of heaven and earth are basically not high or low. Just like a stone buried in the soil, no matter how deep it is buried, the stone is always a stone and will not easily turn into soil. Therefore, it is actually very simple to circumvent the order of the law of heaven and earth. You only need to distinguish between what is within the rules and what is outside the rules, and then you can exert its true power. The divine pattern engraved on the inside of the bronze ancient bell mobilizes the law of heaven and earth that suppresses everything, which belongs to the confinement law series. The heaven and earth principles used by Luo Yan are composed of the basic 5 elements, which evolve from gold, wood, water, fire and earth, fit each other, and derive from each other, with the characteristics of transcending everything. Under normal circumstances, when these two principles collide, no one can do anything to the other. But the person who drives this ancient bell has too low a cultivation level, far from being able to achieve the level of being in harmony with heaven and earth, and he himself has not mastered the laws of confinement. That's why he was killed by Luo Yan's 5 elements, and he couldn't even stop for a moment. It's a real one-hit kill. Puff. The cultivators in the other star chess grids only saw a flash of white light, a splash of blood in the void, and the owner of the bronze ancient bell was silent. Before everyone could recover, the battle was over. The owner of the big bell was killed in an instant, and the speed was so fast that it was terrifying. Such a bloody scene gives people a chilling feeling. As expected of the first person who dared to be the first bird, his strength was so strong that it was suffocating. Are you an old generation of Xianjiao like me? You are indeed powerful, but I am not afraid of you. Even if you see someone falling in front of you, you still can't stop the challenge of the successor. Because this is the Xianjiao battlefield, it belongs to the gathering of the top people in Kangwu realm. People who can come here basically have the courage to fight to the end. In order to ascend to the upper realm, even if it costs their own lives, everyone is willing to do it. Chi. Another divine light flashed, and a strange giant eye burst out in the void. When the divine eye opened and closed, it descended a terrifying light, trying to shine Luo Yan in. Unfortunately, it was dodged. But the large area of thunder lingering on the periphery was fixed by the light released by the giant eye, and then a big hole was pierced. Even the power of thunder became a little weak under the opening and closing of such strange eyes. Seeing this person sneered, "Want to hide? Where can you hide?" This powerful figure has a rusty mirror in his hand, which looks shabby. But it is very strange. He manipulated the mirror to move back and forth, and the huge eye in the void began to shine with divine brilliance, releasing a continuous stream of precious light, as if to forcibly refine Luo Yan. However, what surprised the owner of the mirror was that the Taoist in green only dodged the first divine light, and then gathered the fierce laws of heaven and earth to counterattack. The attitude of openly bombarding him made him feel a little stunned. 5 elements 5 thunder method, come out. Luo Yan shouted, soaring into the air, his clothes fluttering, and 5 kinds of brilliance flowed on his body, green, blue, red, brown, and gold, as graceful as a fairy. His long black hair fluttered, as if he was a god of war descending to earth, very brave. Wow! The blazing light composed of 5 colors, like colorful clouds, gathered the laws of heaven and earth, and released the strongest divine light. Fall! The owner of the rusty ancient mirror roared, with veins bulging on his forehead. He couldn't believe that someone could forcibly resist the power of the magic mirror. As it opened and closed, it intertwined with the precious light released by the ancient mirror. He continued to drive the rusty ancient mirror, and the gorgeous divine brilliance shone throughout the entire law domain space. There were mysterious Dao patterns appearing, and with the power to suppress everything, it attacked Luo Yan again. Buzz! Luo Yan's palms glowed with 5 colors, laying out a colorful virtual road. While resisting the attack of the strange giant eye in the sky, he also pierced the chest of the owner of the ancient mirror. In just an instant, he killed another person, and the bloody energy filled the sky. The ancient mirror fell to the ground and was taken into Luo Yan's pocket again. In both battles, Luo Yan won with absolute advantage, which inevitably made the cultivators present murmur. They all doubted that if they went forward to fight, how likely would they be to win? After a simple comparison, everyone found that it was difficult to defeat the Taoist in green in a short time, whether from the physical body or from the soul. Because you can tell whether a person is strong or not just by watching him fight twice. Oh my god! Who is this guy? Which big power does he come from? Seeing this, people in other star chess squares all gasped. This Taoist in green looks very young, but his methods are extremely cruel. He can use thunder magic to suppress evil. He can also control the 5 elements of heaven and earth to break all obstacles. He is so powerful that it is unimaginable. Even if he encounters an attack from a rare secret treasure, he can defeat it in a very short time, which can be said to be indestructible. He is truly invulnerable to all methods. If we talk about the 5 elements, I'm afraid only the one in the southern region is more in line with it. But this Taoist in green has a high level of thunder magic, which is so powerful that it makes people despair. It's really hard to guess the true origin of such a person. After all, the 5 elements are the most common principles in the world. Even in our sect, there are many such people. In the distance, many old and powerful people with deep auras looked condensed, their eyes flashing with brilliance, staring at the Taoist in green in the illusion. It seems that they want to see the foundation of that person. Only a few people wearing five-element robes were silent, with mixed thoughts on their faces. Even if others don't know the real power behind the green clothes, how can they not see it as disciples of the Five Elements Temple? It's just that the guy's face is too immature, and there seems to be no shadow of this guy among the older generation of people. Only a Taoist in a black law enforcement robe seemed to have seen something, but he was a little unsure. Because everyone was wearing masks in the law enforcement hall, no one knew the real face under the mask. Therefore, unless someone from the law enforcement hall took the initiative to expose themselves, it would be difficult for outsiders to see their true face. At this time, the Taoist in green was like this in their eyes. But they could conclude that this guy was definitely a genius in their own sect. Because the five-colored streamer and the Taoist robe he wore were so familiar. Perhaps it was because he rarely showed up on weekdays, so he was not well known to the public. It's really strong. An old generation genius said, his eyes full of fear. Seeing the huge number on the top of that guy's head, it had changed from 45 to 57. Such a large number of seals attracted the envy of all the cultivators. But at the same time, it was also a symbol of strength. The death of two old generation figures in a row, and still in the case of holding a secret treasure, was still forcibly beaten by the Taoist in green. Such a scene still made many people's hearts tighten in an instant. Such a powerful guy, whether in terms of scriptures and treasures, the laws of heaven and earth, or even magic weapons, seems to have no weaknesses at all. He is so powerful that it is impossible to defeat him. No matter how powerful that guy is, he is only one person. We will take turns to fight him, and we will tire him to death. Facing such a powerful Taoist in green, the young geniuses and other star chess grids all took a breath. They think they are also the pride of the sect, but now it seems that they are far from enough. Let alone a peak battle with that guy, even if any old man comes out, it will be very difficult for them to defeat the other party. Because the power of the law domain lingering around them is really too rogue. Often, when the magical moves they use reach that layer of force field, the power of their Taoism will be weakened a lot in an instant. Therefore, when fighting with these old people, their hope of winning is really slim. He is just one person, how powerful can he be? An old man sneered. Even though he had seen the power of the Taoist in green, he was still fearless. He was also a child of destiny and had the potential to be invincible. Naturally, he was not inferior to others. If he had not been restricted by the difference between the black and white camps, he would have gone to the door and fought a peak battle with the Taoist in green. But now he can only watch. For beings like them, if they can't really fight, who dares to be sure that they are truly invincible? Therefore, if they face the seemingly powerful Taoist in green, they have to fight to know the outcome. How can you be timid before fighting? How can you be truly invincible? Suddenly, he thought of a fact. That is, the color of the seal between the eyebrows of the Taoist in green is black, and the opponents he defeated are all cultivators with white seals. He himself is also the holder of the black seal. In this way, don't they become competitors? As the Taoist in green kills more opponents, the number of targets that can be killed by him becomes smaller accordingly. Isn't that right? The old generation Xianjiao frowned tightly. Many people thought of this, and suddenly felt a sense of urgency in their hearts, and put away their thoughts of watching the show. They began to focus their attention on those who held the white seals. After all, this trial is far from over. So after simply watching the battle for a while, many powerful figures belonging to the black camp took the initiative to start fighting with other strong men. For an opponent like the Taoist in green, although he has a large number of seals in his hands, with his current powerful strength, this is definitely a hard bone to chew. Instead of fighting to the death with such a guy, it is better to take this opportunity to collect more seals. This is the way of the smart people. After all, the Taoist in green has attracted everyone's attention. Even if such a person is defeated, he will become the target of public criticism. It is better to keep a low profile first, and wait until the people on the field are almost eliminated, and then go for a one-on-one peak decisive battle. This is the most real thought in the hearts of many old people. Don't fight that guy first, use the fake body of the seal to exchange with him. This will not only consume his spiritual power, but also reduce the total number of seals he holds. Some people's thoughts were tossing and turning. Although they were in the same black camp, they were in a complicated mood. Instantly, they thought of a great idea. That is to use the fake body of the seal to fight the enemy. Whether it is to consume the spiritual power of the Taoist in green, or to offset the increasing number of seals on him, it is a great idea. After all, the more seals that guy collects, the closer he is to the ascension quota. For such a person, watching him approach the ascension quota step by step, it is more uncomfortable than killing them. Therefore, even if they think they are no match for him, some people also think about finding a way to trip up the Taoist in green. If the fake body of the seal can play a certain role, it is a good thing. If not, they themselves will not lose much. It is definitely the best means of use. At this point in the battle, a small number of young geniuses have already woken up. They found that there were too many powerful people in this Xianjiao trial. Looking around, they were too numerous to count, and they were all densely packed. It seemed that all the young masters of the entire Kangwu world had gathered together. In this case, it was too difficult to win the first place. In other words, this Xianjiao battle might have nothing to do with them. Thinking of this, the hearts of this small group of people began to become twisted. They all made their last struggles in the hope of causing some trouble to the Taoist in green. Because, let alone the Taoist in green, even those Xianjiao of the older generation could not be defeated. After all, the images presented in the illusion of the void could not be faked. Compared with those older generation characters, they themselves still lacked a lot of foundation. Soon, someone made a direct deployment, and several young generation masters directly activated the seals in their hands, and then rushed towards the star chessboard where Luo Yan was. At this moment, the misty spiritual light from all directions all converged towards that direction like a tide. These fake bodies of the seal gathered together, and then lined up to rush into the space where Luo Yan was, hoping to consume his spiritual power. But Luo Yan didn't care, and didn't take these fake bodies of the seal seriously. Instead, he directly followed the direction from which these fake bodies of the seal came, and then found the original body that controlled them. He began to suppress them violently. Although he couldn't take action directly when facing the monks of the same black camp, he had the bronze ancient bell and the rusty ancient mirror in his hands. Therefore, with the blessing of these two treasures, the strength of the white fake body of the seal sent by Luo Yan instantly increased a lot. The entire galaxy chessboard, except for a few characters, would not be the opponent of his fake body of the seal. Therefore, many black seal owners who saw this scene were instantly stunned. Because this Taoist in green was not only actively hunting down the owner of the white seal, but the seal's fake body he was driving was actually holding two secret treasures and began to attack the strong men in the same camp. He seemed to be suppressing everything. Damn, that guy is too greedy. Even the people in the same camp have become his food for collecting seals. No, I can't hide my weakness anymore, I have to fight him. Otherwise, all the seals on this galaxy chessboard will be snatched away by that guy. Some of the older generation were surprised, and then their faces were full of shock, as if they were saying, can you still circumvent the trial rules like this? In this way, the division of camps will no longer be an obstacle for the Taoist in green. Many of the older generation also began to explode, and they all attacked the predetermined targets. After seeing the sharp Taoism of the Taoist in green, no one is stupid, and they can naturally see that the guy's strength is absolutely unique. The possibility of such a top figure winning him is really too low. Even if it is a round-robin battle, there must be a person of sufficient weight to keep fighting. Otherwise, ordinary cultivators will not even be able to stop the Taoist in green. Idiots like this are not fighting a round-robin battle and consuming other people's spiritual power. Instead, they are actively sending seals to others. Faced with such an opponent, many of the older generation have withdrawn their thoughts and no longer think about looking for the Taoist in green for a peak duel. Instead, they go to hunt other monks who are much weaker. Because there are a total of 9 places for ascension in this trial. In other words, it is not the only one, so there is no need to fight to the death with the Taoist in green. Even if that guy has obtained enough seals and occupies a place for ascension. But this galaxy chessboard is so large, and there are hundreds of monks, so it is naturally impossible to have only one place. Therefore, instead of fighting with that guy at the peak, it is more convenient to kill those monks who are much weaker. To put it another way, even if he is not satisfied with the total number of seals he has collected, the Taoist in green will not run away. It is still in time to find an opportunity to have a peak battle at the end. Chapter 448 Kill. Lock in advance. Discuss perhaps because of the difference in the trial rules, when the monks on the first stage were still in a bin melee. Those who stepped onto the second stage, however, became somewhat cautious due to the rules of the trial. Because once they chose the wrong target for the fight, they would only be eliminated. This should have been a game of chess that tested psychological warfare and sharpened the seals and fake bodies. But now, influenced by some people, they directly showed the color of the mark on their foreheads, and then started a one-on-one fight. Because the trial of this stage is not a game, but a hope. It represents the expectations of the young generation of the Kangwu world for the future path. This means that for every genius participating in the Xianjiao battle, there is a strong psychological pressure that continues to exert pressure. Some young strong men are very direct. They don't want to let their brains think too much, so they simply explode the color of the mark on their eyebrows and start a fierce battle. After all, the cultivators who can come to participate in the Xianjiao battle basically come for the quota of ascension, and they are confident in their own strength. At this critical moment, it was too cumbersome to make them use the seals in their hands to test and fight against the enemy. Therefore, in order to save time, some strong men of the younger generation simply showed the color of their seals on their foreheads and sought opponents who could compete with them at the peak. If you can beat them, then fight, and compete with the Xianjiao of each sect for the quota to go to the upper realm. If you can't beat them, then quit, and you can still save your life and not lose everything. In this way, the trial rules of the second stage have become a simple and efficient system. Because here, there will be no melee, only one-on-one fighting. Who is strong and who is weak, naturally, can be seen at a glance. Such an efficient way of obtaining seals naturally attracted many strong men to learn it. So, a dispute involving all the chessboards of the star plate broke out again. And it became more fierce than the previous battle. In addition, Luo Yan's sudden strength, like a catfish, made many old people no longer hide their shortcomings and began to exert their strength. I have been practicing for more than 60 years, just waiting for this day to come. They saw how powerful you are, so they were afraid to come forward. How can such a person be called a generation of Xianjiao? Now Brother Dao has dozens of seals on his body, which is the closest time for me to achieve enlightenment. So in this battle, unless I die, I will fight to the death. Kill. There was a cultivator who was jealous of Luo Yan, who had so many seals on his body. He shouted desperately, his voice was like thunder, and he rushed towards this side with a murderous aura. Luo Yan was not afraid, and he raised his hand to suppress him with thunder. In a one-on-one situation, he was not afraid of any challenger. Even the top figures among the old Xianjiao, he was not afraid. Luo Yan controlled the lightning with his palm, stepped on the silver snake, and his sleeve surged. He blasted forward with an inexplicable trajectory, facing the people who came to greet him. An endless electric snake suddenly appeared, with unparalleled momentum. Buzz! There was a dull sound in the void, and a demon bow covered with divine patterns transformed into the appearance of a giant, then bent the bow and put an arrow. Instantly, a light arrow condensed by runes made a terrible whistling sound, and the light shone through the world, crossing the thunder domain in the sky, and went straight to Luo Yan's face. Who do you think you are? Do you really think you are an ancient sage, the son of an exiled immortal? You dare to make such an arrogant move, and you want to hunt us down, what a big mouth. Go to hell. You can't avoid my arrow. Obviously, this powerful old man felt very confident in his arrow, and believed that it would definitely injure the Taoist in green. Because this divine bow covered with demon patterns not only has the ability to track and lock souls, but also contains the majestic blood of the South China Sea Dragon. As long as the target is still in the real realm, it will inevitably not escape this pursuit. This is exactly the case. Luo Yan turned into a butterfly and escaped into the void. He dodged many times, but he always found that a ray of energy locked him. No matter how Luo Yan tried to dodge, as long as he returned to this Dharma domain, the divine aura of the streak would attack him in an instant. Hide? Let's see where you can hide and how long you can hide. The string of my demon god bow is taken from the tendons of the South China Sea Dragon, which is a top-level third-level attack magic weapon. The longer you delay, the more powerful my demon god bow will be. The owner of the demon god bow sneered, and sacrificed the most powerful magic weapon to face the soul of the Taoist in green. Because the Taoist in green in the distance has a sharp and unparalleled thunder method, and also has many laws of heaven and earth, it is unwise to compete with such a person in Taoism and laws. This is why so many people choose to use magic weapons to attack. Although the power of these secret treasures cannot be fully released by the cultivators in the foundation building period, they are much more powerful than the top-level magic weapons. Because the reason why magic weapons are powerful is that they can mobilize the laws of heaven and earth to attack. This brings great convenience to the user. Even if a young man who has just started practicing, as long as he knows how to communicate with the spirit of the magic weapon, he can use the power of the magic weapon itself to kill the enemy beyond his level. This is a very common thing. Therefore, in the practice world, there are so many cultivators who pursue the supreme weapon of attack. Just because magic weapons are something that can be used as soon as they are in hand, and they are also powerful, it is naturally much easier than practicing secret arts, Taoism, and magical laws. Swish, swish, dot. Luo Yan used the thunder magic, and his body turned into countless lightning and rushed into the distance. Even the demon arrows of the demon bow could only follow behind him and could not hurt him at all. But blindly dodging is not his style. Chila. Luo Yan suddenly stopped, and his palms emerged with gorgeous Dao Guang, and the breath of the 5 elements was strong, and it hit the demon arrow together. Then a dazzling halo was emitted, blazing the entire law domain space. You are looking for death? The string of the demon god bow is made of the tendons of a 3rd-level sea dragon, which means that it can release the true 3rd-level power. How can such a powerful magical power be resisted by a foundation-building cultivator like us? The owner of the demon god bow showed a cold look, with a hint of sarcasm on his lips, ready to watch the Taoist in green being killed. However, soon, the sneer in his face completely solidified. Because the Taoist in green collided with the demon arrow of the demon god bow, the imagined earth-shattering explosion did not occur. The Taoist in green was not injured either, and was still intact and full of vitality. It turns out that this bow is called the demon god bow. It is indeed a very powerful secret treasure. I have opened my eyes today. But that's all. I will accept this bow. In the center of Luo Yan's palms, a rapidly rotating energy arrow was circling, with dense runes inside, sharp light, and a very fiery attacking aura. Although the arrow was extremely powerful, it was still blocked by Luo Yan's 5 elements key. Impossible. The demon god bow can even kill a real giant and stage expert. Why can't it do anything to a mere junior like you? Seeing this scene in front of him, the owner of the demon god bow was completely shocked, and at the same time felt a chill on his back. What exactly are those 5 kinds of dazzling streams? It seems to be a collection of 5 laws of heaven and earth. Otherwise, how could it be possible to block the attack of his supreme secret treasure? But the 5 laws of heaven and earth are combined into one. How can a small foundation-building cultivator do this? No. I don't believe it. You can block 1 arrow, but what about 2 arrows, 3 arrows, and countless arrows? The owner of the demon god bow was almost crazy, doing his best, burning all his energy to drive the demon god bow, which was much more terrifying than before, like the undulating stars, and the dazzling stars. One after another, the demon arrows were fired, and each arrow was like a falling meteorite, dazzling, as if the void was ignited, and endless spiritual light surged. Swish, swish, swish. Such a large number of demon arrows densely covered the entire legal space, completely sealing it off without leaving any gaps. The low sound of Tao roared, making people's souls palpitate, like the destruction of the world. The scene was terrifying. Give it back to you. Looking at the demon arrows all over the sky, Luo Yan directly arranged a 5-element thunder domain in front of him, mixed with a majestic pressure. Looking down on the world, like the gate of heaven opened, thunder descended. The demon arrow that was previously held in his palm was re-infused with the power of thunder. With the momentum of swallowing mountains and rivers, it suddenly turned around and flew back at a faster speed. Puff! The divine light flashed, and the demonic words filled the sky. The owner of the demon god bow, who was hiding in the distance, was directly pierced by the arrow, and his soul was instantly annihilated. Luo Yan turned into a colorful butterfly and escaped into nothingness, avoiding the arrows in the sky and coming to the front of the demon god bow. The divine bow seemed to have a sense of it, and the bow body trembled slightly. The bow spirit resisted and wanted to escape. Unfortunately, it was grabbed by a big hand, and then the 5-element seal technique was transmitted, and dozens of black order chains rushed into the demon god bow, sealing the spirit of the magic weapon. This kind of natural weapon spirit has a strong self-awareness and can control the secret treasure independently. Therefore, temporarily seal the weapon spirit of the demon god bow, and find a way to solve it later. As soon as Luo Yan put away the divine bow, he saw another enemy coming. He didn't say much, but continued to use the thunder secret technique and hit the figure. Countless blazing lightning appeared in this magic space. Every time a bolt of lightning struck out, the void would tremble. No matter how far apart they were, as long as they locked onto the target, they would certainly blow up the opponent's body. Luo Yan's thunder method was unparalleled, and the 5 elements of energy were overflowing. He blew up one opponent after another, and the blood filled the sky, and he was invincible. At this point, even if he wanted to hold back, it would be difficult to do so. Because the huge number above Luo Yan's head kept piling up, and in a blink of an eye, it was even close to the 100 mark. As a result, more and more people attacked him. Puff! Ah! Continuous screams came from this domain of law. As long as you are hit by thunder, you will be blown up, without exception. This domain of law was filled with blood everywhere, and the blood soaked the clouds and the ground, sticky and smelly. But soon, the blood evaporated in the interweaving of thunder, and then became pitch black. It was like a piece of black mark. The thunder treasure technique is an indisputable fact that it ranks among the top 3 in terms of offensive power in the Dao Fa system. However, such a horrifying scene still frightens subsequent challengers. The trial of the second stage has lasted for a long time. The most intense battle took place in the star chessboard where Luo Yan was located. Countless geniuses rushed forward one after another and attacked this space of the law domain. Unfortunately, they were all blocked by Luo Yan, and then he used the most violent thunder to kill them. Dozens of proud sons of heaven died tragically at his hands, and the scene was bloody and violent. As long as anyone dared to challenge him, Luo Yan did not hold back. Facing this life and death struggle, he was very fierce, with a large area of lightning and a blazing silver snake, which made the opponent's soul silent. This is different from Luo Yan's initiative to snatch other people's seals. Those who were found by him, he might still spare their lives. But for those who dared to attack, he always fought back with a very tough attitude. Blood must be seen when he made a move, and a thunderbolt blow when he raised his hand. During this period, Luo Yan even encountered an attack from a fellow senior brother. Even so, he did not show mercy and directly used all his strength to kill him. Because this is about the opportunity to become a Taoist, the path of a lifetime, and the struggle for the great Dao. Even if they are fellow disciples, they cannot give in. Otherwise, Luo Yan himself will be affected. Since the other party dared to target him and attack him, he must be prepared to sacrifice his life. At this point, Luo Yan could not give in. With the power of thunder, there should be an invincible posture. In the end, after a long and fierce battle, Luo Yan didn't know how long he had fought, how many people he had killed, how many times he had used the thunder method, and how many times the lightning had struck. I only know that the thunder in this method domain space has never stopped. It has been crackling non-stop, and the thunder power is shocking. The opponents who come to challenge are never the same face. Even if many people died before, as long as this battle is over, this method domain space will unlock the order blockade, and it will inevitably usher in the next challenger. So that at the end, Luo Yan no longer had a calm and steady mentality, and became a little sinister, with murderous intent rising uncontrollably. This was because he had killed too many geniuses. The blood and ki were overflowing, and the murderous intent surged, as if it had turned into an instinct. When Luo Yan's spiritual power was less than 1/5 left, the disputes on this galaxy chessboard gradually stopped. Looking around, the originally densely packed illusions of nothingness have now become a silence. There is no human habitation, no energy, and it can be called a dead zone. At this time, there are not many figures left on the field, only 5 or 6 strong men, each of whom has an extraordinary aura. It is as if shrouded in a layer of fog, very powerful. And they all exude monstrous blood and terrifying murderous intent. Even through the layers of illusions, this strange and inexplicable murderous intent can be felt. The galaxy chessboard that originally accommodated more than 400 people, in the blink of an eye, only a few people are left. It is conceivable how tragic and cruel this trial for the quota of ascension is. Brothers, there are only 5 or 6 of us on the chessboard of the Milky Way. It is about time to change the rules of the battle a little bit. An old generation Xianjiao stepped forward, and the sound of Taoism came from the illusion of nothingness. His body was full of traces of battles, and even his black robe was soaked with blood, but his power was particularly strong. Obviously, He had just experienced a series of battles and had not had time to adjust his breath. What do you want to do? A strong man stared, his eyes cast from the illusion of nothingness, and his voice was a little cold. This is a young man with an indifferent face, with his hands behind his back, floating in the space of the law domain, and looking around. There is no doubt that he is full of domineering. I think you should have guessed that the result of the second stage of the trial should be the number of seals in our hands. That is to say, the more seals you hold, the more likely you are to get the ascension quota. This old generation of Xianjiao has disheveled hair. Although he looks a little embarrassed, he has also shown great power and eliminated many powerful enemies. The blood and scars on his body are the best proof. But now, there are still 6 people left on the field, and all of them are black marks. This makes us unable to continue to attack. I have a suggestion. I wonder if you are willing to listen to it. Seeing someone put forward an opinion, Luo Yan also cast his eyes over. At this time, the total number of seals on his body is definitely the most among several people. It can be said that the number of seals he obtained alone is enough to equal the sum of the other several people. The total number of his seals has even reached the 150 mark. He can be called the number 1 on this galaxy chessboard. The reason why Luo Yan was able to collect so many seals was mainly due to the white seal fake body in his hand, the bronze ancient bell in his right hand, and the rusty ancient mirror in his left hand. It was precisely because of the blessing of these 2 secret treasures that he was able to collect so many seals. Otherwise, how could Luo Yan collect so many seals from the total of more than 100 white seal holders? Only by shooting from both sides and killing both the black and white camps could he obtain so many seals. But that was the end. Because the remaining few people all had the same seal color as him. And due to the trial rules of the second stage, even if Luo Yan had an invincible posture, he had no way to face these people with the same black seal. Even if the white seal fake body could carry 2 supreme secret treasures for attack. But when facing these top geniuses, it still seemed limited. Can't win in battle. Because these seal fake bodies are just copies after all, not real people. The longer the battle lasts, the greater their flaws will be. It is easy for these invincible Xianjiao to see through it and then attack back. Those who can reach this step are not only the strongest among their peers, but also have no shortage of protective magic weapons. Therefore, the idea of using the white seal to continue to harvest a black seal was ultimately unsuccessful. This trial should not be long away from the end. But there are still 6 people on the field at this time. That is to say, if the results of the second stage of the trial are selected according to the top few on the Xing chessboard, then I'm afraid half of us will be eliminated. Hearing this, Luo Yan almost guessed what this old Xianjiao wanted to express. At this point, the importance of the seal is well known. But due to the restrictions of the rules of the black and white camps, it is difficult for the remaining people to decide the winner through fighting. Unfortunately, the number of places to go to the upper realm is limited, so they have to think of other ways. After thinking about this, Luo Yan looked at the illusion with interest, waiting for the next words of the old master. But the problem is, what if the results of this trial are ranked according to the total number of magic seals in all the galaxy chessboards? By then, I am afraid that among the people present, only the fellow Taoist Lei Fa from the 5 Elements Temple can guarantee that he will get the ascension quota. If we are unlucky, none of us will be selected, which is not impossible. At this point, the old genius deliberately looked at Luo Yan. If he hadn't snatched so many seals, how could they only have so few seals left? Luo Yan turned a blind eye to this meaningful look. They were all fighting on their own ability, and he had nothing to owe. For such a major event involving the future path, he must go all out. It's not terrible to be an enemy of all the cultivators and be regarded as a thorn in the eyes of everyone. What's terrible is that he originally had the strength that was invincible in the world, but in the end he gave up the quota because of keeping a low profile. This is what Luo Yan can't accept. The reason why the strong are strong is because they have the courage that others don't have, and they can carry out their will to the end. At this point, no matter what the results of the trial of the second stage are ranked according to, Luo Yan, who has so many seals, has basically locked in a quota for ascension in advance. Therefore, among the people present, his mentality is the most stable one. The words of the old generation of Xianjiao made the other 4 strong men all fall into silence. Because this is an indisputable fact. At this time, the one with the most seals in their hands was no more than 60, and the one with the least was only more than 30. But they had fought a lot. The reason for this situation is that the number of people with white seals is half that of those with black seals. In addition, attracted by the huge number above the head of the Taoist in green, one after another white seal owners, even if they knew that they had little chance of winning, still lined up and challenged that guy. After all, if they could defeat that guy, all those seals would be theirs. Any genius who has a little idea of ascending will not miss this opportunity to challenge. Chapter 449, Rejection, Watching, Waiting, and the Gate of Spells. This is why Luo Yan was able to collect so many seals with his own strength. Because many young masters, even if they knew they were no match for him, even if they died, wanted to have a good fight with him. This has nothing to do with strength, but an attitude towards the future path. Even if it means flying into flame, he must finish this one, the biggest opportunity in his life. So, Luo Yan deliberately ran out and became the first bird to stand out. The risk was very high, attracting the attention of most people on this galaxy chessboard. There were endless people challenging him, and the pressure was huge. But at the same time, he also gained a lot. The total number of seals collected almost doubled. Risk and reward are proportional. What does brother you mean? An old master replied, with amazing fluctuations erupting from his body, like a vast ocean undulating, with a terrifying momentum. Do you want us to all walk out of our own law domain space and then have a big melee? Another old Xianjiao took over, his tone seemed unusually calm. Previously, he was bewitched by a guy and joined a private covenant. He planned to keep a low profile for a while, then fight on his own, collect seals, and not fight with the strong men of the same level of strength. When the people on this galaxy chessboard are almost eliminated, then the peak showdown will begin. This is the most ideal state, and it is fair to everyone. The reason is simple. If the top strong men fight each other too hard in the early stage, it will easily give others the opportunity to fish in troubled waters. This is absolutely likely to happen. Originally, this idea is very good, and it has been acquiesced by many top strong men. But at this time, someone was unwilling to abide by this private covenant, and he also made a big splash, attracting everyone's attention. He became the most focused person. There was an endless stream of people who took the initiative to challenge. As a result, the number of seals collected by the other top strong men was pitifully small. Thinking of this, the old strong man looked at the Taoist in green with a meaningful look, and there was murderous intent in his eyes. Although it was an unintentional gaze, it still caused the void to present a strange phenomenon, bursting out a most brilliant light, and the breath flowing out was really too terrifying. Being swept by this murderous look, Luo Yan looked back and saw the old generation of Xianjiao in the square of the star plate, with a provocative look, and he responded indifferently. If he had not belonged to the same camp, he would have attacked and killed him long ago. In this situation, he was just too lazy to pay attention and didn't want to pay too much attention. Brother Dao, what you said makes sense. This is exactly what I want to say. Before, my fellow junior and I consciously tried this. But it turned out that as long as both of us are not in our own domain space, then, even if a battle breaks out, it has nothing to do with it. In other words, we only need to walk out of our respective domain spaces, and then we will rely on our own abilities to have the final melee. It is definitely a good suggestion. When this suggestion was made, it did move the hearts of the other people. Although the rules of the second stage trial have many restrictions, there are still loopholes. Thinking of this, the eyes of the other outstanding people were sharp as lightning, and the fighting spirit surged. After all, those who can get to this point are basically the direct descendants of the top forces, and they are all very strong and conceited. They all believe that they are invincible and have the appearance of outstanding people. No one is afraid of fighting. Then let's do it this way, everyone depends on their ability. This is a young man who looks about 23 or 24 years old, with a very heroic face and a very extraordinary demeanor. There is a strong self-confidence. He spoke in a very calm tone. Although there is no terrifying momentum, it gives people a feeling that it cannot be questioned. It seems that everything in the world is under control. Luo Yan looked back and glanced at this person, and felt that there was a very special momentum on this person. It seems that he is a proud nobleman, with a high and mighty demeanor, just like Ji Hongxi. Luo Yan had come into contact with people of such high status many times, so he could naturally remain calm. He knew very well that among the people present, although everyone looked very young, except for himself, Almost all the others were geniuses of the older generation. Of course, the definition of such geniuses of the older generation was naturally based on Luo Yan's own age, which was increased by more than 10 years, as the most basic baseline. This is why people of his age are basically not opponents of these older people. After all, when the difference in cultivation talent is not big, the longer the cultivation time, the higher the personal strength will naturally be. In addition, if they are not confident in their own strength, these older people will not choose to self-seal their cultivation for many years, and then just wait for this day to come. If everyone agrees, let's swear by the heart of Tao. It's not that I don't believe you, but in front of the personal path, it's always right or wrong to be cautious. The old generation Xianjiao said, and was the first to make the oath of the heaven. This is also to set an example for the others so that they can put down their doubts. After all, it involves the last battle. No matter how cautious you are, it is not too much. Hearing the oaths of several people, Luo Yan thought about it and felt that this proposal was acceptable. He also spread his hands and prepared to swear, but unfortunately he was forcibly interrupted. Brother from the Five Elements Temple, please wait a moment. The old Xianjiao who spoke first said. This big melee, I'll trouble you to watch from the sidelines. You already have so many seals on you, and you have almost locked a place for ascension. It's really unreasonable to compete with us. Hearing this, Luo Yan was stunned on the spot, and a trace of disbelief flashed in his eyes. You know, he has so many seals on his body, and he has to participate in this big melee. Isn't this a good thing? Shouldn't these people be happy? He took the initiative to deliver 150 seals to the door. Unexpectedly, he was rejected. This made Luo Yan feel incredible. I agree with this. For this melee, the 5 of us are enough. The young man with a very heroic face glanced at the illusion of nothingness, and then spoke slowly. The other old generation Xianjiao frowned, and then they thought about the real reason. The main reason was that the previous record of the Taoist in green was really shocking and terrifying. There were at least dozens of geniuses who fell in his hands. What a terrifying record is this? You know, the geniuses who can participate in the Battle of Ascension are all silver tadpole characters from the void, and they are selected through multiple conditions. The lowest selection mark is to comprehend a trace of the laws of heaven and earth before they are qualified to enter this true spirit heavenly palace. Therefore, the cultivators in this galaxy chessboard are far from being comparable to ordinary geniuses in the outside world. Even if they are the Xianjiao of the old generation, they think it is difficult to suppress a genius in a short period of time. But the Taoist in green did it. Not only did he fight dozens of battles in a row, but he was also able to crush those challengers with an extremely strong attitude. This was something no one had expected. Even if the older generation of people attacked strongly, they still could not resist the killing of this Taoist master of thunder magic, and he was able to laugh to the end safely. With a sharp thunder method, a hand that was free from the 5 elements, and several powerful secret treasures. It was difficult to defeat such a strong enemy. So, if this Taoist in green clothes were allowed to participate, although it would increase the possibility of everyone present to obtain more seals. But there is a greater possibility that the total number of seals held by this guy would increase again. In this way, the seals distributed to them would be much less. At that time, it might happen that even if they won the melee, they would eventually not be able to get the quota for ascension because of the lack of a certain number of seals. This is very likely to happen. Unless the 5 of them work together to eliminate the Taoist in green clothes first. But this is by no means so simple and can be done. Let's not talk about the Taoist's thunder method, which is good at large-scale attacks. Another point is that the 5 laws of heaven and earth that the guy comprehended, and then superimposed together, the great power finally released, can really shake the world. The breath of invulnerability, even if the cultivators present, who do not understand the great supernatural power of the 5 elements view, can still feel that kind of terrifying breath, as if the chaos is just beginning. It's simply horrifying. The 5 laws of heaven and earth are fused together, and then formed into the supreme supernatural power. How can they resist it? You know, this Taoist in green is still in a situation where he is attacked by the crowd and fights one against many. Even so, this guy can still laugh to the end. Although the people present are powerful and talented, they are all the pride of the major forces who have not come out of the world, and they are also very arrogant, and unruly. But after seeing the battle scene of this guy with their own eyes, they have to admit that he is powerful. If it were them, They would want to survive under such a high-intensity siege and defeat all the invading enemies. This is almost an impossible feat. After all, the people participating in this battle of geniuses are almost all the strongest of the younger generation in a family or a sect in the past 100 years. No one is a simple person. Therefore, even if there is a certain gap between the geniuses of the younger generation and the cultivators present, this gap is definitely not enough to support them to be able to fight 1 against 100. But the Taoist in green can do it. He shakes the world with thunder and kills all enemies, and then protects himself with the energy of the 5 elements, so that everything is not invaded and all evil is not stained. If such a terrifying person is put into this melee, who knows who will beat whom at that time? Although reluctant, although unwilling to admit it, but after the previous battle, the Taoist in green has proved his strength, and is definitely a unique existence. As for strength, even if the people present are unruly and arrogant, they subconsciously acquiesce to this. Otherwise, why would they start a big melee? Wouldn't it be easier to just jump out and provoke that guy and fight him one-on-one? Unfortunately, the cost of provoking that guy was too much for them to bear. Because it had come to this point, everyone present knew that they were only 1 step away from the quota to the upper realm. In this way, they chose the lighter of the two. In a big melee, it would be a battle between a genius-level figure with similar strength to themselves. As long as they persisted, they might have a chance to win. If they faced the Taoist in green, they would need to break through the layers of thunder domains, multiple secret treasures, and the fusion of the 5 elements of heaven and earth. Faced with such a choice, everyone knew what to choose. Although they were arrogant, they were by no means stupid. After all, that guy had proven his strength, his body, his soul, his Taoism, the laws of heaven and earth, etc. Almost all of them were top-notch, without any shortcomings. These were the lessons learned from the lives of dozens of challengers. Although everyone present claimed to be the peerless genius of their generation, they all had a rough estimate of who was stronger and who was weaker. They knew everything in their hearts. Although they were of the same age and had invincible appearances, they all felt fearful of the Taoist in green at this moment. If they had not had to, they would not want to fight with such a person. It would be so boring for the 5 of you to fight alone. If I were to get involved, maybe I could get more seals. You know, I have a full 150 seals here. Aren't you tempted? When Luo Yan said this, he deliberately cast his eyes towards the old man who had glanced at him with murderous eyes. It seemed as if he was deliberately provoking, "Weren't you very powerful before? Wouldn't it be better if we went to another law domain space for a fair fight?" The old genius naturally noticed this slightly provocative look, but he chose to ignore it. Although he felt that the strength of the Taoist in green was just so-so, and he believed that his strength would not lose to him. But if he could choose his opponent, he would also choose to fight with others. After all, they are a lineage of Taoists, and thunder law is respected. This is a recognized fact. Fighting with such a guy is like fighting with a group of sword madmen. Under the same conditions, there is basically no advantage. However, if you can comprehend the advanced laws such as space, yin and yang, time, reincarnation, etc., it is completely no problem to suppress a small thunder mystery, plus the basic 5 elements. But to comprehend such advanced laws, let alone small cultivators like them, even the saints of the true spirit realm who came down to the world this time, no one can master it. It is no exaggeration to say that as long as cultivators of the same level can comprehend a little advanced law, they will have no problem in being respected in the planes below the entire earthly immortal world. After the yuanshan of many Yuanying period masters leave their bodies, they can teleport and escape into the void channel. This seems mysterious and profound, but it is completely different from directly controlling the laws of space. The difference here is like a cultivator in the key refining period performing fire-based Taoist magic such as a small fireball. He knows the fire-based Taoist magic, but this does not mean that he has mastered the law of fire. On the contrary, as long as he masters the law of fire, he will inevitably perform fire-based Taoist magic. Seeing that the other party completely ignored his words, Luo Yan had to put away the idea of continuing to provoke. "Brother Dao, you are joking. The final winner among you and me may help each other in the upper realm in the future. So this time, please stand in the distance and be a witness for us." It was still the old man who spoke at the beginning. He spoke at a high level. On the surface, it seemed to be just a joke. In fact, he was reminding Luo Yan that although your strength is strong, their cultivation qualifications are not bad. After going to the upper realm, Those who ascended from the small world will naturally belong to the same camp. If they encounter foreign enemies, they will eventually stick together. This is an inevitable trend. Therefore, this simple sentence is a subtle reminder to Luo Yan: you already have so many seals in your hands, and you have basically locked a place for ascension in advance, so don't continue to get involved in the next melee. Otherwise, it would be deliberately blocking their way. At that time, at most, they can solve this problem in other ways. For example, relying on their own luck, guessing numbers, etc. There are many ways to solve the problem of insufficient seals without fighting. As long as you think carefully, you can always find a solution that everyone agrees on. But once such a choice is made, then the final winner will inevitably have a gap with the Taoist in green. You know, there is still a long time in the future. As a force in the same camp, it is absolutely very simple to find an opportunity to eliminate that gap and create some variables. Therefore, this sentence is both a reminder and a warning. After all, the cultivators present are all top-notch talents with excellent status, cultivation resources, magical skills, etc. They are not lacking. Such a person, even if he stays in the Kangwu world, is unlikely to be buried. Maybe there will be a day when he will return to the true spirit realm. So, for such a favored child of heaven, either don't offend him or kill him directly, otherwise it will easily involve a big cause and effect. After all, deliberately blocking someone's path is no less than killing one's parents. If there's a chance, this kind of hatred will definitely be avenged. Of course, Luo Yan also heard the implication of this old man. He thought for a moment and finally chose to remain silent. Decided not to get involved. Because the color of the seal between the eyebrows of these guys is the same black as his. This means that if they want to fight, they must be willing. But it is obvious that these direct descendants from the big forces do not have this idea. Otherwise, once he joins the battlefield out of thin air, they can also evacuate at any time. This time, the initiative is in their hands. As that guy said, the winner among them started from the upper realm. By then, they will become people of the same big force, and they will meet each other every day. If they offend someone to death at this time, then, they will inevitably be retaliated in the future. So sometimes, it is necessary to know when to stop. Although Luo Yan had been quite aggressive before, when his goal was achieved, there was no need for him to be aggressive anymore. Of course, there was another reason, which was that Luo Yan roughly estimated it. In any case, judging from the total number of his seals at this time, it would be no problem to get the top 9 in the galaxy chessboard. After making up his mind, Luo Yan sat cross-legged on the ground and watched silently. At the same time, these 5 Xianjiao-level figures began the final big collision. In an instant, runes filled the sky, emitting 1,000-foot light. The entire space of the law domain changed color, surrounded by the sound of wind and thunder, and the star chessboard trembled. Boom! The boundless Tao was blazing, the essence of the 10 directions poured out like a water column, the streamer shone in the sky, and the runes swam in the void like tadpoles, as if they were alive. The 5 of them had a talent for cultivation that was 1 in a million. They had shown their potential since they were young. Although they had been silent for a long time, their strength had become more perfect. Even the realm of the Golden Core stage was nothing more than a matter of the last step for them. As long as they wanted, they could break through at any time. But in order to wait for this day to come, they would rather seal their cultivation and practice hard for decades. Now, with only the last step left, how could they bear to give up? Therefore, this melee became very fierce. A series of divine rainbows, a series of great magical powers, pulling the supreme principles, constantly collided in this space of the law domain, as if a group of ancient demon gods were swallowing up the sun, the moon, the mountains and the rivers, with a huge momentum. In an instant, the entire space of the law domain was distorted, and the gorgeous divine light was boundless, like a galaxy exploding, very amazing. Bang! 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 A series of collisions continued to sound, deafening. At the same time, it also inspired the most violent Dao rhythm of heaven and earth, as if the shadow of an ancient immortal god had descended, and even cut a big hole in the sky. It was as dark as an abyss inside, but there were countless layers of rosy clouds faintly. Swish! Swish! This great melee lasted for an unknown period of time. The dazzling rune light covered the entire Dharma domain space, and the murderous aura was everywhere. Even Luo Yan, who was far away, could feel the sharpness and power of this majestic power. Finally, The few people in the Dharma domain space ushered in the last moment. A strong man shrouded in heavy fog and light quickly pinched out the Dao seal with both hands. Instantly, the laws of heaven and earth moved because of his gestures, and all things became blurred in an instant. A mysterious rune door full of mystery appeared from the void. A hot and strange light shone in the sky, like an ancient giant beast awakening, its heart rate beating with the world. The runes on it were majestic and different from normal scriptures, but they could firmly draw the attention of everyone present. It was as if in the dark, a majestic aura that transcended everything descended. Chapter 450, Quota Obtained, Fixin Talisman, Humanity. The moment this strange door appeared, the four old geniuses in the field were instantly imprisoned, as if they were suppressed by a mighty force. A series of gray auras were blazing, directly penetrating the spiritual light in the sky and affecting several people. It was like an invisible shackle that made them unable to move and stand still. This secret technique seems to be a bit evil. In the distance, Luo Yan, who had been watching the battle, used the exploration of spiritual patterns in his eyes to see a little bit of the mystery of this mysterious door. This seemed to be a supreme secret technique with an aura that transcended everything, lingering around the laws of heaven and earth, and then suppressing everything. Although this outer law of heaven and earth looks like a law of imprisonment, it is actually a soul-stirring trick that specifically acts on the soul. Luo Yan had heard that there were evil cultivators who could use objects that had been contaminated with the aura of others to perform long-distance curse-killing techniques. The principle of this evil magic is to drive the mysterious power in the dark to strip the soul of the person who is in the magic, so as to achieve the purpose of imprisoning his body. Although there is the breadth of the law of the Great Way, it is actually not a common law of heaven and earth, and it is very rare. If you are not careful, you will be hit. The scene in front of you is very similar to that kind of curse. Although it looks like a simple rune door, it actually contains the power of the curse, which constantly involves the minds of others. In the end, it creates the illusion that the body is fixed in place. No wonder Rai was deliberately excluded. It turned out to be because of this curse. Luo Yan had a little enlightenment in his heart, with a smile on his lips, watching the battle with an interesting mind. He suddenly understood why the old generation of Xianjiao deliberately prevented him from participating. Because, the way to restrain this curse is actually very simple. The most yang, the most rigid, the most pure and the most true. The fire law, the mystery of thunder, etc. can all do this. If Luo Yan also participated in this melee, even if he did not see through the disguise on the rune door, every move was a lightning with a fierce thunderous breath. He would be able to use that guy's curse and kill technique, and it would be directly beaten into smoke. Even most of the power of that evil technique could not be released. It is very likely that in the current situation, no one has mastered this kind of extremely masculine and extremely rigid law of heaven and earth. Therefore, the figures of the other four people were soon firmly imprisoned by the strange gray light that filled the law space. Clang. Clang. An old generation of Xianjiao raised the magic weapon in his hand and continuously cut out light arrows, blasting towards the rune door. He wanted to smash it and create a chance for himself to escape. In an instant, deafening sounds filled the sky, and vast fluctuations were surging. At this time, there was an amazing whistling sound in the law space. There were also young warriors who continuously shot out rune golden lights, and the chanting of the secret arts scriptures was terrifying, drowning out the front. The colorful streams of light were blazing and extremely dazzling. Boom, boom. Hundreds of blazing energy lights clashed in the void, then confronted each other, and finally caused a shocking explosion, causing the entire space of the law domain to tremble. At this moment, the other four people began to work together to smash the strange door. Each stream of light brought a buzzing sound, like the rising sun, with unparalleled power, making people tremble all over. Dang! The rune door had a strong breath of heaven and earth, and a beam of extremely dazzling divine light burst out from it, like a long waterfall, falling from the void. The golden light was endless, and everything was silent. This huge melee finally ended. Luo Yan, who was standing in the distance, looked at the two figures standing in the law domain space, and a smile appeared on his face. Congratulations, two Taoist brothers. Hello, Taoist brothers. The handsome face and the old generation Xianjiao who first proposed the big melee looked at each other, their faces were filled with excitement. This big melee directly eliminated 3 people. In other words, even if the two of them divided the black and white seals equally, the total number of seals they finally held would exceed 100. In this way, They have great confidence that they can occupy one of the top 9 in the total score of the trial. After all the disputes are over, looking back now, a galaxy chessboard that should have had about 400 participants now has only 3 of them. This terrifying elimination rate is really shocking. After all, the cultivators who can come to this true spirit heavenly palace are all the young generation who have mastered a trace of the laws of heaven and earth, and can be called geniuses among geniuses. No one is a mediocre person. So this kind of peak to extreme competition is very cruel. Fortunately, they persisted to the end and have reached the final step. The total number of seals they hold is more than 100. No matter how you look at it, they should have a share of the 9 ascension quotas. Of course, this is also inferred from the current situation. The final ascension quota will still depend on the subsequent development. But no matter what, having so many black and white seals means that they are likely to be ahead of everyone else. Now, the battle on this galaxy chessboard has truly come to an end. The 3 of them belong to the same camp, so there is naturally no need to continue attacking. As time passed, Luo Yan and the other 2 were meditating and regulating their breath. After about half a day, this galaxy chessboard finally changed. There are endless galaxies in the void, the misty starlight shines, the mysterious and profound array patterns are blazing, and there is a click sound all around. The galaxy ripples, the chessboard is deep, like a dream, and there are many bubbles. With a click, this star disk began to break, and then a sky dojo appeared. Stars are everywhere, and the vastness is everywhere. The most eye-catching thing is that above the dojo, there are 9 hazy runes covered with silver tadpole patterns. They flicker in the void, as if the Milky Way is slowly flowing, looking beautiful and magical. When everyone saw the 9 runes, they all breathed harder and looked nervous. Obviously, the 9 flying fairy runes represent 9 places for ascension. As long as they can occupy one of them, it means that their lives will have a new change from now on. The flying fairy marks on the True Spirit Dojo are glittering and attracting the attention of everyone present. Luo Yan and others stood in 4 directions and stood around this True Spirit Dojo. In the distance, there are also figures standing one after another. At a glance, there are about 20 to 30 people. The full picture of the second stage competition was presented to everyone for the first time. The True Spirit Dojo is a regular square, with a total of 4 galaxy chessboards in the east, south, west and north. Each chessboard can accommodate about 300 to 400 people. At this time, Luo Yan and his 2 companions were just below the True Spirit Dojo, that is, in the south. When all the array patterns in the void were fully manifested, the cultivators present discovered an astonishing fact. That is, the figures on the other 3 galaxy chessboards are basically 9 people. It seems that these 9 people represent 9 places for ascension. On the contrary, there are only 3 figures on Luo Yan's galaxy chessboard. Hey, what happened on their galaxy chessboard? Why are there only 3 people who survived? Did those 3 guys eliminate all the other competitors? An old strong man whispered, staring at the position where Luo Yan and his companions were, with a flash of shock in his eyes. But after a moment, he figured out the whole story. The rules of the second stage trial are very simple, that is, only the 9 people with the best trial results will be selected to obtain the ascension quota. But it was not clear what was used to indicate the trial results of everyone. The only thing that fits this point is the seal hidden deep in their brows. In fact, most people know this. But due to the secrecy of the galaxy chessboard, the 4 star boards in the southeast, northwest and northeast are not common. Therefore, no one knows how many monks participated in this battle of celestial arrogance. In addition, the black and white camps are divided into 2 to 1. In this way, no one knows how many seals others have, and can only estimate through imagination. This is why there are so many people left on the other 3 galaxy chessboards. Originally, everyone was on the same starting line, and who had more seals and who had fewer seals was an unknown number. The final verification is needed to get the real answer. But now, the 3 independent guys suddenly shocked the rest of the people. This means that the 400 seals that should have been on the galaxy chessboard were all divided up by these 3 guys? In this way, if the number of seals held is used to rank, the person who holds the most seals has already reached more than 100, or even close to 200. This has directly raised the threshold for the results of this trial. Compared with those 3 people, those who have only collected 20 or 30 seals are ridiculous. Obviously, if nothing unexpected happens, the total number of seals held by these 3 guys will definitely take away 3 ascension places. Damn it. What's going on? Why can the battle on their side of the galaxy chessboard be so tragic? A middle-aged man with an ordinary face and an age of about 40 years old had a gloomy face. His aura was also magnificent, and there was arrogance in his eyes, which looked very powerful. But at this moment, he clenched his hands tightly, and even blood was oozing out, but he didn't notice it. Because he also saw the clues and felt very uneasy about the announcement of the next trial results. Needless to say, the total number of black and white seals held by the three guys must be more than 100. That's 100 seals. It was equivalent to the sum of 100 chosen ones, which was simply terrifying. Originally, there were only 9 places for ascension, and now some of them were taken by those 3 people. In this way, the total score of this trial became even more mysterious. The middle-aged man had experienced dozens of fights and almost lost his life. In the end, the total number of black and white seals he held was only a few dozen. He was still not sure whether he could secure one of the 9 places. How could he, who is always arrogant, bear this? Because of the restrictions of the black and white camps in this trial, many people became a little too cautious when choosing opponents. Therefore, the frequency of wars was far less than that of the galaxy chessboard where Luo Yan and the others were. During this period, it was not that there were no very powerful people who directly stood up and confessed the color of the mark on their foreheads, hoping to provoke a fair fight. But the more powerful a person is, the more likely he is to be feared by others. So a few people played tricks and deliberately reported the wrong color of their own seals, and then used the rules of the second stage to eliminate the opponent. As long as you hold 2 seals, 1 black and 1 white, and then have a crooked mind, it is really easy to harm others. After all, everyone's seal is the same. Once such an example comes out, it will naturally make other monks rarely trust others directly. The examples of previous lessons are vivid. I thought it was true love for true love, but in fact it was full of flies and dogs. This is the complexity of human nature. Therefore, before each battle with others, the monks on the galaxy chessboard will use the seal to test before they start fighting. For fear that they will be robbed if they are not careful. The galaxy chessboard where Luo Yan and his friends are originally in this situation. Everyone fights on their own, entangles with each other, tests each other, and then waits for the final battle to come. But at this time, Luo Yan, the variable, appeared. He directly used himself as bait and presented himself in front of everyone, not afraid of anyone's challenge at all. 1 against 100, looking down on all enemies. Even in a round-robin siege, he was not afraid. In this way, it would give other participants a kind of exemplary power. In addition, Luo Yan has the data analysis of the chip, which people in the star chess grid have changed, been eliminated, or attacked by others, all have fixed rules to follow. As long as he obeys this rule and analyzes the true color of the seal between other people's eyebrows, it is not a big deal for him. So, this is why the monks in their galaxy chessboard can be honest with each other, and finally only 3 people are left. I hope there will be another competition, otherwise. There was a soft whisper, which seemed to be accompanied by a hint of uneasiness. Now the situation on the field is clear, and the total number of people on the 4 galaxy chessboards is still more than 30. In this way, if only the total number of seals held is taken, the trial results of the top 9 will inevitably produce great uncertainty. Simply put, apart from those 3 people, no one else dared to guarantee that their test results this time would be able to enter the top 9. Many of them had the opportunity to obtain more seals, but they missed it. How could this not make people feel upset? End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.